Hey guys. Hi. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. I honestly can't remember if I've ever done this before. We are going to try to get caught up to a live trial. And today I think will be day 5. We're going to try to do this. I don't know how long this trial is supposed to be for. So I don't know if we're going to get caught up as it ends or if we're going to be able to get caught up with the live. I don't know, but we're going to try it. I think we're going to go 1.5 speed unless that's too fast, and then we'll go to normal speed. And we can skip through sidebars and breaks and that kind of thing until we get caught up. So we're going to try. And we are also going to be on Karen Reed Verdict Watch. I've got that pulled up as well, so we can keep an eye on that. So the only thing I know, on October 5th, 2020, Meagan Jackson reported that the father of her children, Gregory Rice, vanished. Rice's body was later found wrapped in a tarp along the Little Pee Dee River in November of 2020. What? I cut and pasted that, and it's wonky. I cut and pasted that. Why in the world does it look like that? Oh, weird. It cut and pasted it out of order. Okay. Rice's body was later found wrapped in a tarp along the Little Pee Dee River in November of 2020. Investigations revealed Jackson and the county's Deputy Coroner Christopher Dontell, with whom Jackson was having an affair with, were allegedly involved in Rice's death. Dontell pleaded guilty in December 2024 and agreed to testify against Jackson. That is so crazy. Just get a divorce, people. Dang. I hope they didn't have kids. I can't think of anything more selfish than taking away the parent of your child. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We don't need to waste any time. Okay, so I'm going to put it on 1.5. We might, this is the South, y'all. We may even be able to speed it up even more. Oh, great. That's wonderful. Thank you, Judy.
Have anybody else in the past? We're ready to begin the evidentiary portion of this trial. The state's case. The state can call you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Savannah Rice.
We don't get openings? I need opening statements to know what happened. Why don't I see opening statements? Okay, there is a prosecutor opening statement. Are you kidding me? Where'd it go? Well, that starts in the middle of her say, oh my God. Are you kidding me? This is going to aggravate me. Why can't I find opening statements? Crud. This is going to make me mad, y'all. Okay, I guess we just start with day one then.
The right hand put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. If you just state your name and then spell your last name before.
Savannah Rice, R-I-C.
Hang on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Savannah, I know you're nervous. I get it. You can just make sure you speak into your microphone and just slow down a little bit. Support your words.
Uh-oh.
And you always have to give.
I have to slow it down.
Ask you a question that's yes or no. You have to verbally say yes or no. Okay?
Okay.
How old are you today?
I'm 19.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have 2 sisters, half sister, and a little brother.
What are your parents' names?
Gregory Rice and Meagan Jackson.
Were they ever married?
No.
How would you describe your father?
He was a very flawed man, but we all did know he cared very much about his kids and his work, and he tried very hard for the people around him.
How would you
Oh,
describe
poor
your
baby.
parents' relationship?
It was not great at all. There was constant fighting. They were mean to each other. They were mean to the kids. Just they weren't compatible. You didn't hear "I love you" very much throughout the house.
You said you didn't hear "I love you" very much, but did you ever hear your parents say "I love you" to each other?
No.
At some point, did your parents break up?
Yes,
Do you know about when that was?
there was twice. The first time I was probably around 9. He was cheating on her. The second time, they just needed to go their separate ways, and it was a mutual breakup.
When your parents broke up, did they begin living in separate houses?
The second time, yes.
Where did you and your brother and your 2 sisters live?
We lived mainly with my mother.
Did your brother and sisters go to stay or visit with your father from time to time?
They did almost every weekend.
What about you?
I chose to
Hey,
stay.
Wiggles.
And that's okay. Why did you choose to stay home?
He would make me nervous, but also my mom would tell me that we would go do something fun together, so she would bribe me to stay home, and I would.
Did you, despite the fact that you did not go over very often, did you still maintain contact with your father?
To the best of my ability, my phone was disabled due to my mother. I could only receive calls.
When your brother and your sisters would go to stay with your father, would he pick them up and drop them off? Would your mother pick them up and drop them off? How did that work?
My dad always came to the house to pick them up, and he would bring them back as well.
When your father would come to pick your siblings up, did you go out and talk to him at all?
Yes, I would go out and I would have a chat with him, tell him I loved him, give him a hug. And that was about it. I'd tell him if I was going to come over the next week or not.
At some point after your parents began living separately, did you meet a man named Christopher Dontell?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet him?
I met Chris because I, 1, knew that he worked with my mom, but 2, we moved into his neighborhood and I met his family and we started to hang out with his family and him.
So when you say his family, was he married?
Yes,
Did he have children?
yes.
How many kids did he have?
He had 2 children.
Do you know about how old they were?
I believe the son was around maybe 1 and the daughter was 6, I believe.
And you said that you guys moved into the same neighborhood as the Dontell family?
Yes.
About how far away did you live from them?
It was like 3 minutes right down the road, just down our street and down another street and into a cul-de-sac.
So was it walking distance?
Yes.
Did your family and the Dontells spend a lot of time together?
Yes.
At some point, did you come to know that your mother was having an affair with Christopher Dontell?
Yes, but not at first.
How did you find out about the affair?
I had some friends over and it was quiet. We went downstairs and we heard them having sex in their bedroom and it just kept getting louder and louder. And the next day I asked her and she said, I thought you knew.
Do you know about how long that was before your father went missing? And if you don't, it's okay.
I don't remember.
This will sound like a silly question, but do you remember when your father went missing?
October 2nd.
What do you remember about sort of that time period?
Before or after?
Or yeah, when you found out that he was missing. So October 2nd was a Friday night, right?
Mhm.
What happened the next morning?
She woke up, we all got up. She got the kids ready to bring them to me, or I'd go out to see him, which it didn't happen this morning. So she got the kids in the car and
Just take some time to breathe. It's okay. Do you need some water?
she brought the kids to his house.
Oh my God.
called me.
What?
And she was really frantic. She said,
I don't care whether or not this woman did it or not. I already do not like her. Who does that when their kids are home?
she had searched everywhere.
Even if it's with,
Take your time.
even if it's with their kid's dad. Have some restraint. Wait till your kids aren't home. Jeez.
She had said she had searched everywhere. She looked in his car. She couldn't see his keys.
I
or his
know,
wallet or
right?
his phone.
She's
She looked in
so
the windows,
nervous.
and then she said she's going to call the police.
Look at her.
And
Poor
they came back.
baby.
and that was really just,
When you say they came back, who do you mean?
Madison, Blake, Dakota, my siblings, and my mom.
So that was the morning of October 3rd. How did your life change after your father went missing?
My mom wasn't home even more often. She wasn't home due to her job most of the time, but it became a lot more when he went missing. Everybody was really emotional. We didn't go out.
We're
at
asleep,
all.
yeah.
My mom did, but we didn't. We really just stayed in the house.
Okay, take your time. Do you remember when they found your father's body?
Yeah, I do.
What do you remember about that?
I was at my best friend's house, and her mom came in the room. She told me not to go onto any of my electronics, but she didn't know that one of my friends from the neighborhood had already told me. I didn't believe it, but
this is kind of like a big other, was there anything significant about that day besides the fact that they found your father's body?
That they told us my mom had something to do with it, and that all of my siblings would have to be living somewhere else.
Well, no, I mean, November 7th or 8th. Is there anything about, when's your birthday?
November 7th.
Did your mother ever mention your father during the time between when he first went missing and when they found his body? So you can answer that. Did your mother ever say anything about your father between the time that he went missing and the time that they found his body?
Yes.
Can you just tell us about that? Take a couple deep breaths with me to tell us about that.
She had come home drunk one night, and I was in the kitchen, and my sister wasn't behaving, and I told my mom, and she started screaming, and my sister was upstairs, but then she looked at me, and she said, "I hope what happened to your dad happens to your sister." And I asked her, "What do you mean?" And she just wouldn't say anything.
And that was before they found your father's body? My last question now. Did the state reach out to you and ask you to come here today, or did you reach out to us?
No, I called you guys
And why did you do that?
because I believe that I want to tell my
Okay,
truth.
I think you can't answer that question, so we'll just,
Oh,
that's okay. That's okay. I don't have any other questions for you. Mr. Britton's going to ask you some questions. If you need a break, just let us know, okay?
No question. You may sit
Oh, thank God for small families. Poor
down.
girl.
Here the state calls Isaiah Perkins.
Hey, Robbie. I know that poor kid. How old can you be to testify in South Carolina? Because does she look like she's... I mean, I guess she could be 18. Poor kid.
Here's your right hand, put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Oh,
Could you just state your name and then spell
he
your last
needs
name?
a sandwich.
Isaiah Perkins, last name is Perkins.
Officer Perkins, where do you work?
I work for the Horry County Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
6 years.
What's your current assignment at Horry County PD?
I am a patrol supervisor.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol supervisor?
I oversee the officers patrolling the precinct I'm assigned to, making sure they're doing their jobs correctly.
How long have you had that position?
2 years.
Let's turn your attention back to October 2020. What was your position back in October 2020?
I was a patrol officer in the South Precinct.
What area does the South Precinct cover?
It covers Highway 501 south to the Georgetown County line.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities back then?
To patrol the area and respond to calls for service that were called in during my shift.
Was one of your duties back then to perform what's called a welfare check?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, what is a welfare check?
A welfare check is when someone, say like a family member or a friend, hasn't spoken to someone for an extended period of time or had concern about their welfare. They would call us to go out and make sure they're okay.
So when you went out and make sure they were okay, kind of tell me what you would do, how you would do the welfare check.
So I respond out there. I would try knocking on the door, making contact with the person. If I don't make contact with that person, I usually call all the local hospitals and check the jails and make sure they're not actually missing or need help immediately.
Okay. Were you assigned to perform a welfare check for the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
I was.
Can you tell me what address you responded to?
I'm not quite sure on the exact address, but it was the Flint Lake apartment complex off of Clay Pond Road.
And did that call, how did you get that call?
It was given to me by the dispatcher.
Did any other officers respond with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you do upon arrival at that Flint Lake apartment address?
When I got there, I witnessed the defendant standing outside the unit door. She told me kind of what was going on with the situation. She had dropped something off a couple days ago prior to, and those items were still there. So she had called in a welfare check, forced a check on them.
Okay. Were you familiar with Meagan Jackson before you performed the welfare check there that day?
I was.
But how did you know her?
She was a transporter for the coroner's office. I often saw her on calls where someone was deceased and she would come and take possession of the body.
Did you also know Christopher Dontell?
I did.
Did you ever see Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell together?
Often.
Was that unusual?
It was not.
What did you do to try to locate Greg Rice that day?
So that day, we actually got a hold of the property manager who had a key for the apartment. So we checked the apartment to make sure he wasn't in there. Seeing his wallet, phone, car keys in the unit at the front door, I checked local hospitals and the jails to make sure he wasn't there.
Did you actually go in the apartment personally that day?
I did not.
Did Meagan Jackson go in the apartment?
She did.
Was Greg Rice at that apartment?
He was not.
What did you do after the welfare check was over?
While walking back to my car, I'd asked the defendant if she wanted me to do a report for him being a missing person. She expressed she didn't need to at the time.
Okay, no further questions for this witness.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. Thank you, officer. When you were out there at Little Lake Apartments, did anybody approach you about having heard gunshots the night before?
No, sir.
Was it, no, sir?
No.
When you were out in the apartments, did you happen to see any bloodstains on any sidewalk or any area around the apartment?
No, sir.
How about you step on any shell casings from bullets?
No, sir.
Did you identify any shell casings, and there was no witness come forward and tell you they heard gunshots tonight?
No, sir.
Meagan Jackson was there,
She was.
and she was, I think you understood, she was part of making the call to have someone come check on Mr. Rice, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything else that you observed from any witness on the scene other than Meagan Jackson? Were any other witnesses there?
Oh, I missed that part.
Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
And so nobody after, we're within 24 hours of an alleged 5 or 6 gunshots, is that correct? That's your understanding?
Objection, Your Honor, based on
Okay.
All right, suspended.
Is your understanding that the murder, the claiming occurred at Little Lake Apartments on October 2nd? Is that your understanding, officer?
From that day,
Okay.
I wasn't aware that there was any.
Not that day, if we see here today, you understand they're trying to accuse my client of murdering Greg Rice at Little Lake Apartments on October 2nd?
I'm familiar with the charge. I'm not familiar with the case.
Okay.
I haven't looked at
Your
it.
role was specific to
Just a welfare
just
check.
a welfare check.
Mhm.
And so I guess I'll ask you this. Let's assume that's true. Nobody approached you to say they heard gunshots the night before.
Yes, sir.
Nobody was standing outside the apartment, waving their arms up and down, trying to report having seen, witnessed, or heard a crime from the night before.
No, sir.
How long were you out there of that at the apartment?
I'd say approximately 20 to 30 minutes.
With that, did you think it's adequate time? Did you see anyone else, any other neighbors out there while you were there? Do you recall?
Yeah. When police officers are in the neighborhood, a lot of people come out just to be nosy, but I did see a lot of neighbors. No one approached me to say anything.
It's reporting unusual.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
Are you right?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you may step in.
We'd ask this witness to be excused.
He's a cute kid. He just needs a sandwich. Give that boy a sandwich.
Take off Jeff on the side.
Somebody give that boy a sandwich.
Please you're writing and put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Jeffrey Helfenstein, Helfenstein.
Mr. Helfenstein, do you work currently?
No, ma'am, I'm retired.
Where did you retire from?
Horry County Police Department.
How long were you with the Horry County Police Department?
14, almost 15 years.
And prior to joining the Horry County Police Department, did you have any other experience in law enforcement?
Yes.
What was that?
I worked with the city of Myrtle Beach for approximately 8 years.
What about military experience?
I was an 18-year veteran.
18 years. What was the last position you held at the Horry County Police Department?
I was the desk officer at the Central Precinct at ML Brown Building in Conway.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a desk officer at the ML Brown Building?
Answered phone calls, took reports from citizens that walked in with problems that they needed a police report taken care of, and just general administrative type duties.
And when you say the ML Brown Building, what is that building?
I'm sorry?
What is the ML Brown Building?
ML Brown Building is the Central Precinct. It's the main precinct and the headquarters building for the county police.
Thank you. Were you working back on October 5th, 2020?
I was.
Did you come in contact with a woman named Meagan Jackson that day?
I did.
How did that come about?
She came in to report a missing person.
Who did she report missing?
A gentleman by the name of Gregory Rice. She identified him as the father of her children.
Did she tell you when she last saw Gregory Rice?
I believe she spoke to him, if I'm not mistaken, by phone approximately 2 days before she came in, maybe 3.
And I may have asked you that. This was October 5th, 2020. Is that the date?
October 5th was when she came in, and I believe she said it was October 2nd at night when she spoke to him last on the phone.
Okay. What was Meagan Jackson's demeanor like when she reported Gregory Rice missing that day?
Quite frankly, pretty unremarkable.
He can't possibly know what she's feeling.
He just said what was the demeanor. You can tell, testify as to what he personally observed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You answer that.
Demeanor-wise, it was pretty unremarkable. There was no major emotions, enough that I would have listed it in the report had there been something to list.
Okay. What did you do as a result of your meeting with Meagan Jackson that day?
I wrote the report, entered it NCIC as a missing person, not in danger.
What do you mean by NCIC? What is that?
NCIC is the National Crime Information Center, where stolen cars, missing persons, and so forth get entered once they're reported to the police. And that way, if the person's found, say, in Los Angeles, they'll notify us that they found them and they're okay.
And does that conclude your involvement in this case?
That includes my involvement, yes, ma'am.
No further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, you said you're retired after we service the court. Just you came in, had no real noticeable emotion, is that correct?
Nothing that was worth annotating.
Now, like shock, maybe kind of, nothing annotating, so no emotion relates. Are we trying to say that no emotion relates something?
What I'm saying is there was nothing displayed to me that I felt worthy of putting in the report.
Okay, so there's nothing remarkable.
Exactly.
You just, a person came in, missing person reports, like they're supposed to do if a person goes missing.
Exactly.
Did you see Meagan Jackson shoot Greg Rice?
No.
Did you see Chris Dontell shoot Greg Rice?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Yes, this witness be released from the stand.
You got it. Mr. Wright, you may say that, you're good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state calls Corporal Paul Johnson. And Your Honor, while we're waiting for Corporal Johnson to come in, I previously showed states exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the defense. I believe they are admitted without objection.
All right, any objection to states exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, admitted to evidence without objection.
I didn't know there were Real Housewives of Potomac.
Please raise your right hand and put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear to affirm the evidence about the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be God? Thank you. Would you just state your name and spell your last name for the court?
Paul Johnson, John.
Why did she look so mad?
And Corporal Johnson, I'm just going to ask you to turn your report over. If you need to look at it to refresh your recollection, we'll cross that bridge.
Oh, we might need
Can you
to
tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where you work?
Oregon County Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Oh, we gotta slow
little
them
18
down.
years.
Hang on.
What is your current position?
I can't do that
I'm a
fast.
detective with the Oregon County Police Department assigned to the property division of CID.
So what are some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
In this position, we investigate property crimes such as burglaries, larcenies, bank fraud, check fraud, forgeries, stuff of that nature.
How long have you had that position?
Just a few weeks.
Okay. What were you doing before that?
Before that, I have worked in CID before, investigating child crimes, sexual assaults, and also been a supervisor of environmental services in the past.
So let's talk about October of 2020. Which of your many positions were you in at that point?
I was assigned to Investigations Division, Special Victims Unit.
Is that what you were describing about crimes against children or sexual assaults, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
Would missing persons also fall under special victims?
Yes, ma'am.
So what were some of your duties and responsibilities
Hey,
in that
Carla.
position?
Missing persons, child assaults, some cold cases, mainly sexual assaults.
But what would you actually do?
In missing person cases, they would assign a case. You would make sure the patrol entered the person in NCIC. Then you would go from there.
Sort of generally speaking, as a detective, would your daily tasks include, say, interviewing people, search warrants, things of that sort?
Yes, ma'am.
In October of 2020, did you become familiar with the missing persons case where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you know, were you assigned as the original lead investigator?
No, ma'am, I was not. I was Assistant Detective Susie.
Detective Susie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is there, you said you follow some sort of procedure, you make sure patrol has entered the person in NCIC. What other types of things would you normally do for a missing person?
In the beginning stages, you would also send out a department email in reference to the missing person with a photo. You would also contact the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. They would do a poster on their Fusion Division, sent out statewide as a missing person.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4. Is that the flyer that was prepared and sent out?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish just for the jury.
All right.
We try to get the missing person's cell phone records or bank records or anything like that. How would you attempt to locate them?
Well, we would go out to their residence, make sure they are not home. If we still can't find them, we talk to family. And if we can't get a hold of any family, sometimes we'll do a search warrant at their residence and try to locate any cell phones, any kind of bank information to track them, stuff like that.
In this case, were you able to speak with the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
We were.
And what, if anything, did she tell you at that point?
Myself and Detective Susie interviewed Megan at the police department. She stated she had dinner on Friday evening with the coroner. She then stated on Saturday that she went to the house. The victim was not there. She stated that she got a call for work and had to leave. She came back to the house. He still wasn't there. And that's where she contacted Dory County Police for a welfare check.
Based on that initial conversation with the defendant, did you and Detective Susie or other investigators get a search warrant for the victim's apartment?
We did.
Did you also get a search warrant for the phone records? And then I'll go back to the apartment.
I believe we did.
So let's start with the search warrant for the victim's apartment. Why would that be an investigative step that you would take?
Because we couldn't locate them. Sometimes inside people's residence, they keep bank records, debit cards, phone records, see what's in their vehicle, who they might have left with, phone records, just to try to figure out their last step before they went missing.
Did you, in fact, search the victim's apartment on October 5th, the same day you spoke with the defendant?
We did.
Did anyone assist you with that search?
Detective Susie and Sergeant Jim Chatfield.
At that point, did you have crime scene with you?
We did not.
And why not?
At that point, there was no reason to have crime scene. There was nothing out of the ordinary while we were searching that we would need crime scene for.
How did you get into the apartment?
Maintenance. The maintenance gentleman helped us in.
Can you give us just a very general description of the apartment?
It's a basic apartment complex. I mean, nothing. I do front porch, you know.
So it was a first floor unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How many bedrooms?
I think there was two. Not 100% sure. I believe there was two.
Was there anything? Did anything stand out to you during that search?
Nothing out of ordinary. A common apartment where someone would live.
Did you see any evidence of illegal drug use?
I did not.
And what types of things would you expect to see if someone was an illegal drug user?
Empty plastic baggies, empty pill bottles, spoons, lighters, stuff like that. We didn't witness any of that.
Okay. Did you, in fact, seize anything from the victim's apartment?
We did. We located the victim's wallet in his bedroom, on his dresser, as well as a folder containing bank information, and we located his keys. They were in between the cushions of a chair on the front porch.
So his keys were in between cushions on an outside chair?
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm let's approach first with exhibits 1 and 2. All right, start with exhibit 1. What is exhibit 1?
Dark brown wallet.
And what's exhibit 2?
South Carolina driver's license belonging to Gregory Rice.
And was this driver's license in the wallet when you originally found it?
I believe so.
Is that how you, and just make sure you're talking into the microphone, is that how you were able to identify this as the victim's wallet?
Yes, ma'am.
And then showing you exhibit 3, what do you recognize that to be?
car keys and miscellaneous keys, keychains.
And is this the set of keys that you found stuffed between the cushions on that outside chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find that usual or unusual that the keys were in a cushion, stuffed between the cushions in the outside chair?
Unusual?
I can't ask you a leading question, so I'm saying, was it usual or unusual?
I don't keep my keys there, but I mean, if someone was sitting there, they could have fell out of a pocket, I guess.
Did you locate the victim's car?
We did.
Was there anything suspicious about the car?
No, ma'am.
Did you, sorry, I haven't even asked the question yet, so did you speak with the defendant again that day?
Nicholas, I was thinking the same thing.
Or did you speak with the victim that day? Excuse me, sorry about that. With the defendant that day, you obviously didn't speak with the victim.
Yes, ma'am, we did at the M.R. Brown Police Department.
Were you familiar with the defendant prior to this interview?
I knew where she worked. I'm not sure if I'd ever had any dealings with her or not.
She was familiar to you?
Her job was familiar. I don't know if I'd ever actually been on the scene with her, but I knew where she worked.
Okay. At that point in the investigation, was the defendant a suspect?
She was not.
You mentioned when you first spoke with her, she said she had dinner. Who did you say she had dinner with?
Initially, she told us in the interview that she had dinner with the coroner.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was odd that she didn't say the name.
Can you describe her demeanor during your interview?
Pretty calm, in my opinion.
Who
Not
says
too
that?
nervous. Not nervous as other people have been during interviews like that.
Your Honor,
Not
I
worried.
understand that he is speaking to demeanor, but what is calm to me is very different than calm to him.
Overruled. Not allowed.
He said not as calm
I'm
as
sorry,
other
so
people
her
have
demeanor
been.
seemed more
That's
calm
his
than other people in a
observation.
similar situation?
Just not worried would be my opinion.
Court's indulgence. Nothing further at this time. We just answer any questions from Mr. Preston.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Remind me what day you were out there?
October 2nd, I believe. October 5th. Remember the exact date.
October 2nd or 5th.
Mind if I look at my notes?
You brought some notes with you? Yeah, go ahead, take a look at it.
I believe it was October 5th.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. How long were you out there?
Out at the police department or the
Out in the apartments.
apartments? No idea, really. I mean,
Okay,
30 minutes, maybe an hour total. I'm not sure. It's been so long ago.
okay. You don't remember that part? Okay. You don't remember how long you
I
were
do, dude.
walking around the apartment, you went inside, located items, is that right?
Did we locate some items? Yes, sir, we did.
And you located an item, you did enough of a search to locate an item on the front porch, right?
We did.
Now, during your search around out there, 3 days after this alleged murder, did we see any bloodstains out there near the apartment?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, yes, sir.
You asking me if I saw any blood stains the day I was there?
Yes, sir. The day you were there on October 5th, 3 days after this death.
I did not see any blood stains when I was there, no, sir.
Okay. And you're an officer, detective. You saw those. That's something you'd make a note of, right?
If I saw blood stains?
Yes, sir.
I didn't see any blood stains.
Okay, listen. while you were there, did any neighbor run up to you and tell you about the gunshots they heard 3 nights ago?
I don't recall anybody telling me about gunshots.
Okay. All right. While y'all were searching around, did you come across any bullet casings, shell casings?
I did not find any shell casings, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Did you know Mr. Chris Dontell?
Did I know
Oh,
Chris
Did
Dontell?
you know Chris Dontell?
I knew Chris where he worked, yes, sir. Not a lot of dealings with him, but I knew where he worked.
she transported
Where did
bodies.
you work?
That's how she
The
met.
coroner's office, Horry County Coroner's office.
Okay. Chief, mind just begging your indulgence for 1 second. Anything you want me to ask? But all the questions, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, very briefly. When you went out to Flint Lake Apartments, did you
Because
Oh,
confine your search to
because the guy that helped her kill him confessed, so they know.
the victim's apartment and car, or did you walk the whole complex?
Car in his apartment.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
And Your Honor, I would ask that he be released from his subpoena.
Meagan Jackson.
You might want to hold on this one, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow him to leave, but he's still subject to subpoena to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
They can call you next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, I would read 2 stipulations into the record. And there is evidence that would be admitted along with these. I can just have one moment. Your Honor, there has been an agreement by between the parties that if David Tennant were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is a manager at Abuelo's restaurant located at 710 Coastal Grand Circle.
No, he's not. He's
in the
not
Myrtle Beach
who?
section of Horry County, and that he was in that position in October of 2020. He would further testify that during October of 2020, Abuelo's had video surveillance inside of the restaurant. He is familiar with that surveillance system, and that while the date stamp on the surveillance was correct, the time was off by approximately 35 minutes. He would further testify that in October of 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 2nd, 2020. He provided them with a copy of the footage, a copy of which is contained on State's Exhibit 14. The video footage was not altered in any way. He reviewed that exhibit and did initial it as a copy of the surveillance video that was provided, and that was signed by myself and Mr. Paceburton. So I would ask that Exhibit 14 be admitted.
All right, is that stipulation?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Not to the admission, it's still got a pretty chain of where that is.
But the stipulation,
The stipulation is accurate, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, I'm just asking for clarification. If this is a true and correct copy of the video that was provided, I believe we've established the chain.
all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is a stipulation that's read to the court by Ms. Walter. Now, the parties have stipulated to that fact. So that is not a factual determination that you will need to make. They both agree that is a fact, as in this text, that's what she read. All right, she's tendered State's Exhibit 14 into evidence. Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 14 admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Jess.
Next, there has been a stipulation, an agreement by and between the parties that if Hal Prickett were to testify during the trial, he would testify that he is the owner of Just Ask Hal, located at 201 Fresh Drive, Suite D in the Lowe's Food Shopping Center in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County, and that he was the owner in 2020. He would further testify that during October 2020, Just Ask Hal had video surveillance covering the exterior of both the front and back of the store, and he is familiar with that surveillance system. He would further testify that in October 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 2nd, 2020 into the morning hours of October 3rd of 2020. He provided them with a copy of that footage, a copy of which is contained in State's Exhibit 21. He would testify that while the date stamp on the surveillance was accurate, the time stamp on the footage was approximately 10 minutes off from real time. The video footage was not altered in any way. He has reviewed that exhibit and signed it to indicate it is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video he provided. Again.
Relations and defense group.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, any objections, State's Exhibit 21?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, so stipulated, State's Exhibit 21 is admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, may we approach just about schedule?
All right.
Well, I can't tell when they're done because there's no ceiling fan in this one. Oh, now it says lunch break. Okay, so we're going to go past lunch break.
For sort of some logistics. We're going to do the remote witness now just to sort of be done with that part of it.
All right.
Riley has made it so counsel doesn't have to join the WebEx meeting. If Your Honor wants the witness to be able to see you, you would join the meeting. I believe she sent you an invite. If so, she would ask that you turn off your speakers and your microphone.
Okay, my speaker's off. I mean, the volume's off. How do I don't see where I've got anything. Where do I go?
I don't think so. I think I saw some people joking about
Calendar invite on it? Do you have?
starting a fund for socks for him.
So like on our Outlook, we have a calendar that shows everything we've got scheduled for that day. Do you have that on your Outlook email?
No, I don't have anything on.
Like if I email you,
Yeah.
it comes up on Outlook, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's right there.
Okay, and then, do you mind if
State can call your next witness.
Keith Yan will be testifying via WebEx.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this next witness will be testifying virtually. Now, you are to judge this witness's credibility and the testimony the same way you would any other witness if the witness were present in person testifying.
Keith, can you turn on your camera? There you go. Okay. And the clerk's going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Keith, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
E-A-I-P-H.Y-A-H-N.
And where do you work?
I work for NDI Recognition Systems in Winter Springs, Florida.
What did your company do?
We develop, produce, and sell license plate recognition to law enforcement and homeland security.
How long have you worked at NDI Recognition Systems?
22 years.
And what is your current position?
Chief Operating Officer.
Turn it down just a smidge. And what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
Responsible for the general day-to-day operations of the business, from sales to support to production, installations, all of our operationals throughout the country.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what a license plate reader does?
Sure, a license plate reader is a system devised with a
Typo,
camera
sorry.
connected to a computer that typically sits on the side of the road. The camera takes pictures of every vehicle that passes by and digitizes that picture and sends it to the computer that's attached. The computer then looks for the license plate in the picture, and it actually reads the text on the license plate and sends that immediately via cellular modem to a server based at the state in the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. That all takes place sub-second,
Thanks, Carla.
so it's almost instantaneous. And then it stores that data in the server, where it can be used for either historical analysis or to match immediately against hot lists that are also stored in the server.
What do you mean by hot list?
A hot list is a list that's typically created by the FBI, the state, or a local law enforcement agency, and it's a list of license plate numbers and why they may be wanted for some purpose, whether that be a stolen vehicle, stolen license plate, expired insurance, wanted person, something like that.
How long have license plate readers been in use?
They were actually developed in the mid-90s. They've been in use ever since.
Do you have knowledge of license plate readers in Horry County?
I do, yes.
And specifically, do Myrtle Beach and the city of Conway use LPR systems provided by your company?
Yes, both do.
Can you explain how an LPR system obtains the date and time? Well, let me back up. If a still is created from the LPR system, does that contain a date and time and location even?
It does, I'm sorry. When that data is sent from the roadside computer to the server, it does include a color overview picture of the vehicle, a zoomed in black and white picture of just the license plate, along with the location, the camera name, the date, the time, and the GPS coordinates.
How does the LPR system get the date and time that it uses on those stills?
The date and time from those stills comes from the computer that's on the roadside, which is a Windows-based processor. So it uses Windows time synchronization, which means every 9 hours, every 9.1 hours actually, that system will go out through the internet to a time server, which is pool.ntp.org, which is run by Microsoft, and it will synchronize the time. So the time is synchronized through the web every 9.1 hours.
Did you get the first part of that website? Did you need that? Yeah. Can you just spell out that first part of the website that you just said that it goes to?
Sure. It's not an actual website you have to visit. It's just for time synchronization. But the name of it is pool, POOL, .ntp, as in network time protocol, .org.
Thank you very much. Have you been working with license plate readers since their inception, basically?
Yes, I.
Okay. Based on your experience with the system, are the date and time included on LPR stills or reads accurate?
They are. They're such an important and integral part of the system that it's really important that we maintain accuracy there, which is why it's updated and synchronized every time.
Yeah, and this is why I wanted to watch opening statements. I know nothing about this case. And then her daughter gets on the stand. They were never married. Why did she kill this man? Like, I don't get it. She has custody of the kids. Usually, when they do that, it's because they want full custody. There's no divorce because they were never married. She has the kids. He gets visitation on weekends. What? The guy she's seeing, he's the married one. Why? Like, I need the whole story. So I'm going to have to find opening statements, and we're going to have to watch those tomorrow because I need the story.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Who's
Big, just one argument, Steve. Good counsel.
in a moment on the cross-examination.
Okay.
Thank you.
How are you today?
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you about, do you know how many, as you see here today, how many LPR cameras there are in Horry County?
In Horry County, I believe there's right about 40 that are operated by our company, and then they have some operated by some competitors as well.
Okay. And how about any in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? How many did you have in Myrtle Beach area?
Myrtle Beach, I believe, has 28.
And how many do you have in the Sockasty area?
I'm unfamiliar with that area, I'm sorry.
Okay. How about with Conway area?
In Conway, I believe there's right about 10.
How about an Aner? Do you happen to know about Aner?
Objection relevance.
Cross-examination, go ahead.
Do you happen to know how many there are in Aner, sir?
I don't know anything about either.
Were you asked to look at any specific areas, or did you do a general search for this license plate?
I don't do any searches for license plates.
Okay. So what was your involvement in this case?
We developed and sold the system to the law enforcement agencies, and the systems are operated with those within those jurisdictions.
Okay. So if there was a need to pull those LPRs in areas other than the ones that are in this case, they have come to you to help pull those?
No, sir. They would have. Those are all contained in the server and SLED.
Okay.
So they would have gone to SLED.
Okay. And so if we wanted to know and see where these vehicles were at other times, you're not the guy for that.
No, I'm not.
Okay. But based on what you've told us, there are many cameras throughout both the city and the county. Is that correct?
There are.
Do you have any information at all about facts in this case?
No, I don't. I have no idea about this case at all.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
All right.
No further questions.
All right, read right.
No, Your Honor, but I would ask
Thanks.
that Mr. Yan be allowed to return to work.
All right, any objection?
That's right.
All right, very good. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you.
All right, Stay and call your next witness.
Going to be State House, Jonathan Kelly.
Oh, that makes sense. Because if he's coming home at drunk and saying stuff, weird stuff like that to her kids, but he was gone by then. But if she said that, what else did she say?
right hand and put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Sergeant Jonathan Kelly, last name is spelled Kelly.
Sergeant Kelly, where do you work?
Horry County Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
a little over 15 years.
What's your current position at the Horry County PD?
Currently, I work for the Office of Professional Standards. Most people might refer to it as internal affairs.
How long have you worked with internal affairs?
7 months.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant in internal affairs?
Mostly, we conduct investigations related to policy violations. Additionally, we might respond to subpoenas and FOIA requests, things like that.
Okay. What was your assignment back in October 2020?
I was assigned as a detective to the Homicide Division
What were your duties as a detective assigned to the homicide division?
to investigate death investigations or violent assaults, robbery, and anything else, any other types of crimes that I was asked to do. Also assist other officers in whatever crimes they were investigating.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation into the murder of Gregory Rice on October 2nd, 2020?
I was.
How did you become involved?
On, I believe it was October 13th, I was asked to go to Abuelos near Coastal Graham Mall in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County. And I was asked to obtain surveillance to see if there was, if the defendant and co-defendant were on surveillance.
Okay. And were you able to get surveillance footage from Abuelos?
I was. We got footage from roughly 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And could you see the defendant on that footage?
I did.
Did you verify when you were out there that the date and time on the footage was correct?
Not the first day. So when we obtained surveillance on the 13th, we obtained, like I said, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. And I then took that footage back to the office and reviewed it. I remembered after reviewing it that we hadn't verified the timestamp with current time. So the next day on the 14th, I went back to the location, verified that the timestamp was 35 minutes fast. So you'd have to subtract 35 minutes from the timestamp on the video to get real time. I also noticed during that time that we missed an angle the first time. When we were downloading footage, we were trying to just get footage where patrons would be. So we didn't download the portions related to like back of house, like the chef's cook's area.
Okay.
So I observed a different angle as I was verifying the timestamp. So I also got additional footage that day as well.
Okay.
On the
You
14th.
said you verified the date and time. How did you do that?
I looked at what it was displayed on the live feed, and then I looked at my cell phone and just compared the two.
So you found out, I believe you said it was 35 minutes ahead?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. May I approach, Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
Show you State's Exhibit 14, it's already been admitted in evidence. Did you get a copy of the video from Abuelos that day?
Yes.
Did you provide a copy of that to the solicitor's office?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that flash drive?
I have.
And is that a copy, a true accurate copy of what we provided?
It is.
Okay,
And I can tell that because it has my signature on it.
you signed it, okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14A and 14C. Let's start with 14A. Have you reviewed that disc? You can take it off.
I don't see my signature on this one.
Have you
But
reviewed,
it does say clips from Abuelo's video, which is the footage that I collected.
So have you reviewed clips from Abuela's footage?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 14C, same question. Is that also a disc with clips? It's clips from 14.
Yes. Again, I don't see specifically my signature on this one, but it is also, the disc states that it's clips from Abuelos, which would be the footage that I obtained.
Okay, and have you reviewed clips from Abuelos?
Yes.
And are those clips fair and accurate representations of what's contained on Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the
Hey,
state
Rodney.
would admit 14A and 14C as evidence of published to the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. That we instructed the witness that he's not able to establish the proper chain of custody for it. There's no signature on those documents, on those discs to identify that he's the person who handled them. Don't have any way to know whether or not they've been tampered or if those are in fact the ones that were procured from that day.
Your Honor, do you want me to respond?
Well, no, I mean, he says he's just basing it upon what's written on there.
Well, he said that he's reviewed the clips. The clips
But earlier on, he said
well,
he didn't know what it was, but he was reading what it is.
Your Honor, he's reviewed the clips. The solicitor's office just burns them to a disc from our system.
Exactly. So we use Exhibit 14.
Well, Exhibit 14 is voluminous.
Well, and I understand that, but he did not properly authenticate 14A and 14C.
Your Honor, if it's okay with the court, we'll move on to a different witness. We'll have him review those, just so we don't have the jury sitting there watching a voluminous amount of material.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
So for right now, I'm sustaining the defendant's objections to 14A and 14C as they have not been properly authenticated.
Okay, we'll have him review them, Your Honor, and get back to you.
All right.
So I can step down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we were trying to pause this witness and recall him in a few minutes. Well, I guess we'll have to play the video then, I'm sorry. What we'll do is try to, Your Honor, we're just going to sorry.
Well, I guess we had to look at a ceiling. Oh. I can't tell when the
The
sidebars
state
are
seeks
over.
introduce 14. Your Honor, if it's okay with the court, we'll move on to a different witness. We'll have him review those, just so we don't have to watch a voluminous amount of material.
That'll be fine.
Thank you.
So for right, I'm sustaining the defendant's objections to 14A and 14C as they have not been properly authenticated.
Okay, we'll have him review them, Your Honor, and get back to you.
All right.
So I can step down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Wait a minute, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cross-examination.
Oh, I went
Thank you, Your Honor.
far.
Your Honor, we were
What are they doing? I'm so confused.
the state seeks to introduce 14C in evidence and publish it.
Any objection?
Mr. Your Honor.
All right, State Exhibit 14C admitted into evidence without objection.
All right. Hey, Detective, I'm sorry, Sergeant Kelly.
Yes, ma'am.
We just watched State's Exhibit 14C. Could you identify anyone that you could see on that video?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson were exiting the location. And again,
And were you familiar with Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson prior to obtaining this video?
yes.
How did you know who did it?
Chris Dontell was a deputy coroner, so he had been on several death investigations that I had been on. So just working relationship, had known him. And same with Meagan Jackson. She was a transport driver for the coroner's office. So, or for a contracted company, I guess. but I
So
knew
you
her.
recognize it by sight?
Yes.
You know what it looks like?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I think I played the middle one. Let's play 14A. So that one, I believe you just said was there leaving.
Correct.
Can you tell me, you can still see it, the date time stamp on there?
That says October 2nd, 2020 at 19:57, which is military time is actually 7:57. But again, that's 35 minutes fast. So it should be maybe 7:22 if I'm
Okay.
subtracting that right.
Exactly. And then once one's good. Okay, let's see. Let's play 14A. Okay, we just watched 14A. Can you tell me what you viewed on that video?
That was Chris and Megan arriving at Buelos about 50 minutes earlier than the previous video.
Okay, so they're out of order, but one is arriving and one's leaving.
Correct.
And what's the date on both of those?
October 2nd, 2020.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14B. Can you tell me what this is?
This is one of the other angles. This is a screenshot of Chris and Megan sitting at the bar at Abuelos on the same date, and the timestamp on that is 7:09.
Okay, and is that a still from the video, State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time State's introduced 14B in evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 14B admitted in evidence without objection.
No, I saw it too, Carla.
Oh, Your Honor, we publish this to the jury.
All right.
Okay, Sergeant Kelly, there's a red circle on here. Who do you see sitting at the bar?
That's Chris and Megan.
And again, what time was that?
The timestamp on there is 19:09, which would be 7:09. And again, you have to subtract 35 minutes to get the right time, I believe.
No, approach can show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15, 16, and 17. And are these also stills from the video we literally just watched?
Yes, the time on this, or the number 17 is Chris and Megan leaving. Number 16 is Chris and Megan arriving, as is number 15. Those are just a few seconds apart.
And are those fair and accurate representations of video stills from State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to admit 15, 16, and 17 in evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 15, 16, and 17 admitted in evidence without objection.
So I believe you just kind of told us what they show, but just for the purpose of, look at. Okay, just now that the jury can actually see the picture, I know we've seen the video, but just tell me what this Exhibit 15 shows.
This is Chris and Megan arriving. And as I'm looking at this, I also realized the timestamp on the actual footage there is that was 7:41 on the timestamp. The time that was showing on the video clip was covering that timestamp. So that's actually the accurate time.
Okay.
So the time that was showing on the videos that we watched was accurate timing. This is when I watched the video on the actual footage, that's the timestamp that's on there.
So there's the original time and a corrected time, is that what
Yeah,
you're
so that timestamp at the bottom center of the photo is the timestamp that the footage shows
saying?
from the surveillance system. That time that's noted on the right is the corrected time when you subtract.
That you verified that night that the correct time was. Okay, so in this photo, who do you see in this photo?
That's Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson again.
And can you tell from this photo what Christopher Dontell is wearing?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's like a blue long sleeve shirt and some dark colored pants with brown shoes.
What's the date and time stamp on this one?
This is October 2nd, 2020.
Okay, let's have exhibit 17, please. Okay, and once again, what do you see in this video?
Again, this is when Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson are leaving the Abuelos.
What's the date and time stamp on this one?
That's 2nd, 2020. The accurate time is 7:57 p.m.
Okay. Did you, after going to Abuelos and locating this surveillance footage, did you try to check any other businesses in the area to see if any additional surveillance footage could be located?
I did. I checked Coastal Grand Mall and some of the other businesses on the exterior of Coastal Grand Mall and the exterior perimeter road around Coastal Grand Mall, and I didn't find anything of interest.
You said you found nothing else.
Yeah, nothing of interest.
Did you and another detective check for video at or near the Lowe's Food Plaza on International Drive?
Yes.
Why were you asked to do that?
There was information that Greg Rice's phone tracked to that area. One of its last pings was in that area, so we were just checking businesses around that area for surveillance footage.
Okay. And what day were you looking for?
I believe October 2nd and into October 3rd, I believe.
Why was that date reported?
That was the last day that his phone pinged, and that was I believe, the last time that it was reported that he was seen.
Okay. Were you able to locate any surveillance footage from that shopping center?
Yes.
Where were you able to get it from?
Howell's Computer Repair.
Okay. Where's that located?
I don't know the exact address, but if you're looking at Lowe's front door from the parking lot, it's to the left, but in the same structure, like the same plaza building.
Okay. Have you reviewed that video?
I have.
And does that video have a date and time stamp?
It does.
Okay. We've learned from our stipulation that that time stamp is 10 minutes fast. I'm going to approach with what's already been admitted in evidence as stated exhibit 21.
Yes.
Just to see. Is this a copy? Did you give a copy of the surveillance to the solicitor?
The copy was, I'm not sure how necessarily it was delivered, but again, my signature is not on this particular.
This one's already been admitted into evidence.
Okay.
The copy that we make copies of what you provide.
Okay. Yes. So yes, it was submitted to evidence.com and evidence the way that we would normally submit it. Correct.
Okay. So when you say you submitted to evidence.com, is that uploading it to a computer software system?
Yes.
So you're not, I'm just clarifying, you're not actually delivering flash drives to the solicitor's office.
Correct.
All right. Did you also, I'm going to approach with what's been marked in states exhibit 22. Okay. May I approach on?
Yes.
All right. So this one, I believe has your initials. So let's look and see.
Yes.
Okay. So have you reviewed that disc and verified what it is?
Yes.
And what is that disc?
This is clips from the footage obtained from Howell's surveillance camera.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate representation of the clips that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce exhibit 22 in evidence and published in jury.
Any objection? Disregard. State exhibit 22, admitted in evidence, without objection.
So I'm assuming Hal's has a murder aisle just like Walmart? Spike, do you need me? What are you doing? You better not be doing what I think you're doing.
Okay. So, play 22. Okay. The calls for one second, just for clarification. Sergeant Kelly,
Yes, ma'am.
when you obtained this video footage, did you obtain footage other than just the defendant? The defendant. That's inartfully worded. What I'm asking is, when you obtained it, did you obtain a specific time period and not just footage of the defendant?
Yes, correct.
So are what we're looking at here clips of the portions of the footage that relate to the defendant Meagan Jackson?
Correct.
Okay, so let's play this. Okay, so first of all, just pause it. What's the date and time on this video?
October 2nd, 2020.
And can you read the timestamp?
The time says 23:17, and if I remember right, I believe that's 10 minutes fast. So it should actually really be in layman's terms, it would be 11:07 p.m.
Okay, and as we watch the video, can you tell us what you see in the video?
As we watch it,
Yep,
Okay.
as it happens, try to narrate.
All right.
We can pause it if we need to.
so there's a silver Ford Explorer, which I know is what Chris Dontell drives as a county vehicle, and the van that pulled in is also what I know Meagan Jackson transport.
Okay.
Dontell getting out of the vehicle, and we'll see in a second. His clothing is the same that he was wearing at Abuelos.
Does he have anything in his hand?
He has a
Yeah, I'm objection, if I can say, please. I believe it's appropriate for the witness to narrate the evidence. This is the evidence that presented to the jury. The jury's able to see it. It doesn't need to be a narrator for it. And I don't think that's appropriate testimony.
Would you like me to respond?
Please.
Your Honor, the witness is narrating the video because he's a police detective and as part of his investigation, he reviewed this video and located the defendants and their cars and the defendants themselves on the video. This is a way the state frequently presents evidence. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Don't see anything wrong with the defendant stating what he sees on the video. He can either do it while it's playing or I can have him do it when it's not playing.
Well, I don't think because it's been done in the past makes it something you just can do today, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to allow testimony, but ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you to decide factually what the video shows. If you find that the witness's account does not coincide with what you view, then you're to disregard his testimony. I'll allow him to testify as to what he says the video shows, but ultimately it's going to be your decision to decide what the video shows. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you can continue.
so he's carrying a bag.
Okay.
At this point, he appears to open the rear hatch to the van and puts the bag in the rear area of the van.
What are we watching?
It's now roughly real time 11:10. Chris Dontell opens and closes the rear hatch of the Explorer. And just a few seconds later, still roughly 11:10 p.m., the van drives out of the parking lot.
And you may have already said this, but did you recognize that van?
Yeah, that's what I know Meagan Jackson to drive.
In what capacity did she drive that van?
A transport van for transporting dissidents or decedents.
Dissidents? I've never heard them called dissidents before.
Okay, hold on. Okay, what's the date and time on this video?
This one is October 3rd, 2020, and the timestamp shows 12:25 a.m., just after midnight, but the actual time is 12:15 a.m.
Hi, Carla.
And what do you see parked there in the parking lot?
The Explorer is still there, and now a van is pulling up. It's the same make, model, appearing to be the same transport van that Meagan Jackson is known to drive. There I see, again, same outfit, Chris Dontell exiting the driver's seat, going into the rear hatch of the van, pulls out what appears to be the same bag from earlier, it was hard to see there, but in between the two vehicles, you could see a person walk from the passenger side of the van in between the vehicles, and the clothing was dark. So I assume Meagan Jackson. It's consistent with the clothing she was seen in the Abuelos. Chris Dontell loads the bag back into the Ford Explorer and gets into the driver's seat. Now, real time, it is roughly 12:17 a.m. and the Explorer is driving off. And now the van is left behind.
Now let's move on to the next group. Okay, what's the date and time here?
This is October 3rd, 2020. Timestamp says 1:27 a.m. Real time would be 1:17 a.m.
And what do you see parked in the parking lot there?
Meagan Jackson's van is still parked there. There's a silver Ford Explorer arriving, which is consistent with Chris Dontell's county vehicle. Again, we see coming from the passenger side, a person appearing to wear all dark clothing. That's consistent with what I saw in the Abuelos video that Meagan Jackson was wearing. She appears to get into the passenger side of the van. Chris Dontell grabs the bag out of the Explorer again, walks to the van, pops the rear hatch, places the bag in the van, closes the rear hatch. Then he gets into the driver's seat of the van at timestamp 1:29, but again, 10 minutes fast. Real time would be 1:19. And then the van drives off, leaving the Explorer behind again this time.
Why?
All right, final video. Final video. All right, so what's the date and time here?
This is October 3rd, 2020. Timestamp says 8:25 a.m. It's actually 8:15 a.m.
Okay.
You can see the Explorer, Silver Explorer, is still parked in the same spot from the last video. Doesn't appear to have moved. And arriving is a minivan, again, consistent with Meagan Jackson's van.
What are they doing?
It's a little difficult to see, but in between the palm fronds there, you can see, again, clothing matching what Chris Dontell was wearing in the Abuelos footage. He goes to the rear hatch of
That's
the
real hard
van,
to see.
grabs a bag that
Oh, I
appears to be
can
the
see him
same
now.
bag that he's moved back and forth.
What is in the bag?
Timestamp now says 8:28 a.m., which is actually 8:18. You can see the Ford Explorer that Chris Dontell drives is leaving, and then also the van is leaving behind it. And they both leave the parking lot.
Just to be clear, are those merely clips of the entire surveillance video that you retrieved?
That's correct.
So if the jury wanted to watch, they watched the entire.
They could.
And all those videos that we just saw, Were the two vehicles that you pointed out, the Silver Explorer and the van, consistent throughout?
Yes,
And I believe you said you recognize those?
yes. They both appear to be consistent with what Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson would use at work.
Let's move on to, did you respond to the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
Yes.
Where's that located?
I don't have the address, but it's just south of Faro Parkway and Highway 17 bypass in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County.
And were you able to determine whether Myrtle Beach funeral home had an alarm system?
Yes,
Were you able to determine if it was functioning at the time of this murder?
it was functional, but the owner had kept it disabled because he was getting too many false alarms. So he didn't want to pay the false alarm fines. So there was an access to the it did have surveillance system at one time, but the information that we obtained was that it had been rendered non-functional during another review for a different instance.
Okay. So were you able to obtain surveillance footage from Myrtle Beach funeral home?
No, it was not functional at that time.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn about who has access to Myrtle Beach funeral home?
We asked the funeral director and learned that
The defense has asked a number of witnesses if they had, a number of law enforcement witnesses, if there were any reports of shots fired the night Greg Rice was killed. In your experience, are there always calls when shots are fired in Horry County?
not always.
No further questions for this witness, Brian.
All right, cross-examination. All right.
Was that the extent of your involvement, sir?
In relation to the death investigation, yes. I believe I obtained a search warrant for maybe some GPS locations related to a possible bond violation, but I'd have to check my notes to remember the exact details.
Did you, as we see here today, do you have a general understanding of what's been alleged to have happened?
Yes,
Do you understand that there's an allegation that Ms. Jackson and Chris Dontell were having an affair?
correct.
They're having an affair, right? And
Bless you.
Bless you, and as part of that, some of what we've seen here in terms of Lowe's, you notice every time they left Lowe's and they were going towards Meagan Jackson's house, what vehicle were they in?
I don't know which direction they went when they left the parking lot.
Oh, you didn't have that, that was not part of your investigation? You don't know where they left and went to?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would it make sense to you that if they were going to take their vehicle, drive to Meagan Jackson's house, where Erica Dontell, the person who is in the dark, lives nearby, that they would take Meagan Jackson's vehicle so as not to reveal
Objection,
the
Your
affair?
Honor. Calls for speculation.
That could make sense, yes.
And so all of the shuffling around of vehicles makes sense for people who are engaged in an affair that they're trying to hide. You agree with that?
Yeah.
You'd also agree with me, wouldn't you, that Meagan Jackson appears to be wearing the same clothes at Lowe's as she was at Lowe's?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that we don't have any audio from any of this footage?
That is correct.
Okay. So we don't know what they were discussing at Lowe's.
Correct.
So any effort to determine what they were discussing based on the evidence you have presented would just be speculation, right?
Correct.
Do you likewise agree with me that people who are, again, having an affair still have to eat? Is that right?
Absolutely.
And so just being at a restaurant together in and of itself is not any kind of proof of any kind of negative or improper activity.
This is correct.
You probably also agree with me that in these times when there's no report of gunshots, that'd be a little less likely in an area where there are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 residents.
The more densely populated an area is, I would suggest the more likely somebody might call. Horry County's a rural county though, and you are allowed to hunt in the rural counties, the rural areas of Horry County. You're allowed to shoot as long as you have proper backstop and things like that. So it's not uncommon to hear gunshots in Horry County.
How about at Arrowhead, sir? Flint Lake Apartments. How many people live out there?
It's densely populated there, but there are wooded areas, and there's the intracoastal waterway right there as well.
So we can agree that Flint Lake Apartments is densely populated with people who presumably can hear.
Yeah, correct.
And not only is Flint Lake Apartments in and of itself densely populated, the area driving in and out of there is densely populated with homes.
Correct. There's also woods in that area as well, but yes, it's Myrtle Beach, so it's more metropolitan than, say, Green Sea or Aner.
Okay. Course of gold.
All right.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Brief, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Britton asked you a question about the videos and you see a lot of shuffling back and forth, and is that consistent with people having an affair? In your 15 years in law enforcement, is that shuffling around also consistent with people involved in homicide?
It could be. It could be for any number of reasons. I don't know how to elaborate more. It could be for any number of reasons, but that could be also another possibility.
Okay.
All right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. Give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, get something to drink, leave your notepad in the jury box. We'll not discuss the case. We'll get them on yourself. We'll take about a 15-minute break. We'll come back and start.
Drive-ins were so much fun. Pizza Hut used to have sandwiches, and we would go to Pizza Hut and get these sandwiches. They were like Italian subs that were toasted, and they were so good. We would get those and chips and soda, and we would go to the drive-in, and we would just have all our snacks and our food in there.
Anything from the bench?
Yes, sir. Just a request. I need access to that computer.
And we would just sit there.
We're just trying to figure out how I can do that without putting the bailiffs in call.
And it was so nice because we could talk and we could eat, and we didn't have to worry about being quiet or crawling over people to get out and go to the bathroom. And I love it. And the way people are nowadays, everybody's in their own world, isolated, don't want to interact with other people unless it's through a screen. I don't know why drive-in movies don't make a comeback. You could even be in your pajamas because you're just in your car. Oh, I love Dark Shadows. I'm trying to remember. There was something that came on before it. And then Dark Shadow. It might have been Soap. Because, when you're a teenager, you stay up late to watch, like, the questionable. They're not, like, questionable. They're adult programs, but they're not, like, adult programs. Like, they're the things you don't want little kids seeing. So they come on late at night. So it was Soap, Dark Shadows. Seems like there was something else. And I would stay up late when I was supposed to be asleep to watch. But man, drive-in movies were the best. And they would sometimes pretend like they were sneaking me in, which was so much fun. They always paid for me, but they would be like, get down in the back, get down. And they'd throw a blanket over me. We're going to sneak you in. Oh, this is the person who found the body. Donna Sue Souls.
No pads, no one else has no pads. State and call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Donna Sue Souls.
Raise your right hand and then place your left hand on the Bible. You can look right there. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Just right there, watch your step. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Donna Sue Souls, S-O-L-E-S.
Now, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Dennis Souls.
Oh my God, that would be fantastic.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have family in the area?
My whole family,
Are you familiar with an area called Pitt Landing?
all my life.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 51. And
Yeah.
just a minute. Do you recognize that area?
Or
Yes.
sit
Is
on
that
top
Pitt's
of the
Landing area?
cars.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask that this be published to the jury.
What exhibit?
51, Your Honor. So, and it's on the same on all three screens. So is this the area that we refer to as Pitt's Landing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can just stand up and point out on that map where Pitt's Landing is. So that little kind of bare area. Okay, thank you very much.
Where? Did she point at something? What?
Do you recall going to that area the night of November 7th of 2020 into November 8th?
I do.
And what was it about that date that makes, what's the first thing about that date that makes it
Oh,
stick out
that's
in your mind?
cool.
My grandma passed away that day, and we went to the funeral. And well, we always go catfishing down there, like since we were kids. But we left the funeral that day and up on 378 and come back. And my little brother was with me, and he asked if we want to ride down there and check it out. So we did. And then us not living far from there, we went to the house and got our boats, and we went back down there, just kind of clear our heads for today.
And when you went there, were you going to set out catfish lines?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is something that you taught me when the first time we met. So can you tell the jury, what do you do when you set catfish lines?
You set bush hooks, like you kind of tie the lines to the tree and put whatever you can fish with on there. And then you go throughout the night and check them.
So are you actually in a boat on the river when you're doing this?
Yes.
Okay. So did something happen that night as you were setting catfish lines,
Oh,
checking catfish lines,
cool.
that brings you to court today?
Yeah, I came to the third one, and the smell. Like when we went to go to set the line, I smelled the smell.
When you say you smelled the smell,
It was an awful smell. Like you couldn't bear it. It was actually, I threw up, vomited.
okay.
Ugh.
And what did you do once you smelled that?
Well, we knew it had to come from somewhere, and
Well,
you look
duh.
around and really didn't see anything. It was getting dark then because it was earlier, and so it kind of shined a light, and I saw it looked like a tarp, but it was like on the wood line, and which is where I shined it, and so we went back to the hill and we didn't mess with that one. I went back to the hill and I told Ronald, and Ronald's my little brother, and I said, there's something about that that's not right. Like, I know it's a smell I've never smelled in my life. And I've done a lot of fishing, a lot of hunting in my life, and it's any kind of animal I've ever smelled, it's nothing like it, and no comparison. And so when we went back to check the lines, and got to the third one, I told him we needed to check and see, just see what exactly that was. And we got closer, and as we got closer, the flies, and it was the smell. We were both throwing up. And so we went on to it, got kind of close up to it. And Kaylee, which was my little brother's girlfriend, she was in the boat with us. And it was her first time catfishing. And so before we went there, my friend Jamie was on his other boat, which was my best friend's husband now. So we got Jamie to come, and Kaylee got on the boat with her before we went back over there to check out and see what it was.
So let me just stop you there for just 1 second. And Your Honor, I neglected one exhibit that I believe will be admitted without objection. State's Exhibit 48.
Objection.
I don't think so. It's not. Sorry, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 48, admitted in evidence.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 48. Is that what you first saw?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that State's Exhibit 48 be admitted and it's admitted, that be published to the jury.
All right.
So is that what?
So you can see kind of like from looking at it, like it looks like a tarp, something of that matter. If you're on the boat out there and you were shining the light.
And then Your Honor, I would ask that.
And the smell to go along with it, like you kind of knew that's where it had to be coming from. So I told Jamie to come and like let her on the boat. And then
Get me out.
I was
that
scared
person
too,
in
to
there.
be honest with you.
Mine-
And like the water never scares me. But when I saw that and the smell, like I knew it was something that couldn't have been right.
So did you guys get closer?
Yes.
Your
And
Honor, I would
then
ask that State's Exhibit 49, which has already been admitted, be published.
All right.
And is that a closer view
yes.
of the tarp? And I think before you said that you noticed quite a bit of insect activity. Did you guys eventually go even closer to that?
Oh, absolutely.
And what did you do once you got closer?
I have a yellow extendable paddle that I keep in the boat, and I opened it, and Ronald pulled me up like to it, and he was back there driving my little boat at the time. But I got up there, I took that paddle, and I kind of, because of course I wanted to touch it with my hand, I didn't know, but the smell was so bad in between you getting sick and doing it, but it was so bad, like I couldn't take it on. The closer we got, the more sick I got, and then he got sick too. So he was like, I don't know if I can do this, and I was like, well, we got to figure out what it is. So we did leave, and we went back to the hill, and we had a fire, because, you go throughout the night checking these hooks. And I don't drink, but Ronald does drink. And he had a couple of shots of Fireball. And I was sitting on the tailgate of the truck, and he said, sis, what is it? And I said, Ronald, you're not going to, like, you've been drinking. You don't think I'm crazy if I tell you this. And I was like, something's nagging.
Yeah, she's just right on about hearsay.
Okay, that's his thing. Can't get into what anybody else says. Just sit here and be crossing.
Sorry.
That's
Well,
okay.
I was explaining that. I was telling him, and that's why we went back. And I was like, something's nagging me and telling me something ain't right about it. Like, we need to go check it out.
So based on that, did you then get even closer?
Yes. Then when we went back, I took the paddle and put to, like, if you're looking at it, the left side.
Okay.
And
Your Honor, if I could publish previously admitted State's Exhibit 50.
All right.
Well, then I don't feel sorry for you, Jill. It's your fault.
And so did you, I'm sorry, did you get that close?
yes.
Okay. And you were talking about a yellow extendable paddle. What did you do?
I took the left hand side of it and kind of like went to pick it up, and like the water, it was kind of like whatever it was had been there, and the paddle slipped, and then I put it back and I tried to pick it up, but it was kind of heavy. So Ronald come up, and my little brother again, and he held me. And when we did it, it was around like this part of the legs.
Okay, I'm sorry. And I just have to describe it for the record. Okay, she's pointing here, so
And-
kind of around the knees.
So yeah, like the bottom part is what it looked like. And but there was a ratchet strap around it, around like the side. But when we pulled it up more, and then so I said, I didn't know what it really was, but it looked like it could have been, something. I thought a body. But then I went to the other side, and like you couldn't see the round part in the water. But again, I couldn't pick it up by myself because it had been there, and I knew there was weight to it, and it was kind of scary. And so Ronald helped me once again, and we put the paddle and did it, and it was around the head. Like you could actually see the round part through the tarp.
Now you talked about seeing a ratchet strap. Did you ever see anything attached to the ratchet?
Cinder
strap?
blocks.
A cinder block?
Mhm.
In addition to kind of trying to lift up both ends, did you do anything else to determine what was inside the tarp? Did you have a knife with you?
Yes. When we saw the round part, Ronald said, we need to call. And I said, yeah, we do. But you don't if you call them and say you found a body or you didn't really know what it was, I was like, there's gonna be so many people out here. And again, it kept bothering me. I was like, we got to, he's like, let's just make sure. So being that the head was on that side, or what we thought was the head by the circle part, I said, Ronald, you're gonna cut like towards the top. You could tell it was a cypress stump. Like we go fishing out there all the time. So whatever it was caught up on, it looked like part of that cypress stump. And he made the first slot, and you could, like the paddle and the light from the one I had a light on my head. It kind of looked like the jeans and the maybe muscle, like. So it made me think it had been there a while, but then you couldn't exactly know for sure that's what it was.
Did you cut another spot on
Yes, on up. I said, don't cut, like, we're not going to cut like closer to the head, like, because you don't want to see that. Like, that's enough to live with. And you could see like the shirt and like the rib cage.
Nothing further at this time. I believe Mr. Case Britton will be questioning you. So just please answer any questions he has.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, to be the one that someone was not actually sorry about your funeral earlier that afternoon. You said that you were out there early evening?
Yeah, well, catfishing, you set lines like an hour before dark.
Mm-hmm.
Or you set the hooks, and then you go throughout and just check them, because you got to have them back up an hour before daylight.
Okay, so look, I'll be honest. I've got no idea about catfishing. Last thing I know about catfishing, you stick.
Well, I know you're trying to get the time. You're trying to get the timeline,
I'm trying
like
to figure
because
it
it was later on that night.
Later on that evening.
But you go and you set them. And that's what.
And one can talk at a time. We've got a court reporter. Has to
Oh,
take
okay.
everything down. All right. So ask your question, and then allow her to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Correct. I'm just trying to establish a roundabout timeline.
Right.
You said you were at a funeral.
Yeah, my grandma.
I apologize for that. We just lost our grandfather a couple months ago. Daytime, 2:00 type funeral?
Yeah, it was earlier that day.
Earlier that day, okay. So y'all were going around and, did you say your son, your stepson?
No, my little brother.
Little brother, okay, I'm sorry. Just want to be clear, said, get out on the water.
Well, we always go catfishing down there.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's like an every other weekend thing. And on the way back, we was like, let's go down there and check it out and see how the water is. And then we had buried grandma, so it was like, that's perfect time. So we ran to the house. Like I said, we don't live far from there. So we hooked to the boats and went back.
After funerals, a perfect time to go catfishing.
Do you have firsthand knowledge how that tarp got there?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Rice?
No, Your Honor. I would ask that Ms. Souls be released from her subpoena.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're very good. Thank you. Stacy, call you next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain Heather Wilson.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I didn't understand the jury form. Don't ask me. I don't know.
So we're going to evidence about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Heather Wilson, Wilson.
Sorry, Your Honor. I'm just trying to gather some of the exhibits. I'm not walking back and forth quite as much. Meagan?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Captain Wilson. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
For since 2005. Sorry, it's been so long I almost forgot.
Do you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County Police Department?
Yes, I worked for Myrtle Beach for about 9 months. And prior to that, I worked in Danville, Virginia as a police officer in Danville City Police Department.
What is your current assignment?
Currently, I am a captain and I am assigned to the 2nd Precinct, which is also referred to as the South Precinct, and that is in the Socastee Burgess area of the county.
What was your assignment before that?
So before I was promoted to captain, I was the supervisor in the crime scene division.
Did you hold that position both as as a lieutenant, since you were just promoted to captain?
Yeah, so it would probably easier if I spent almost 10 years in crime scene as a detective, and then went to homicide division and worked as a detective, was promoted to sergeant, worked on patrol, and then came back to the crime scene division as a sergeant. And then ultimately I was promoted to a lieutenant in the a lieutenant in the crime scene section, where I stayed until I was promoted to captain.
Thank you. That was much better worded than my question. So both as the sergeant and the lieutenant in crime scene, what types of responsibilities did you have?
So ultimately the responsibilities were the same. As far as overseeing the crime scene division, I would also go and help or assist with scenes. I would take on my own scenes. I would help with training the new crime scene investigators that would come in, reviewing reports, fingerprints, processing of evidence, ordering, and then just normal business type things that you would think in any job.
If I'm doing my math in your timeline correctly, you were working in the crime scene unit in October, November of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your rotation in the crime scene unit, did you become involved in sort of globally the missing persons that turned into a homicide of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Directing your attention specifically to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call for service regarding human remains that had been found in the Little Pee Dee River?
Yes, I did.
Did any other crime scene investigators go with you?
Yes, at that time we had another crime scene investigator that I was training. He was brand new, and he responded as well.
Great. Were you familiar with that location prior to responding this night?
Yes.
So if we get, Your Honor, 51 has already been admitted and published. I'd just like to show that again. Is that the area to which you responded?
Yes, it is.
When you first got there, can you just describe what you saw? Were there people there? What was sort of going on?
There were other people there. Marion County Sheriff's Office was there. And ultimately, I wasn't sure exactly where the possible remains were located. So I got in a boat with DNR to go around to view, because as you can tell, this line, it shows a line between Horry County and Marion County. So we were trying to figure out what jurisdiction was going to be taking over the case.
Okay, so that's the line that's going through the river. That's the county boundary?
Yes, it is.
You said you got into a boat and went out. Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit 148 will be admitted without objection.
State's Exhibit 148, admitted in evidence.
That man needs a fidget spinner.
State's Exhibit 148, is that actually a photo of you going to testify?
Yes.
I'm gonna grab him and
I would
say,
ask that
"Be
Exhibit 148
still."
be published.
All right.
Like I got room to talk, right?
And I believe, who's that in the boat?
Wearing the orange, that's me. And then the one with the mask is a DNR officer, and I don't remember what his name is.
So there were several agencies who responded out to this call.
Yes, there were.
How was it decided who would, jumping ahead?
Oh,
was
okay.
That object eventually retrieved from the Cypress Dump?
Yes, it was.
How was it
Okay,
decided who
thanks,
would go
Sue.
out there to make that retrieval?
So the Marion County deputies ended up talking to the Marion County Sheriff, who said, Horry County crime scene is already here. So will they mind go ahead and processing the scene for us? Usually smaller agencies like Marion County would call in SLED to come and work cases, or an agency around them that had the resources to assist. So ultimately, it was decided that we would assist with the processing of the evidence. And like I said, I did go out with DNR to see what we have, because again, they're trying to describe it to me, but I got to be able to see it so I know what resources to get, which then our fire department was called in to bring their boat, so that we could utilize their boat to pull the victim out of the water.
Can you describe what you saw as you approached this object in the river?
So the first time when I went out, I just saw the tarp, as you can probably see in the last photo you just looked at. It looked like a gray tarp, and that's what you could see floating at the time. Yes, thank you. So that is exactly what I saw the very first time that I went out. And then I began to see more as I went over the second time. I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but the second time when I went out with DNR, I was in this little John boat, and the other investigator was in the fire department boat. And then I could see that it was a person as they were pulling the tarp and the human remains out of the water.
Now, I confirm, these had already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you States Exhibits 48, 49, and 50.
Yes,
Okay. And so did you recognize these photos?
I do.
Okay. And did you get as close as the photo in States Exhibit 50?
I did, yes.
So if we could put up States Exhibit 50 again. So I believe you said that the fire department boat was used?
To retrieve, yes, to retrieve, yes.
Were you present in that area when the body was retrieved?
Yes, the DNR officer and I were still kind of parched over at that same tree that you saw in the last photo. And that was just because there's no way that we were going to be able to pull the victim onto the little John boat without flipping that boat. So we were still there so that I could visually see and direct the new investigator on what to do.
What did you see as the fire department was pulling the body out of the river?
I could see parts of a human body. I could see additional tarp. I remember them saying it's hung on something and them trying to figure out why they couldn't load the victim onto the boat. And then ultimately they found ropes, and it was connected to a cinder blocks. So they just kept pulling and pulling, and were finally able to get the cinder blocks as well on the boat.
Okay, thank you. Where's the building? So I'm going to send no objection to 52. Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to admit State Exhibit 52 and 54. I believe that would be without objection.
All right, States Exhibits 52 and 54, admitted and no objection.
So if you could look at States Exhibits 52 and 54 and tell me if that accurately reflects, before we publish it, accurately reflects what you saw.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that they be published. All right. So let's start with Exhibit 52. Can you describe what we're seeing in States Exhibit 52?
Yes, so the blue tarp, I believe that's probably one of the firefighters' arms that you're seeing. And then the blue tarp is what the firefighters use to put down on the front of the boat so that they can pull the victim up onto the boat. And the gray tarp is what the victim was in. And then you can see it's like a green tie strap is what I would refer to it as. And you should also be able to see in the corner.
That's
here,
hilarious.
It's harder to tell in the photo, but in person you could tell that it was a human being.
And then if we can go to States Exhibit 54.
And this is the rope that I was referring to, and the cinder block that was attached and wrapped around the victim.
After the body was brought to shore, can you give us a more full description of sort of how the body was wrapped?
Yes, so as the fire department was pulling the victim onto the boat, the victim moved a little in the wrapped tarp because of the weight of the cinder block and they weren't prepared for a cinder block. They were just thinking that it was just somebody wrapped in a tarp. So the victim was moved a little when they pulled him up. But then when we got to shore, so the fire department boat with the victim, and then myself and the DNR officer followed behind. We got to shore, and then we were able to take photos of the victim who was wrapped in the tarp and then wrapped in a couple of blankets. He was dressed, and there were zip ties and the rope that you saw,
See, that's what I was
as well
confused.
as that brick.
Where on?
I thought that was a
before
new
you
charge.
Remove the tarp. Where did you see the zip ties?
On the outside of the tarp, if I remember correctly. I would have to look back.
And eventually was the tarp taken off of him?
It was.
What, can you tell us what you saw?
Like for the victim?
Yes.
So the victim was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, pants, shoes. There was a pack of opened cigarettes in his pocket, a lighter in his pocket. The victim was badly damaged. So it almost looked like he was somewhat mummified. It was hard to tell, but there did look like there was a couple of small holes in his shirt. And but again, if someone is in water for a long period of time, it would be difficult to see small wounds.
Was there a lot? Were you able to see a lot of blood?
No.
Did that surprise you?
No, it didn't, because again, there was no gaping wound or a head laceration, or there was no large holes. So you wouldn't really see a lot of blood. Even if there was a large hole, you wouldn't expect to see a lot of blood if someone was submerged in water for a while.
Okay. Did you or the other crime scene investigator who was with you take photos of the tarp once the victim was removed?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, the state would ask to admit Exhibit 55, I believe it's without objection.
Yes, Your Honor, no objection. Exhibit 55, admitted it without objection.
Is that a photo of the tarp after the victim was removed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published.
All right.
55. And so what, if anything, did you notice about the tarp, or can you just describe what we're seeing?
So the tarp was very sandy from being in the water and then also pulling them onto shore. And the zip ties are at both ends of the tarp. So you can't really see it in this photo, but at the top end, there's a zip tie, just like there is on the bottom. And you can see the extra part of the zip tie on the bottom, right next to the eyelets.
What is wrong with her? What is that look on her face? She looks disgusted. I guess you should be disgusted. You
or
did
other
that.
investigators collect that tarp?
Yes, we did.
What did you do with it?
So everything that was collected right then, I'll go back. It was decided that this was going to be Meagan County's case. At the time, we didn't know who the male was that was deceased. So Meagan County was taking the case. We collected everything and signed it over to Meagan County Sheriff's Office. Ultimately, after the autopsy and we were able to determine who the victim was, we then went back and took custody of all of those items and brought them back to the Horry County Police Department.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 131. Do you recognize what this is?
I do.
What is it?
So the box is titled Gray Tarp from Victim on Scene. And this is my handwriting, and this is how it was ultimately packaged. Do you want to open it?
Yeah. Your Honor, with the court's permission, since it's not published yet, may I just walk around the witness stand so she can open it?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, God, Debbie, that's why I don't know what's going on. Wasn't caught up to the light, but I still don't see anything going on. Oh, Vinny's there.
You can just, if you recognize it from there. Yes. Preston, do you want to come up before I publish it or ask that it be published?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
Your Honor, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Was 131 admitted? I would ask that 131 be admitted. I believe it's without objection. Sorry. And then I would ask that it be published.
Okay. So I was on. 131, this is that, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. And is the tarp wrapped in, I guess, protective plastic?
It is.
And why is that?
Due to, it's a biohazard, obviously, because someone that was deceased was inside the tarp, which is inside the biohazard bag.
Okay, so if you could just lift up the wrapped tarp and explain how you recognize that it is the tarp that is recovered that day.
So it is labeled with the case number and the description that it is a gray tarp. Every piece of evidence has a tag, which is here, this white tag. It feels like a tarp. It's my handwriting. It's sealed on the back with the evidence seal with the date and my initials. Inside the box with my handwriting, the date and the initials.
People in court TV are being mean to all the people going, don't these people have jobs? Are all these people inherently wealthy? They're just jealous because they have the ability to be there. Who's odd?
You mentioned that there were zip ties on either end of the tarp.
There were.
Were those also recovered?
Yes.
And same thing, they went initially to Marion County and then back to Orange County?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe there's no objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 127 and 128.
Inject.
Yes, sir.
I'd say exhibit 127, 128, admitted that.
Are those the zip ties that were removed from the tarp?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that these be published.
All right.
Who's odd duty? Megan's odd.
And then show you, I believe you said when the tarp was sort of unwrapped that the remains were wrapped in other material?
Yes. A couple of blankets.
Your Honor, I would refer admission of State's Exhibits 129 and 130 without objection, I believe.
Objection. Yes, sir. State's exhibit 129, 130, admitted in evidence.
And you could look at those and tell me if those are the blankets or the sheets that were recovered from the victim's spot.
Yes.
And again, how do you recognize that?
So they have the labels up here at the top. Like I was saying, every piece of evidence has a label, but I just recognize it from collecting it and packaging it.
Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibits 129 and 130 be published.
All right.
A family on vacation from Nebraska is there.
And then you also, we also talked about, a cinder block that had been secured around the victim.
Yes.
Was that seized and taken into first Marion County and then Horry County evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
No objection.
Do you want to know?
I got a bad back.
Do you want to know?
Sure.
36, Your Honor.
Would you like me to hear? You talk to me. You're talking to me.
Your Honor, I believe that it's being admitted without objection.
Objection.
Did he just say I have a bad back and make a lady carry a
And again,
box?
Your Honor, with your permission, we'll go on to that. Counsel can open it. Someone just run it. There, yeah, take it. Yeah.
I wrapped it like a Christmas.
Okay, now, if you can take that out and just tell me if that is the cinder block that was recovered from the victim. And if so, Your Honor, I'd ask that it be polished.
All right.
This is,
Okay, so if you can, I'm making you carry it now, so if
Okay.
you can just kind of open up the box and show it.
Your Honor, may I
Oh,
walk back?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's exhibit 56. 56, not 56, not 36.
Section exhibit 56, not 36, is admitted in evidence.
Your Honor, may I walk down with it? Thank you.
Obviously, that cinder block is not that heavy because the body didn't hold the body down.
Yeah.
I'll take the whole box back. Can you put it back on the box? And then put it out and take it back. Thank you very much, Kevin. Did your involvement in this case continue after the recovery of, well, let me back up.
Yeah,
Were
I
those
can't
remains eventually
figure out
identified as
the
the remains of
expression.
Gregory Rice?
They were.
Did your involvement in the case continue to include a search or processing of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, it did.
At the time that you did that search, did Horry County have any definitive information on where a crime scene might be?
No.
Do you, and if you don't, that's fine, do you know what directed attention to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
I probably did then, but I don't remember now what actually directed us in that direction.
And basically, as crime scene, you kind of go where they ask you to go and process the scene.
Correct.
So did you, on November 13th of 2020, participate in the execution of a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, I did.
What were you looking for there?
So ultimately, we were looking for any type of physical evidence that would suggest an assault occurred there. So like cleaned up blood, body fluids, any evidence of a shooting, investigation, just to see if something possibly occurred there. So we were looking for body fluids, blood evidence, firearm casings, projectiles, that type of stuff.
Oh, duh.
Were able to definitively determine that there was a crime scene there?
No.
You said that you were aware that the remains had been identified as Greg Rice. Did you know how, did you ever learn?
I'm a little slow sometime. I was like, why were they searching the funeral home? Duh. He's a coroner. Her boyfriend's the coroner. Duh.
How he had been killed?
Yes, we were advised that he had been shot during autopsy. There were multiple projectiles found in the victim's body that were collected.
Were those 22 caliber bullets?
I believe so.
In your, I guess it'll be about almost 26 years of law enforcement, have you received training at each one of your departments?
Yes, I have.
Has that training included training on firearms?
Yes.
Have you in fact carried a firearm as part of your profession for the last, what did I just say, 29 years?
26.
26.
Yes, I have.
So are you familiar with different types of weapons and different calibers of weapons?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with a .22 caliber firearm?
I'm checking her out. This is stated about, I don't understand what this is. Hey, I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Certainly. Based on your years of experience, what, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with multiple times with a .22 caliber firearm?
So a .22 caliber would leave a very small wound or a small hole, regardless of what the bullet is penetrating. Therefore, it would be more difficult to see.
I'm not objecting, now that I know where the answer is headed. She's trying to qualify her as some kind of expert that appears in forensics. She didn't do the autopsy, she's trying to skip around that and have her testify about bullet holes and what a bullet hole would leave. It's not her investigation. Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue your answer. I believe you were saying that it would be smaller holes, smaller wounds.
Yes. So with over 15 years experience in crime scene, I have worked a lot of deaths, unfortunately, due to homicide and sometimes suicide. So on top of the training and the hands-on experience, I can attest that a .22 caliber firearm would leave a very small hole in regardless of what it is impacting. So that made sense to me in us not really being able to see large holes on the victim when we recovered him from the river that day. So that made sense to me. Plus, it would make sense to me for maybe someone not hearing a assault that occurred with the victim.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just, I mean, the most use of ballistics, that's what I'll strike that last step.
But if I can, I'll rephrase a question.
All right.
Counsel has asked a number of other law enforcement witnesses if there were any reports of shots fired on the night that Greg Rice was killed. Does, based on your experience with different handguns or firearms, would the caliber that was used have any effect on that?
Sustained.
Okay. In your experience, you said that you've processed a number of scenes, whether they're homicides or suicides, in your 20-plus year career. How many cases involving shootings have you responded to or participated in?
Hundreds.
For each one of those cases, has there always been a call from anyone regarding shots being fired?
No.
Nothing further. I'm gathering Mr. Prestenberg will be asking questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. In crime scene, that's what you are typically involved in crime scene?
I was at this time, yes.
What involvement do y'all have with 911 calls and reports? You're not getting that part of the investigation, are you?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not getting information about whether or not there was a call from a neighbor about hearing somebody shoot a gun 5 times. All right?
So usually when we are investigating a crime, we do what's called a roundtable. And so the crime scene investigator gets with the detective and then the supervisors and everybody discusses the case as to how the call came in, what happened before, what the detective has, what the crime scene investigator has found, so on and so forth.
Okay. And so let's answer me this. Where is the crime scene? Where is the crime scene?
I don't know, sir. I can't tell you where the crime scene is.
Objection, Your Honor.
Where's that?
The address, quite frankly.
Where's the crime scene?
I can only tell you where the victim was found.
Okay. So you can't tell us, as we sit here today, in a murder trial, where the crime scene was.
Are you asking me the question again?
I am.
Okay. No, I cannot tell you exactly where the crime scene was. That is correct.
Can you tell me, did you investigate any other potential crime scenes in this case?
In regard to this victim,
That's correct.
so we did search his residence
That's right.
and
No,
his,
I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off.
oh no, I was just saying, you go ahead.
And that was on October 16th, right?
Yes, that is before he was found.
Okay. And that was 2 weeks, right? About 2 weeks after the date of death?
So October the 16th is when I first learned that he was reported as a missing person. And they asked us to come and search his house. When I say they, the detectives asked crime scene to come and assist.
And you did that, right?
We did.
Okay. And to do that, did you park your car in the parking lot anywhere around the apartment?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car?
Yes.
Did you walk to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you take the sidewalk?
Yes.
And when you did any of that, you seem pretty thorough. When you did any of that, did you find any shell casings?
No.
Did you see any blood stains?
No.
He's
2
asking
weeks later,
everybody that.
Did anybody approach you and say, ho, 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 we're glad you're here because we heard some gunfire on October 2nd?
I don't have that information. I don't know.
Nobody approached you then? No neighbors approached you?
No.
All of these items that have been identified in your round table, did it ever get to you? Those were all items that Chris Dontell purchased?
Yes.
He went to Lowe's by himself and got the center block, right?
Yes.
He got the zip tie.
I don't remember everything that he purchased, but I do know that that was mentioned during our roundtable.
That's right, the round table, they told you he got the center block, he got the tarp, and he got the zip tie and a Pepsi. Is that right?
Like I said, I don't know exactly what he purchased, but I do remember there being video of him at the store purchasing several items.
Okay. And when you were investigating Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, did you lift any fingerprints that were relevant to this case?
I don't recall lifting any fingerprints.
No fingerprints. Okay. How about any relevant footprints?
No.
Did you lift any? Did you do the analysis for Meagan Jackson? You were involved in that. Did you see any? Did you try to lift any fingerprints for Meagan Jackson?
No, I did not.
Did you do that at Greg Rice's apartment?
For fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Did you get any footprints of Meagan Jackson at Greg Rice's apartment?
We didn't look for footprints. We did spray the apartment.
Oh, that's right. Did y'all get a sample, like a little sample for Greg Rice's DNA?
Like his hairbrush and his toothbrush, yes.
And why would you collect that evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Captain Wilson is actually not the investigator who collected those items.
But if you notice why it was collected, a whole lot of questions.
So like I was saying, he was reported missing at the beginning of October, and then October 16th when we were doing the search of his residence. Because he had been missing for that long, we wanted to have something with his DNA to have as a standard so that we could send a sled in the event he were found.
And that was in fact done, correct?
Yes.
And when you, at one of your roundtables, did you get to hear that blood was found on the shoe of Chris Dontell? Isn't that right?
Yes.
But not Meagan Jackson.
Like not her shoes?
Not anything related to Meagan Jackson. No article of clothing of hers had any of Greg Rice's blood on it. Is that correct?
As far as I know.
As far as you know. So we got it on the top of Chris Dontell's shoe and the bottom. Isn't that right?
I don't remember where it was on his shoe, but yes, there was blood on his shoe.
You want to pull some bills, please?
I don't like him. He talks to the jury, not to the witness.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So if, just trying to do my math. Greg Rice is killed. Greg Rice is killed on October 2nd. The body is recovered. His body is recovered November 7th, 8th. So a little more than a month passes, correct? Am I doing my math right? October
Yeah, I don't know the exact date that he was killed. I just know he was reported missing, I think around October 4th or 5th. And then we were at his place on the 16th, and then his body was found on November 8th.
Would the passage of time from October 2nd to even October 16th, would that potentially make a crime scene more difficult to find?
Yes, it could very well. Plus, depending on the weapon that is used or how someone dies will depend on how much blood would be present to begin with.
If Gregory Rice was shot down the street from his apartment on the road leading out towards Clay Pond Road, would you expect to find shell casings or blood as you parked your patrol car in the parking lot, got out of your car, walked on the sidewalk, and conducted your search at his apartment if he was killed down the road?
No. And we would have no reason to go down the road searching for that unless the detectives were able to canvass the area and get video surveillance to say that, hey, we saw the victim walking this direction, and then we would go search that area.
If the location where Greg Rice was killed was not learned by investigators until more than 4 years after he was killed, would that affect your ability to collect any physical evidence?
Yes, if it's on the roadway or on the side of the road, just due from traffic going up and down the roadway, and then you have lawnmowers cutting the grass and so on and so forth.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may say that.
Your Honor, I would ask that Captain Wilson be released from her stand.
Okay. Yes, sir. All right, you're pretty good.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Drew Edwards.
Under direct or you like without. He's always got referring to evidence trying to get the court in this case. Any truth on the content of the matter subject? Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Yep. My name is Christopher Drew Edwards, EDWARDS.
Court's indulgence, I'm just trying to.
All right.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that there will be, and there will be more exhibits that I will offer through this witness, that states exhibit 59, 60, and 61, along with exhibit 149. I believe there's no objection to their admission.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
United States exhibits 59, 60, 61, and 149 are admitted in evidence.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective Edwards,
Yes, ma'am.
where do you work?
I work for the Ord County Police Department.
How long do you work there?
18 years, since October 2006.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Narcotics and Special Operations Division as a gang investigator
How long have you been in that assignment?
since April of last year.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was assigned to the violent crime section of our investigations division.
So what types of crimes did you investigate?
We investigated anything from homicides, armed robberies to overdose deaths.
What types of things did you do during the course of those investigations?
Common things we would do, we find witnesses, interview them, canvass areas where the crime occurred to find any video or evidence that we can find.
And that's not a comprehensive list?
No.
When an investigation comes in, how is it assigned to a lead investigator?
So if it's a call out, like something happens in the middle of the night and they need an investigator right away, the on-call person would get it. If it's something that happens over the weekend and it's like a property crime, it would be assigned, the next business day.
And is it common for other investigators to assist the lead investigator with some of these tasks that you have to do?
Yeah. Some of these cases can get very complicated with a lot of work to do, so the work can be split amongst different investigators.
Directing your attention to this case, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who was?
Detective Susie.
Did you, in fact, however, help Detective Susie with some of the assorted tasks?
I did.
So directing your attention first to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call about a body being found in the Little Pee Dee River?
I did.
And Your Honor, may I put Exhibit 51 up again? It's been admitted unpublished. Were you familiar with that area prior to responding there?
I was.
Can you describe that area?
Yep. So Pitt's Landing is on Highway 378. It's as you're exiting Conway. It's like one of the last things in the county before you get into Marion County. It's a boat landing. It's a dirt lot surrounded by trees, and you have the river.
Is that an accurate representation of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see when you got there?
When I first got there were patrol vehicles, and I believe some fire personnel were on scene.
Were there any civilians there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson testified about the kind of county boundary that runs through the river. Did that present any sort of unique jurisdictional issues?
Yes, ma'am. For us to investigate it, it would have to be within our jurisdiction.
So on the Horry County side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When had Mr. Rice's remains been removed from the river when you got there?
No, ma'am.
Were you there when they were eventually removed?
I was.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
So we were once I got there, I had to wait on Marion County crime scene, and the fire department was sending out their dive team. So it took a little bit of time for all those resources to get there. The prior month, Gregory Rice had been reported missing. And I know through some of the investigation, we had obtained some cell phone records for people close to him. So while I was waiting on them, I looked at a program called Cell to see if any records showed anybody out that way near the boat landing during that prior month. There was one record that showed Chris Dontell out there a day or two after Gregory Rice had been reported missing.
So did that lead you to believe anything in particular?
That it's not very often you find a body dumped in a river. So led me to believe it could possibly be Gregory Rice.
And I may have asked you this before, but did you remain on scene as the body was removed from the river?
I did.
Okay. Can you describe what you saw when the fire rescue boat got back with his remains?
So when the fire rescue brought the body back in, there was a tarp that was secured on each end with zip ties. There was a ratchet strap attached to it with one cinder block attached to the ratchet strap. The body was in a very advanced state of decomposition and could not identify him just by looking at him.
So I'm just trying to find another. Honestly, I don't feel like carrying the cinder block again, so I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 149, which I believe has been admitted without objection. Does that look to be a photo of the cinder block that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to make that published?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about the cinder block?
It's not a cinder block you typically see. It's, I'm pretty sure everybody can picture a cinder block in their head. This one, if you turned it sideways, it had little tiny slots in it instead of a big open square. Kind of stood out.
Showing, if I can republish State's Exhibit 54. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson identified the tarp and the zip ties. Were you there when, and you can see the ratchet strap in that photo, were you there when that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I don't believe there's any objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 126.
Any objection? That's right. State's Exhibit 126, admitted into evidence, without objection.
Is that the ratchet strap?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published to the jury.
All right.
Were there, when Mr. Rice's remains were removed from the tarp, did anything catch your attention as being significant to him?
Yes, ma'am. So we had a Facebook photo of Gregory. He's wearing a black ball cap with a comic book Punisher logo on it. He's also wearing a Village Surf Shop t-shirt. And we've been told he liked to smoke Marlboro Reds. This person had a pack of those in his pocket. He was also wearing he was described always buy cheap shoes from Walmart. It's just what he liked to wear, and that's what this person was wearing.
Now, go back to the tarp. It's wrapped up in a nice biohazard kit. Were you able to look at the tarp from State's Exhibit 55, which has already been admitted and published?
Yep.
Was there anything in particular about the tarp that you were able to use as an investigative lead to find out where it had been purchased?
Yes, ma'am. The brand on it led us to look at Lowe's home improvement stores.
Were you looking just for the tarp, or were you looking for other items like the ratchet strap, the zip tie, the cinder block?
We were looking for somebody that might have purchased all those items together.
Were you able to find any evidence of a transaction where all of those items were purchased together?
We were.
And where had that purchase been made?
The Lowe's home improvement store on Seaboard Street.
Who did you speak to when you went to the Lowe's home improvement store?
Loss prevention employee named Robert McKnight.
And I'm approaching with, Your Honor, these have been admitted without objection. So that's State's 59. Oops, bless you.
Bless you.
60 and 61.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those items that you received from Mr. McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that 59, 60, and 61 be published to the jury.
All right.
Start.
They don't catch the smart ones.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 59?
It's the tarp, ratchet strap, zip ties, and cinder blocks.
So newer ones, right? Not the ones.
Yeah, these are just like stock images from Lowe's.
I'm sorry?
It's like a stock image from Lowe's.
And showing you State's Exhibit 60 for that. What is depicted in Exhibit 60?
That would be a transaction receipt for the items purchased on October 3rd, 2020.
And does that also have a timestamp on it?
Yep, so it says 14:54 hours, which would be 2:54 p.m.
And then if we could bring up Exhibit 61.
That's weird. I'm not used to seeing state tax
What is depicted in Exhibit 61?
on a receipt.
That would be Christopher Dontell with the items in his shopping cart.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with Exhibit 62 and 63. I believe there will not be an objection, but Detective Edwards, you recognize State's Exhibits 62 and 63.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize them to be?
Surveillance video and what's my surveillance video?
Is one from the point of sale and one from the parking lot?
Yeah.
Are
Yeah, I
these-
don't
are
think
those
I
both
want
from
that
the Lowe's
either.
improvement?
It's
Yes, ma'am. On Seaboard Street.
It's a skinny cinder block.
I signed them.
And did you review them as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So did the stills depicted in Exhibit 61 appear to come from the point of sale surveillance video?
They do.
And you said that you reviewed the parking lot surveillance video.
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you see that would be relevant to this case in the parking lot surveillance video?
After Dontell purchased items, he took them outside and placed them into his county-issued Ford Explorer.
Probably should have asked this before, but were you familiar with Christopher Dontell prior to this investigation?
I was.
How?
From working violent crimes, we deal with coroner's office, unfortunately, pretty frequently, and I'd worked cases with him before.
Were you familiar with the defendant?
I was.
And how?
She comes to pick the people up whenever they pass away.
Of course it will. Nothing further at this time. If you'd answer any questions from Mr. Preston.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Peter.
Just a couple questions, really.
Yes, sir.
The cell hawk stuff, did you do that? How did you get the cell hawk that?
I just logged into the website.
Okay, you were involved in any kind of extraction for?
No, Cellhawk would be like cellular CDR records. It wouldn't be like an actual download of a phone.
It's not down, it's a.
It's like call detail records.
Call detail
Somebody had,
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Maybe out of just curiosity, but these cigarettes in his pocket, I mean, they've been in what, 30 days? I mean,
what was it, pack? I didn't like open the pack of cigarettes.
was it sealed pack?
I don't remember if it was sealed or not.
And just want to confirm on that receipt, we did have a Pepsi.
Pepsi Zero.
Pepsi Zero.
Yep.
We direct?
No, you're wrong.
All right, you may step in.
Maybe you work on scheduling?
Yes.
Oh. Your Honor, may Detective Edwards be released from his subpoena?
Oh. Is that day one?
Raise your right hand and then place your left hand on the Bible.
That can't be day one.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case?
No way. That was 5.5 hours. Are you kidding me? We just zoomed through 5.5 hours. We might get caught up to live, actually. I didn't hear him say, like, dismiss the jury or say goodbye or anything, though. I also didn't find opening statements. That's weird.
All right. I was just told by the bailiff that the jury just got up here. And I think they're having a cup of coffee, eating biscuit or something like that, so they're not quite ready to come out. I haven't said that. Is there anything you need to address before?
Right at noon today, just based on witness scheduling. We're moving much faster than we anticipated, so we're trying to sort of rearrange witnesses, but some we cannot.
Okay.
And we're trying to not waste the jury's time. Potentially, we might finish a little early today because the witnesses tomorrow, Dr. Presnell and Dr. Bushkin are both from Charleston and have said they couldn't move. But I do anticipate us finishing still either no later than the end of the day tomorrow, potentially earlier with the state's case.
All
right.
Well, dang.
Okay. Earlier, the state had, made a motion to proceed pursuant to South Carolina annotated 19-5. That's the one that deals with self-authenticating documents where if cell phone records have been provided in advance and they have the required certification, they get admitted without having to call a custodian of records. The defense did consent to that, so it was ordered that we could simply admit these.
All right. How are they?
I have the exhibit numbers for Your Honor, if you'd like.
All right.
So State's Exhibit 5 would be the victim's phone records. State's Exhibit 7 are the defendant's Verizon phone records. State's Exhibit 8 are Verizon synchronous records for the defendant's phones. And that's SYNCHRONOSS. State's Exhibit 9 are Christopher Dontell's Verizon phone records. State's Exhibit 142 are geofence records. And State's Exhibit 150 are Google records relating to both defendants, excuse me.
All right, are you tendering them now?
Yes, Your Honor, I thought that might be easier since it's been consented to.
Any objection?
No, just clarification. There were 5, I believe you said defendants.
Correct, and the victims' phone records.
Good, 5, okay, I'm sorry. Which one was it after that? Was it 9?
7 is
7?
Jackson's Verizon phone
Jackson,
records.
okay. She said defendant, I want to make sure she was Jackson. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, the State's Exhibits 5, 7, 8, 9, 142, and 150 are admitted.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I think we'll still be in line sort of with when the court likes to take breaks. We have 3 witnesses to start off with, and then I would just like, whether it's full break or just enough time that I can gather exhibits for the 4th witnesses, he'll be going through quite a few. And then the witness after that, we also have a number of exhibits just to gather so that there's less time walking back and forth.
All right.
And I believe that's it.
All right. Anything from the defense you need to address?
Mr. Young, can I just step up for 1 quick second?
Yeah, what I was gonna do is I was just gonna go ahead and let's take a break until the bail tells and the jury's ready. Everybody can just kind of sit tight. Like I said, they just got up here as I was walking in. So, let's give them about another 5 to 10 minutes and we'll come back to this one. All right?
I'll actually use the time to try and gather.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Arthur Reginald Hotaling Jr., Hotaling.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you currently working?
I'm not.
Are you starting a new job soon?
I am.
What are you going to be doing?
Working for the South Carolina Highway Patrol.
And did you previously work in law enforcement?
I did.
Where did you work?
Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long did you work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
About 14 and a half years.
Did you have any law enforcement experience before you went to work at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I did. I worked almost 2 years and right at 2 years in Mullins Police Department.
I'm going to turn your attention back to around October 2020, November 2020. Do you remember what your assignment was with the Marion County Sheriff's Office back then?
At that time, I was the senior investigator.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a senior investigator?
Respond out to call outs, investigate various crimes, from felonies, misdemeanors,
Everything.
everything.
Okay. So think back to November 8, 2020. Were you asked to respond to the scene of a body at Pitt's Landing?
I was.
Where's Pitt's Landing located?
It's right off of 378. On
He looks like Trip from Star Trek Enterprise.
in Marion County, it's at the end of 908. End of 908 around or go down almost to Pee Dee Highway from 378 from the Marion County side.
And what river is located there?
The Big Pee Dee.
Are you sure?
Or the Little Pee Dee. Yeah,
Okay.
it meets down in the
It
bottom.
meets, but it's the
Yeah.
Little Pee Dee there.
It's the Little Pee Dee there.
And do you know that the Little Pee Dee River is the geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County?
It is.
Okay. What did you see when you got there?
It was dark. Just the river landing.
Were there people there?
There was a few people, but not many.
What kind of people were there?
dark.
I think they were just camping or fishing.
Okay. Did you do anything once you got there?
I did. I think if I remember correctly, I think the people that were there may have taken a picture or something of what they saw, but they weren't real sure. So then I called my supervisor, kind of let them know what was going on.
Did the fact that the Little Pee Dee River is the geographical boundary of Horry and Marion County create any difficulties for you when you got there?
It did.
Okay, what were those?
To find out which side of the river this body was on, being in the river, it just made the line to determine whose case it was going to be.
So who did you call out to come to the scene?
If I remember correctly, I had called my supervisor, Captain Barker, at the time, and she had told me that we could call Horry County and have Horry County come out to kind of assist with determining if it's our side or their side.
Okay. And did Horry County come out?
They did.
When you got there, did you see the object that the civilians had called police about?
I couldn't from there.
Okay. Do you recall receiving some evidence that was recovered from the body in this case?
I did.
I'm going to approach.
Trying to keep it one more.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. And is that what's commonly called a chain of custody form? Evidence record?
Yes.
And so what kind of items did you receive from the scene?
A lighter, a pack of cigarettes, a cinder block with a toe strap, a ball cap, sheets, tarp, some zip ties. Tarp. Yeah, there was just that kind of stuff.
A number of items.
A number of
Were those items recovered with the body that day?
Yes,
Were you asked to sign this form showing that those items were given to you?
I was.
Do you see your signature on this form?
I do.
Is it right here?
It's actually okay.
Right there. Okay, sorry. Hard to read. Thank you. Once you received those items of evidence you just described, what did you do with them?
We actually took those items back to our department and put them in like a evidence locker room temporarily.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to November 2th, 2020. Did you attend the victim's autopsy?
I did. Yes.
At the conclusion of the autopsy, were you given certain items of evidence
Are they
collected?
flirting with each other? What is happening?
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58.
What was that?
Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58.
And what is all
And what
glasses
items of
on,
evidence
glasses
were you
on,
given at
glasses
the
on,
conclusion of the
glasses on?
autopsy?
Put them on your face and leave them there. Where they
The
go?
clothing, black belt, black sneakers, jeans, sweatshirt, socks, shirt, a bullet, blood spot, photos, bullet.
So how many bullets did you count?
2, 3, 4, 5.
And is that your signature on that form saying you received those items?
It is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 139. And you can look at it if you need to open them, you will. Are those the bullets you collected from the autopsy that day?
It is.
139, yes. I think so. Okay, what did you do once you took those bullets into your custody?
If I remember correctly, I took them back to our evidence as custodian.
So you stored them in your property and evidence?
Yes.
Is that standard practice at the Marion County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
Okay. At some point in the future, did you turn those back over to Horry County?
I did.
Oh, Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 139 evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 139, admitted into evidence without objection.
No further questions received.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Cornell?
Yes, sir.
Maybe I was in there. When did you give jurisdiction over to Horry County?
I'm not exactly sure on the date.
You don't remember giving it to Orange County didn't see jurisdiction, so.
So-
You to the scene, you take all the evidence, you transport all the evidence, you store all the evidence, you start the investigation, and then Orange County gets in? How does
Yes.
that happen?
Afterwards. So when we were there, I contacted our sheriff as well. Because over there, we would let it slid come in and do a crime scene. But he was in agreement to let Horry County take like pictures of the crime scene, kind of process that crime scene for us to help us out.
Look, I'm not trying to be mean, just
No,
want to
you're
ask
fine.
some questions to clarify everything. So SLED gave permission to Horry County to take pictures, is that what you said?
Our sheriff.
Your sheriff, that's the first person you called, correct? Your supervisor?
No, I'm Judy Barker was my
Judy
supervisor.
Barker, supervisor, okay.
Yes, she
So
contacted
you need to call your supervisor,
Yes,
because bodies found in Marion County, we got a problem.
yes,
Bodies found in Marion County, we got a problem.
yes,
And then you inventory, take all, store it, do everything you're supposed to do, right?
yes.
Don't you feel like it's your case?
Well, we did until
Yes, sir,
it was
you did.
determined
You sure did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because it's in Marion County.
the body was located in
Right,
Marion
okay,
County.
Marion County. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It wasn't located in Marion County.
No.
And you started, what I would say preliminary investigations, you got some evidence from the scene.
Correct,
You got the body transported to NUSC, correct?
correct,
You were there at the autopsy, correct?
correct,
You took the bullets back, correct?
correct,
So you did a lot of this stuff to get going, right?
correct.
And then we kind of swept them because they knew it was theirs. What claim did Horry County have to take jurisdiction? They didn't, did they?
Not-
No, they didn't.
We
They
worked
didn't have
together.
jurisdiction at all.
No,
Thank you, no further question.
Mr. O'Kelly, does the Marion County Sheriff's Department have a crime scene division?
no,
So who does Marion County normally call when you have a crime scene to process?
slid.
Okay, in this case, did Marion County ask Horry County to process a crime scene?
They did.
At some point, if you know, was the body found dumped in the river identified as the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
It was.
And at that point, did it become clear that the crime was an Horry County case?
Yes, that's correct.
Objection, Your Honor. How can he know? He just stated he had no idea about the case. He found the body in Marion. There's no way he could possibly if there. He knows that Gregory Rice belongs to Horry County. He's got no idea where Gregory Rice is from unless he's told that.
May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe that defense counsel specifically elicited testimony from this defendant asking him which county had jurisdiction and where the crime occurred.
All right, you may step down. State and call your next witness.
The state calls Adam Skellett.
Please raise your right hand and put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence about giving court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Sure, Sergeant Adam Robert Skellett, Skellett.
Now you're on.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
This May will make 14 years.
What is your current assignment?
The current assignment is sergeant at the West Precinct over the patrol division.
What areas of Horry County does the West Precinct cover?
501 to Ainer, Galvin's Ferry, out to Marion County, stretching all the way to Greensea, Nichols, out to Longs, across the North Carolina border to 905.
Big area.
Big area.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol sergeant?
Basic patrol operations, answer 911 calls, also supervise corporal and about 4 or 5 private first class officers that we have.
How long have you had that assignment?
Since March of 2024.
What was your assignment before that?
Prior to that, I was in the investigations unit from 2020 to 2024. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Worked in the special victims unit and also in the homicide robbery unit.
So directing your attention to October and November of 2020, you would have been working as an investigator at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in special victims?
At that time, special victims unit, yes.
So what types of crimes do special victims investigate?
Anything ranging from missing persons, sexually related crimes. We would also assist in anything that homicide robbery may need also with some of their cases too.
Did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and then murder of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
How did you become involved?
In reference to this case, on October 19th, I was tasked with going to the River's Edge community, where the defendant and Christopher Dontell, co-defendant, they both reside at. The River's Edge community is located on Highway 90. At that time, we were looking for a surveillance video.
Did you in fact find that the community had surveillance video at the entrances?
Yes, there was 2 gates, and there was actually gate cameras right along the community and Highway 90. We found a phone number from the Waccamaw Property Management. I was able to actually contact them and left a voicemail in hopes to retrieve some video.
Were you eventually given video from the River's Edge community cameras?
Yes, a Brian Stewart, an employee with them, contacted me, and then the next day I actually met up with them and received, I believe it was 2 hard drives in reference to video surveillance.
And I'm approaching with what's already been admitted, States Exhibit 118 and 119, Your Honor. Are those the drives that you received from Mr. Stewart?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Did you review those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you focusing on October 2nd of 2020?
At the time, yes, yes.
Did you in fact find any relevant, I guess I'll call them captures from those cameras?
Yeah, both of the co-defendants' vehicles that we knew that they were operating.
And I'll show these to defense. I'm approaching with States Exhibits 136 and 138. Are those stills from those videos?
Yes, ma'am. And those are my initials on them as well.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that States Exhibit 136 and 138 be admitted and published.
You object? No objection, Your Honor. United States Exhibits 136 and 138 is admitted into evidence without objection.
And I'm going to first go with 136 and then I'll show the jury. Can you tell me, is there a date and time stamp on this photo?
Yes, October 2nd, 2020. It shows the time of 6:16 p.m.
And what car do you recognize in that photo?
The defendant, Meagan Jackson, and that's her vehicle.
Is she entering or leaving River's Edge?
I believe that's her entering. No, I'm sorry, that's exiting. Sorry, the porch is on that side with the driveway. I'm sorry, that's exiting.
Okay. So this is October 2nd at 6:16, leaving River's Edge. And then States Exhibit 138, does that also have a date and time stamp on it?
Yep, same date, October 2nd of 2020, and that shows 18:20 military time, so that'd be 6:20 p.m.
So just
Apologize.
about 4 minutes later?
Yes.
Okay. And whose car do you recognize in that?
That's the Christopher Dontell's gray color Ford Explorer.
Is he also leaving the community?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognized Mr. Dontell's and the defendant's cars?
Okay, in reference to Mr. Dontell's vehicle, I believe that's actually the county issued Ford Explorer that they issued out to the coroners. I've been on multiple calls for service while on patrol in reference to him showing up as a county coroner. Same with Meagan Jackson too, the van that she'd be using also.
So you were familiar with that?
Yes.
Court's in.
Why did
Nothing
they
further,
report
just answer any questions
cars?
for Mr. Preston Britton.
Sure.
Since all the cops know they're county appointed cars.
You remember about when you got these pictures or got these, this video footage?
October 19th, from what I recall, is whenever we went out there to look. I believe it was the 20th, the next day is whenever I received the videos from Brian Stewart.
Okay. And just to kind of button some things up, that was, at that point, y'all had some suspicion they were, Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell were people of interest. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
And so we know, just kind of button up this jurisdiction issue, the body's not found till November 7th, isn't that right?
From what I understand, from my belief, yes.
Okay, so at the time the body was found, and jurisdiction was being determined, y'all already knew that there was an Horry County employee involved potentially in this murder.
I believe at the time they were being looked at in reference to missing person cases. We would be looking at any type of close families also.
Okay. You did have one more, I'm sure, troubling aspect. You also had a conversation, you took an interview with Deputy Dontell, didn't you?
The wife of
Yes.
Mr. Dontell?
Yes, Chris Dontell's wife.
Yes.
And you learned in that investigation that she still believes Mr. Dontell was being true to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for your side.
Or as part of this investigation, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
You learned that as of October 23rd, Ms. Dontell still believed that Chris Dontell was being treated.
From what I recall, I believe that interview, a search warrant was served on the residence, and while reading the search warrant to her, I believe that's when this interview occurred.
On October 23rd, you and another detective sat down, had a conversation with Ms. Dontell as part of your investigation.
Okay. I believe that's what you're referencing to.
And what I'm asking you to recall is the fact that during that time, you learned that on October 23rd, she still believed that Chris Dontell had not gotten Meagan Jackson pregnant.
That I don't recall. I do. I mean, she was definitely shocked by the whole incident, especially whenever the search warrant was served to. The facts of the case were then detailed to her for whatever information was in the search warrant.
During that interview, she disclosed to you the contents of a message that was deemed anonymous, where a person was telling her that she ought to check her neighbor's garage, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that Greg Rice was being accused of sending messages to Erica Dontell, alerting her to the fact that Meagan Jackson was impregnated by Chris Dontell?
I believe through the investigation, as customary, whenever we're working investigations together, the information is passed along to all of us. I do recall something of those issues going on.
You recall some of those issues going on? Okay. You got information during that interview that she believed it was Greg Rice sending those anonymous messages.
It's possible.
It's not possible. It's true, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, that's the question.
And after during that interview, sitting there with her, you had to be the unfortunate one to tell her that Chris Dontell, disclosed to her, Chris Dontell had impregnated Meagan Jackson. Isn't that right?
From what I recall, whenever we were reading the search warrant to her, that seemed to be the first time that she was getting that knowledge of these facts of the case and whatnot. So I believe that was the first time she was hearing about it.
During that interview, she just showed you the anonymous messages that she had received prior to that, back in September, in the days leading up to Greg Rice's murder.
Objection, is there a question in there?
Isn't that right, sir?
I don't recall that part of the interview.
On October 23rd at 8:23 a.m., as part of your investigation, did you have a conversation with Erica Dontell, sir?
I believe so. Whenever we served the search warrant.
And as we see her today, you tell me you don't recall asking her, or her telling her for you that she got a text message from someone that was stating things were going on between Chris and Meagan.
It's definitely possible on that. I'm saying that the interview was 5 years ago. I'm not sure of every detail of that interview.
Okay.
What now?
And isn't it true that Ms. Dontell, despite everything that was going on, 20-something days later, was still believing that her husband, Chris Dontell, this was all just made up, and he was still being faithful to her?
That's not something I can answer to what her thoughts and beliefs were.
Well, you're the one that spoke with her, sir. I mean, respectfully, this is part of your investigation. You knew you were going to testify today. You wrote up.
She's fixing to object.
You would have had some kind of, did you write any reports or anything during your investigation?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor. If counsel would perhaps, since he's talking about a report and has a report in front of him, if he would let Sergeant Skellett review it, it might refresh his recollection.
I'm going to let him do his cross-examination, how he chooses. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because what I'm trying to get to is, it's not like a surprise you're here today, right, officer?
I'm sorry, so
You're not surprised to be here today, are
Oh,
you?
no, absolutely not.
Okay. In fact, I had this case gone forward against Chris Dontell back in December. Instead of him getting some kind of situation where he's not any longer facing murder, you would have testified in that case too, wouldn't you?
I would assume so, absolutely.
And I imagine that when you came here to testify today, you took a little time to get prepared.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me you didn't even look at your investigative notes?
In reference to the answer, yes, sir.
Okay.
Dude, quit looking at the jury. I don't like him.
Told us that, as we sit right here today, you can't confirm your
Who
conversation
you're
with Erica
talking
Dontell?
to?
I can confirm we definitely spoke with her. From what I recall, we read the search warrant off to her. It did appear at the first time, this is the first time she had heard of any of these accusations. In reference to the text message that if she said she received, I'm not denying that she said that. That's definitely something that possibly occurred.
Okay. You also had the opportunity to go canvas like apartments, right?
Yes.
Do you remember doing that?
Yes. Yes. And I actually believe in our report investigation, I actually listed the different addresses that I attempted to go to try to find video surveillance as well.
Okay. And you, during your canvassing, you took the occasion to attempt to speak to a number of neighbors, is that right?
Yeah, door knocking, and cases like this, just kind of going door to door, seeing have you seen anything or anything suspicious and whatnot on the certain dates involved.
Okay. So to do that, to go from one door to the next, you got to be walking around the area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when there's a missing person, it's something where you guys just had to put it together yet, you're doing a pretty broad search, aren't you, sir?
Very much, yeah.
Okay. And so it's reasonable for us to expect that part of your investigation would not just be canvassing the sidewalk that leads up to Gregory Rice's apartment and his apartment, but the surrounding area too.
Yes.
And so even if by some circumstance, well, let me ask you, is there a crime scene?
At that time?
At any time? You will never see someone pause this long when that question.
Objection.
Oh,
no! That is wildly.
I suspend your objection. You can sit down.
Oh my God.
Sorry. Sorry, is there a crime scene?
At that time, whenever do you have the date whenever we went to go surveil that subdivision?
Yes, sir, it was October 27th.
Okay, by that time, he was still a missing person.
Did you guys ever identify a crime scene?
Not me specifically on that. At that time, I was just tasked with going from door to door in that subdivision looking for a surveillance footage.
That wasn't really my question, but since October.
Okay, this dude has been creeping me out since the beginning. He doesn't talk to the witness on the stand. He talks to the jury. He stands there and addresses everything he's saying to the jury as he's questioning the witness, but he's standing there talking to the jury. And he asked the witness if there was a crime scene, because I guess they don't know where he was shot. I mean, maybe they do now, but at this point, because we missed opening statements. So this guy talks to the jury while he's questioning the witness. So he asked this investigator, was there a crime scene? Did you find the crime scene? Did you investigate the crime scene? Or something along those lines. Was there a crime scene? And the guy paused, made a long pause before he answered. And the defense attorney leans into the jury and says, he started to say, they cut him off, but he starts to address the jury and says, you will never, what did he say? You will never hear that long of a pause before an answer if it's yes, or something like that. Like in meaning that the answer to the question was no, but like you never hear a pause that long if the answer is yes. But they cut him off before he finished because that is so improper. You do not address the jury and except in opening and closings. That's improper. A lawyer never addresses the jury except for opening and closings. Absolutely not. Terry missed it. Let's go back and watch it again. Everybody jumped out of their seat. I mean, you couldn't see it. It didn't show it. But you could hear everybody. I mean, more than one person objected.
Investigation. Did you have a conversation with Eric Dontell?
I believe so whenever we served the search warrant.
And as we see her today, you tell me, asking her, or her telling, and so, having told us that, as we sit right here today, you can't confirm your conversation with Eric Dontell?
I can confirm we definitely spoke with her. From what I recall, we read the search warrant. All to her. It did appear at the first time. This was the first. That wasn't part of my investigation.
Your Honor, I beg the court's indulgence for a second.
Did I go past it?
Thank you.
Oh, I went past
Thank
it.
you, Your Honor.
Okay. I went past it. I'm sorry. I'll go back.
You knew you were going to testify today. You wrote
Okay.
I'm certain you would have had some kind of, did you write any reports or anything during your investigation?
Absolutely.
Objection, Your Honor. If counsel would perhaps, since he's talking about a report and has the report in front of him, if he would let Sergeant Skellett review it, it might refresh his recollection.
I'm going to let him do his cross-examination, how he chooses. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because what I'm trying to get to is, it's not like a surprise you're here today, right, officer?
I'm sorry, say that.
You're not surprised to be here today, are
Oh,
you?
no, absolutely not.
In fact, I had this case going forward against Chris Dontell back in December. Instead of him getting some kind of situation where he's not any longer facing murder, you would testify in that case too, wouldn't you?
I would assume so, absolutely.
And I imagine that when you came here to testify today, you took a little time to get prepared.
Yes, sir.
Are you telling me you didn't even look at your investigative notes?
In reference to the answer, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, having told us that, as we sit right here today, you can't confirm your conversation with Eric Dontell?
I can confirm we definitely spoke with her. From what I recall, we read the search warrant off to her. It did appear at the first time. This was the first time she had heard of any of these accusations. In reference to the text message that if she said she received, I'm not denying that she said that. That's definitely something that possibly occurred.
Okay. You also had the opportunity to go canvass Flint Lake Apartments, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember doing that?
It's
Yes.
coming up.
Yes. And I actually believe in our report investigation, I actually listed the different addresses that I attempted to go to try to find video surveillance as well.
Okay. And you, during your canvassing, you took the occasion to attempt to speak to a number of neighbors, is that right?
Yeah, door knocking, and cases like this, just kind of going door to door, seeing have you seen anything or anything suspicious and whatnot on the certain dates involved.
Okay. So to do that, to go from one door to the next, you got to be
I don't
walking around the area,
know.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. And when there's a missing person, it's something where you guys just haven't put it together yet. You're doing a pretty broad search, aren't you, sir?
Very much, yeah.
And so it's reasonable for us to expect that part of your investigation would not just be canvassing the sidewalk that leads up to Gregory Rice's apartment and his apartment, but the surrounding area too.
Yes.
And so even if by some circumstance, well, let me ask you, is there a crime scene
At that time,
at any time? You will never see someone pause this long with that question.
Objection, Your Honor. That is wild.
I suspend your objection. You can sit down. All right, let's go.
I have never seen a lawyer do
at that
that.
time, whenever do
ever.
you have the date whenever we went to go surveillance that subdivision?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. It was October 27th.
Okay, at that time, he was still a missing person.
Did you guys ever identify a crime scene?
Not me
Hey,
specifically.
Flash.
At that time, I was just tasked with going from door to door in that subdivision looking for a surveillance footage.
That wasn't really my question, but since October 12th, 27th, the crime scene.
That wasn't part of my investigation.
Your Honor, I beg the court's indulgence for a second. That's not any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm kind of go in reverse because council's just asking you about this, you're canvassing the area. And this, you canvassed prior to Greg Rice's body being found.
Yes.
And when you were conducting that canvassing, had Horry County Police Department been told that Greg Rice had actually been shot down the road and not at his apartment?
That I don't recall on that part. At that time, there was definitely suspicious circumstances surrounding the missing person from the information that I believe we were receiving.
But you didn't, at that point, you didn't even know that you had been killed.
No, no.
And counsel was referencing a report, so I need to mark this. There, showed you.
No, Your Honor, I've got him at his record.
Overruled. You brought it up.
He objected what?
Yeah.
What was the grounds?
You guys have something fun? Yeah, we can just say that this is used. Or if it's easier for you, you can do it 159. States 159 marked. And this would be just right application. Your Honor, if I may, I'm approaching with what's been marked states exhibit 159 for identification. Just hold on to that.
Sure.
Does that appear to be your report?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated on cross-examination that you were having some difficulty recalling some of the details.
Sure.
Would reviewing your report
Dude, after
refresh
what
your recollection
you
as to some of
said?
the details?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for allowing me to look at this.
After what you just did, you have the audacity to object because she's leading? You address the jury, dude, in the middle of examining a witness.
And I apologize about the way. I just want to make sure I'm
No, you're fine. And then when you're done with that, if you could just turn it over.
absolutely.
And you think him being a coroner, he would have been better at hiding the body.
Okay.
That's okay. So having reviewed your report, does that refresh your recollection as to your conversation with Erica Dontell?
Yes, in reference to the text messages, I think it does seem like she believed that the text messages were from Gregory.
Didn't she in fact say that Meagan implied that Greg had sent them?
Yeah, yes, something along the lines of that. Yes.
Did Erica Dontell indicate whether Christopher Dontell was fine to sort of moving on from his friendship with Meagan?
That appeared to be that too.
Are you, if you know, do you know if Erica Dontell and Christopher Dontell are still married and supporting each other?
I'm not positive on that, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Nothing further.
You may sit.
You want me to leave this right here?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh.
I don't know anything about text messages, but I have a feeling we're going to hear every one of them.
The next witness will be a little long, so.
I mean, is this the one where you said earlier you needed a short break?
No. I'm sorry, we have one short witness and then the witness where we need to gather some
All right.
insights. Thank you,
All right.
Chairman.
Expect you to come in next week.
Mayor of the State House, Mark Bonner.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear referring to evidence throughout the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Mark Bonner, Bonner.
Mr. Bonner, do you currently work?
No, ma'am, I'm retired.
What did you do before you retired?
I work for the Horry County Police Department.
How long did you work there?
25 years.
What was your last assignment there?
I was lieutenant over the narcotics divisions. I supervised narcotics, street crimes, and traffic enforcement.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
But like I said, basically I supervised investigations for the sergeants. I had 3 sergeants that reported to me in those divisions. So I oversaw those investigations and unit operations.
How long did you have that assignment?
Approximately 4 years.
When did that assignment end for you?
When I retired in October of last year.
Okay, so did you have that assignment back in November 2020?
No, ma'am, at that point in time, I was lieutenant over the criminal investigation division. Basically the same thing. I oversaw 4 different units and investigations, homicides, special victims.
And did you become involved in the investigation of a missing person that eventually turned into a homicide investigation where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
So I received a call from the deputy coroner stating that she had somebody that had come to her stating that she was worried about her husband had been gone and she had lost contact with him, and it was unusual for that to happen.
Do you remember what date that occurred?
Believe it was October 5th.
Did you speak with the defendant, Meagan Jackson, on October 5th?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding about her relationship with the victim?
They had become estranged, so they lived separate residences, but they had children in common. And so he would come and visit, and that was one of her biggest concerns, is that he hadn't come to visit the kids, which he was usually very reliable with.
Did she give you any information about when she had last seen or spoken to Gregory Rice?
I think she said at that point in time she'd last spoken to him about a week prior to that, and she had not seen him since.
Was this investigation assigned to a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you stay involved in the investigation anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
Just to assist with the investigation as needed, if any type of follow-ups were needed. We were doing searches for video surveillance, both at the victims' and suspects' locations, anything that I could assist with.
Okay. And were you aware that the victim's remains were recovered on November?
So the deputy coroner, that's Dontell, right? He called it in to this guy? What are you doing, dude?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, did you or any other investigators obtain any arrest warrants?
Yes, subsequent to the autopsy, enough probable cause was established to obtain a search warrant for the defendant's residence, along with an arrest warrant for the defendant.
Okay. Let's talk about the search warrants. What were the search warrants for?
As a result of the autopsy, showed that the victim had been killed with a .22 caliber round. So the process, we got a search warrant to obtain any evidence related to that may show any evidence related in the residence for that homicide.
And did you participate in execution of any search warrants?
Yes, ma'am. We established 2 teams to go to both co-defendants. I led one of the teams, specifically this defendant's residence.
Did you locate any?
I think the prosecutor said they were going to be done soon. I forgot what day she said. They may already be done. I don't know, because this is day 2 of, they're on day 4. I think they finished day 4. So it's not going to be long at all. In fact, we might not even catch up to live. It might be over by the time we catch up.
Anything during the search relevant to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. In the defendant's closet, there was a gun box, a handgun box. We found a, yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what was relevant about caliber of the box?
As I said, during the autopsy, the results were that the defendant had been killed with a .22 caliber round.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm approaching with Lesson Mark, that's 67. Is that box you found in the closet back there?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there,
Oh my God.
a gun associated with that box?
There was
What
not a gun in the
trial?
box, no, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit exhibit number 67 in evidence.
Meagan Jackson.
Mr. Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 67, admitted into evidence without objection.
No further questions by the secretary.
Cross-examination.
Just a clarification. We know that based on what bullets were found in Gregory Rice's body, this is not was not this gun, right?
Objection, Your Honor, basis of knowledge.
I mean, if he knows,
Involved in the investigation, surely
if it was,
know what kind of bullet.
I do not know specifically. I was not part of that investigation.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well, do you know, if I told you that it was done by the 6 hour, you know this was not that gun, right?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May he be released from this meeting, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, he's free to go. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to do some setting up before we get to this next witness, so we're going to take our morning break. If you know that in the jury box, we'll not discuss the case. We'll take, about 10, 15 minute break. Take about 15 minute break, then we'll come back.
Oh, this ought to be interesting.
Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
Nothing.
Sorry, that's my fault.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense?
Yes.
All right.
Judge, we moved this case for lack of jurisdiction about 15 circuits on it. Why it's customary for police departments, sheriff's departments to share resources in crime scene investigation. Neither has the authority to transfer jurisdiction to a different court. And testimony you've heard today, it indicated that, this body was found on Mary's side of one thing. In fact, what they're claiming is they transferred this jurisdiction between police departments. They don't have the authority to do that. Or we can't get help all they want to, so they can't decide which court when they try it. So we're moving to dismiss this case back based on that jurisdiction.
All right, state's position.
Your Honor, first of all, just to make it clear, they didn't transfer jurisdiction, they transferred evidence. That's what the testimony was. But this motion is premature because I think that would be an issue that Your Honor would decide after all of the testimony is in. And Mr. Dontell is going to testify that the killing occurred in Horry County, and that would be sufficient to establish jurisdiction.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion at this time. We can readdress it when the state concludes their case. Quite frankly, I don't know if this is as much of a jurisdictional issue as it is a venue issue. That's the question in my mind. Even if it did occur in Marion County, can you transfer venue to another county? I don't know the answer to that, but it's premature to even make that decision. So I'm going to deny your motion. All right. Anything further from the defense before we bring the jury in?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Those investigations, does every lead that you follow up, I believe that was your language, every lead you follow.
Oh, wait, hang on. Sorry.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Alan Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
Mayor. Thank you. Sergeant Jones, where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 24 years.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a smidge for the court reporter.
Okay.
Did you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County?
Yes, ma'am. I worked for the City of Conway Police Department for approximately 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently a sergeant on the patrols division.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was a sergeant in the criminal investigations division. A detective in the criminal investigations division.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a detective in the criminal investigations division?
Investigate crimes against persons, especially violent crimes, whether it be assault, sexual assaults, homicides.
What type of tasks would you undertake during those investigations?
There was multiple tasks during that investigations, whether it be to follow up on leads, do interviews, or either sometimes even gather evidence.
And you just said follow up on leads. If you can estimate, approximately how many investigations have you been involved in your 24+ year career?
I don't know. To put a number would be pure speculation. Okay. A lot.
Okay. As you conduct those investigations, does every lead that you follow up, I believe that was your language, every lead that you follow up, is it fruitful? I guess I'll put it that way.
No, oftentimes you will follow up on leads that actually go nowhere and end up having absolutely nothing to do with the case.
Are you familiar with an investigation into a missing person turned homicide where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you assist Detective Susie with some tasks in that case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Specifically, did you and Detective Susie meet with Meagan Jackson on October 23rd, of 2020?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted an interview that day.
Was she a suspect at that time?
Yes, she was.
Were you familiar with the defendant prior to the interview?
Only vaguely.
And how did you have that vague familiarity?
That she worked with a body transport service that came and picked up deceased individuals.
Was Christopher Dontell also a suspect at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you familiar with Christopher Dontell?
Again, only vaguely, as he was a deputy coroner with the coroner's office.
Okay. Prior to you and Detective Susie conducting that interview, had investigators created sort of a timeline of the defendant's movements for the night of October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am. They had, using cell phone data, they had established a timeline of both Mr. Dontell and Ms. Jackson's movements.
Did they use any other types of investigative tools, such as interviews with other witnesses, surveillance videos, license plate readers, anything like that?
Yes, ma'am. There had been interviews with other individuals. Specifically, one of the things they had used was license plate readers, wherein it would take a picture of the tag and document where it was, the date and the time.
Okay, so let's sort of start at the beginning of the timeline.
Yeah, it's sad.
Very
sad.
Investigators
very
have
sad case.
License plate reader stills from the River's Edge community.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and there's so much, there's no way to read it all. I mean, no, I don't want to read the transcripts. There's just, no, I don't. It's sad. It's so sad. I mean, yeah, anybody dying is sad, but you're like a young starlet. You're married to this famous director. You're about to have your first child. Even if that wasn't your circumstances, to be this awful home invasion by these wild people, and at least that's the way they're portrayed on anything I've ever seen about it. You know, it's so sad. It's so terrifying. Can you imagine? And she had friends staying with her because her husband was off filming a movie. I know I can't read the transcripts. That'll probably... No, I can't. Okay, back to this one.
What was significant about the River's Edge community?
The River's Edge community is where Mr. Dontell and Ms. Jackson lived.
And none of these have already been published. So I'm showing you States Exhibit 136, Exhibit 138. Are those stills that you used to help create the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just read for 136 the date and time there, and then for 138 the date and time there?
136 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:16 in the afternoon. And 138 is October 2nd, 2020, approximately 6:20 in the afternoon as well.
6:20, okay.
Oh, wow, I didn't see that. That I'd like to see.
Did investigators have still photos from a game camera at the Heritage, if I have to say the whole name, Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve? I call it the preserve because that's too much for me to say.
Yes, ma'am.
That
You
I'd
have
like to
still
see.
some there also?
Yes, ma'am. We obtained still photos from the Department of Natural Resources who had a game camera to monitor the area.
So I'm, sorry, let me just repeat this question.
I believe it.
Already-
I believe it. That man was textbook narcissist, man. I believe it. And that's how he got all those followers. Because I don't know what that man had, but he had some kind of charisma, man. He made all these people think that he was Jesus and just to follow him, and he was love and peace. How does love and peace end up slaughtering people that do absolutely nothing wrong? I don't know, but I can believe that he tried to go per se. Absolutely, I can believe it. Just looking at him, like in clips, like news clips and stuff of him, like after he's already caught, you can still see all that narcissism on his face, like all that, like I'm superior to you and it doesn't matter that I'm in prison and I'm still number one, my poo-poo don't stink kind of expression on his face. It's just terrifying.
I believe these have already been admitted, Your Honor, 44 through 47 by stipulation of Agent Tom Buchanan of DNR. Your Honor, I believe they were admitted when I read out a number of stipulations.
Start.
I think I did that yesterday morning, late yesterday morning, Your Honor.
44 through, yes.
There were a series of actually.
35 through 47 at one time.
Yes, I'm doing 44 through 47 now, and then I'll show the others.
There and there.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, may they be published to the jury as we discussed. Thank you. So I'm going to do Exhibit 44 first. Showing you State's Exhibit 44. Is that a still photo from the deer camera?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a Ford Explorer. It's very much like the type that the deputy coroner drove.
Can you? Is there a date and time stamp on that?
Don't
photo?
say very
There
much.
is. It's October
Why?
2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m.
Are you familiar with where the preserve is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with where River's Edge is located?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how far apart are they?
Mileage, I'm not sure, but it's about a 15-minute drive. That's my recollection.
And then showing you State's Exhibit 45. Do you recognize? Do you recognize the car in that photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's a transport van that's used by the transport services that move bodies.
Is there a date and time stamp on that photo?
Yes, ma'am. October 2nd, 2020 at 6:26 p.m. as well.
Okay. And do these cars appear to be entering or exiting the preserve?
They're entering.
Next, showing you State's Exhibit 46. Again, do you recognize the vehicle in that?
Yes, ma'am. It's a minivan. Very much the same appearance of the one that was entering it a few minutes earlier.
Okay, so what's the date and time stamp on this?
The time stamp on that one is October 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m.
So I'm just going to have you compare 45 and 46. What's the difference in time? How long did the car appear to be in the preserve?
Just short of 15, 20 minutes.
And now if I could show you State's Exhibit 47. What are we seeing in State's Exhibit 47?
That would be the Ford Explorer. Also in the far left-hand corner, you also see the minivan exiting as well. And that's on October 2nd, 2020 at 6:40 p.m. as well.
Okay, I'm going to ask you just to keep your voice up just a little bit.
Okay.
I think the jury's having trouble hearing you. Before I move on in time, were there other still photos from the Deer camera showing the defendants at the preserve in the days prior to October 2nd?
Yes, ma'am, there were.
Your Honor, now I'm going to 35 to 43, which I also believe have been admitted. And I've asked that they be published. So if we can go to State's Exhibit 35. Can you tell us what we see in Exhibit 35?
In Exhibit 35, you have the Ford Explorer as well as the minivan entering the Ocean Bay Preserve on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:13 p.m.
So 3 days earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And then State's Exhibit 36.
Again, it's the Explorer and the minivan, and you can actually see Miss Jackson outside of the minivan, and that is on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14.
Are you able to see anything at the driver's door?
She's
of the
in
Ford Explorer?
uniform.
Yes, ma'am. You can see the door open, and that's about it.
So showing you
Stupid.
Yes, ma'am. Again,
Let's just wait.
oh, I'm sorry.
There's just a lag for the photos to come up. Okay. State's Exhibit 37.
Very much similar to the same picture, only at this point in time, the individual from the Explorer has stepped out, and you can see that that's Mr. Dontell.
And what's the date and time there?
The date time on that one is September the 29th, 2020 at 1:14 p.m.
State's Exhibit 38.
Again, the Explorer and the minivan and the individuals have walked around behind, I'm sorry,
That's it.
behind the Explorer, and it's on September the 29th, 2020 at 1:15.
State's Exhibit 39. I'm gonna help you. I'm not going to do the photo until it's up. Yeah. State's Exhibit 39.
The same two vehicles, the minivan at this point in time is turning out and leaving, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:35 p.m.
State's Exhibit 40.
The Explorer is leaving at this point to exit the preserve, and that's on September 29th, 2020 at 1:36 p.m.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 41.
This is on September 30th, 2020 at 9:58 a.m. And the minivan and the Explorer are entering the Lewis Ocean Bay Preserve.
State's Exhibit 42.
That's the Explorer, and it appears to be exiting on September 30th, 2020 at 10:39 a.m.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 43. Oops, sorry.
That is the minivan, also appearing to exit September 30th, 2020 at 10:39.
In establishing the timeline moving forward, did you have information, did you or did you not have information that the defendants had gone to Abuelos that night for dinner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we've already seen those clips. Are you familiar with the Arrowhead community where the victim lived?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us sort of generally where in the county it is?
It would be in the Clay Pond Road. Some people refer to it as almost the Forest Brooks area, down where the old Fantasy Harbor, Walkmore Pottery used to be. A general description of the area.
You said Clay Pond Road, so is that is there an entrance to the Arrowhead community on Clay Pond Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's the Clay Pond Road is where the entrance to the Arrowhead community is at.
Did investigators in building their timeline have license plate reader photos from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, there are license plate readers in the Arrowhead community, and photos were obtained for those license plate readers.
Your Honor, this time, the state would proffer States Exhibit 10 and 11. I believe there was no objection to their admission.
Okay. All right, States Exhibits 10 and 11 admitted in evidence.
And they be published, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So we'll start with States Exhibit 10. Is that one of the LPR photos from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That's going into the community?
Yeah, that would be, I believe, that would be entering into the community, and that's dated on October the 2nd, 2020 at 10 o'clock p.m.
And then States Exhibit 11. This is a little better view of the car. Do you recognize the minivan in that picture?
Yes, ma'am. And that's dated October the 2nd, 2020 at 10:06. And I believe that would be exiting the community.
And during the interview that you and Detective Susie conducted that day with the defendant, did you use that timeline that was sort of just sketched out?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
At the end of the interview, was the defendant still a suspect?
Yes, she was.
During the course of that interview, did either you or Detective Susie take any cell phones from the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
Yes, Detective Susie did gather cell phones from Ms. Jackson.
Was that in your presence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a search warrant for those phones, if you know?
I believe there was.
Are you familiar with what an evidence record is for Oregon County Police?
Yes, ma'am. Very familiar.
I think it might be. Was an evidence record created for those phones?
Yes.
Your Honor, actually, I'll enter this at this time, maybe for a record. I'll just enter it. State is offering State's Exhibit 18 into evidence, Your Honor.
Mr. Your Honor. State's Exhibit 18, admitted evidence.
Thank you. You don't have to show this one. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 18. Is that an evidence? Well, first let me stop. Can you explain to the jury what an evidence record is used for?
Yeah, an evidence record is used to document when and where an item is collected and any time it has changed hands, whether it's to be placed into evidence where it's taken by a tech to be examined or any time that that piece of evidence is moved. Oftentimes we refer to it as a chain because it documents every movement of that piece of evidence.
Is this the chain or the evidence record for the 2 phones taken from Ms. Jackson that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the defendant give the passwords to both of those phones?
Yes, she did.
Are those passwords noted on the chain?
Yes, they are noted on the chain here with next to where the phones were collected.
Now I'm going to show you.
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would proffer exhibits 19 and 20, I believe, with no objection.
Any objection?
Mr. Your Honor.
State's Exhibits 19 and 20, admitted evidence of evidence.
I'm showing you state's exhibits 19 and 20. Are those the phones that were taken from the defendant, Meagan Jackson, on October 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. These appear to be.
For indulgence. That's all I have for Sergeant Jackson. Just answer any questions for Mr. Britton, please.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Thank you for being here. So just give me an idea, what was your involvement in this?
I assisted Detective Susie in doing an interview with Ms. Jackson and was there when he collected the phones and was familiar with the timeline somewhat.
Okay, and when you say a timeline, was there like a document that's created, titled like timeline?
Not that I observed. It was pretty much a sit rep or a situation report from other detectives of what it was.
Okay. What a cohesive timeline as relates to what you remember?
I did not observe any kind of report that had a timeline on it. I was, again, informed by other detectives that had knowledge of it.
Okay. How involved did you stay? I mean, did you go to the roundtables and get more information about the case, or was it just surveillance and, stuff?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand what you meant.
Was your only involvement in surveillance? Did you go into roundtables to discuss the case at large, get more information about it?
I don't recall that I'd done any of the roundtable meetings with that as far as general discussion. It was basically a situation report or a briefing of the timeline and things that had transpired prior to the interview with Ms. Jackson.
Okay. And you remember what date that interview was?
October 23rd.
When that, on that photo we saw where vehicles coming into Arrowhead, who's driving?
You can't observe who's driving the vehicle from the photos that were taken from the LPR readers.
Okay. Anything on the vehicle on the way out? Any blood or anything on the vehicle?
Nothing that you can observe from the LPR reader.
Did you ever take the time to drive from Arrowhead to Flint Lake Apartments?
No, sir, I did not. I'm worked in the county for quite some time, so I have a vague rendition of how long most travel would take.
Okay, and what is your vague understanding of that?
From what 2 points again?
From this LPR you showed us,
Mhm.
that arrowhead there, to the area of Flint Lake Apartments?
It's only a few minutes, if I recall correctly.
Okay. And so it's a few minutes to get there, and she enters at 10 o'clock. And what you just showed us is her exiting at 10:06. And it takes you a couple minutes to get there. She could kill the person at Flint Lake Apartments. Commissioner?
Lots of things can be done in a short period of time.
Okay. So just want to make sure I understand, it's your position that she enters at 10, it takes her, I think you said 2 to 3 minutes. Well, let's just say it's less. She has to shoot a person, get out, and get them. Right? You can't just leave them there. Is that right?
Unless you would find the body there and they would have to be moved.
Okay. And we know this, in this case, it was moved. So if you've driven 2 minutes into Flint Lake Apartments area, you've had to get out and shoot somebody. You've had to get over there, right, and move the body. Sir, and then you have to put that into a vehicle, and then you got to drive back out.
Your efforts.
Is that right, sir?
Yeah, based on the assumption of what you're going with here, yes.
Okay, you agree with that? And you agree with me that that is a ridiculously tight time frame?
No, sir, not particularly. It's pretty easy to fire multiple shots from a weapon
Okay,
very rapidly.
okay. And do that with nobody hearing it. And this was at 10 o'clock at night, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this murder is taking place at 10 o'clock at night in a densely populated area. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
And nobody saw it, and nobody heard it. Is that right?
There were no reports of any shots being fired, no, sir, but that's not uncommon.
Okay. But you agree it's less common in a densely populated area?
You have the potential for more people to hear it, yes.
And, you know, gunshots are typically loud. You agree with that, wouldn't you?
Gunshots are typically loud. I can say that I have investigated cases where individuals have actually committed suicide inside their own home and someone else sleeping at the other end of the home not hear it.
Okay. I just want to make sure, I mean, because you know, just like I do, like the decibel levels over 100 for any 22.
I wouldn't know the exact decibel levels. They're significantly quieter than most other handgun calibers.
Okay. So we sit here today, in all of your years of investigating, you can't tell the jury that 5 gunshots is loud.
Well, 5 gunshots indeed would be loud.
Okay. All right. And I just want to make sure it's clear, we're sitting here today, you're telling me you think it was physically possible, based on what you've provided, for an inner arrowhead, commit a murder, get a body into a van, and leave.
In a 6-minute time frame, yes, that's entirely possible.
Did you, on your phone records, take a peek at Greg Rice's?
I'm sorry.
Did you do any looking into Greg Rice's phone records?
I did get briefed on some of Mr. Rice's phone records.
Okay. And I think y'all even may have done an actual timeline.
I believe they did do a timeline on Mr. Rice's records as well.
Okay. And you would agree with me on the timeline that y'all created as part of your investigation. It has Greg Rice's phone leaving his apartment at 10:05.
Objection, Your Honor. Sergeant Jones has testified that he never saw the timeline. He said one was created, but he did not see it.
That would be just answer that he knows. Overruled. Go ahead.
I did not see the exact time that Mr. Rice's phone left his apartment. So to tell you the exact time of that, I'm not aware of it and don't have any knowledge of it.
Okay.
Other than, like I said, a short briefing of it.
2 people sneaking around who were having an affair that they're trying to hide. You don't see them being out there being inconsistent with them having an affair.
That could in fact be consistent with having an affair and trying to hide.
Do you know who suggested going to the shooting range for the preserve on the 29th of September?
As far as between the,
Well, I saw you were involved with phone. Did you follow up on any of these phone records?
again, I was briefed on the phone records. As far as me actually reading the phone records and what was taken from them, I did not read any of that personally.
That's fine. I want to be fair. Lake Fortune Donuts, please. Thank you. would you, in our tight time frame here, you would agree with me that at least in that 6-minute time period, if we're trying to accomplish something in a quick period of time, that there might need to be some effort to clean up what's left behind. You get that?
Objection calls for speculation.
No, I can ask a different one. Someone was shot, according to y'all, 5 times in a Flint Lake apartment area. If there was blood from that shooting, y'all would know by now, wouldn't you?
You would assume that we would probably try to find some type of blood there, depending on the caliber and whether the subject was bleeding internally or externally.
Okay. And you would agree that y'all had plenty of time to identify any blood out there?
Yeah, if there was a potential for finding blood, I would think we would have found it if there was any there.
Okay. Do you know if there was, you keep saying potential, I just want to make sure I'm not missing something. Is there potential for it?
Yes, there is potential. There's also the potential for it not to be there.
Okay.
That's why I say potential, because nothing is an exact.
Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good wrap.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel kept asking me, well, no one heard the shots. In your mind, is there a difference between someone hearing the shots and reporting that they heard the shots?
Yes, ma'am. I can say personally that I live in a rural area of the county. I hear shots all the time. I obviously don't call police for it. Again, there's a huge difference in someone hearing it and someone reporting it.
You talk a little bit about, and I don't know decibel levels or anything like that, but in your experience, is a 22 a gun that would be quieter or louder than, say, a 357?
22 would be much quieter than a 357, 9mm, or 38 or anything else of larger caliber.
Counsel asked you if 2 people sneaking around having an affair going to the preserve would be consistent with them having an affair. Would it also be consistent, perhaps, with 2 people going there for target practice?
It is entirely possible to be going into preserve to target practice.
Counsel also asked you about finding blood in the Arrowhead community. Would the passage of more than 4 years from the date of the murder until knowledge of where the crime scene is affect your ability to find blood?
One good rain shower would affect that.
So 4 years would certainly have it.
Quite a bit.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I would ask that Sergeant Jones be released from this subpoena.
Any objection?
That's very nice.
All right, you may step down. You're free to go.
Go to the State House, Tom Morrison.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and spell your last name for the court.
Thomas Morrison, Morrison.
Mr. Morrison, are you familiar with the Arrowhead development?
I am. I've lived there since 1998 and was the president of the HOA from 2010 till 2022.
You said since 1998.
Yes,
So have you seen a lot of changes in the Arrowhead community in that time?
we were the second homeowner to move into the neighborhood. So yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with kind of when things were built there and what parts were developed when?
Yes.
Can you tell me what part of Horry County the Arrowhead community is in?
We're in between Burkale Road and Clay Pond Road. So it's an unincorporated part of Horry County. And we're off the waterway. So we have 3 borders, really: the waterway, Clay Pond, and Burkale are kind of our 3 borders.
And how many ways are there to get into the community?
There is only 2 drivable ways. One is off of Burkale Road and one is off of Clay Pond Road.
You said you were the homeowners association president.
Yes,
How long were you the HOA president?
I was on the board for 12 years.
were you on the board as president back in October 2020?
Yes.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities back as the HOA president 2020?
Overall, the maintenance, repairs, replacements of what goes on in the community. And at that period of time, I actually spearheaded putting the security camera systems in for the community.
Where were those security cameras located?
At the entrances and exits of Burkale and Clay Pond.
Okay. What about license plate readers?
They were put in at the same time.
And were those license plate readers located in those same two areas?
Yes.
Were you contacted by the Wake County Police Department back in October of 2020 and asked about the security cameras?
I was.
What were you asked to look for?
I was asked to look for a silver Odyssey van at the time. And then I was in North Carolina working that day. So I was able to pull that footage up remotely because you can do it through the camera system. And when I told them I had that, then they asked for a bigger period of time and we provided the images.
Do you remember what that time period was?
As far as date or?
The date and the length of the time period.
The original time period was 4 hours they were looking for. And then when I called them back and said, yes, we had the vehicle that they were looking for, they asked for a 24-hour time period.
And were you able to review that footage?
I was.
Did you see the Honda Odyssey van the police asked you to look for?
Yes.
Do you know whether Horry County PD was aware of the license plate readers at that point?
Not on the first call, the first day. On the second call, on the next morning, we were able to tell them we could provide the license plate reader information.
Okay. And did the Horry County Police provide you with license tag numbers to look for?
They did.
Were you able to find those license tag numbers?
We were.
And what did you do then?
Those were given to the Horry County Police. I think it was Ken Marcus, Detective Ken Marcus.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and admitted into evidence, the states number 10 and 11. Can you have a look at those?
Yep,
Are those copies of the images you provided to the Horry County Police Department?
they are.
And did those show the license plate number you were asked to look for?
Yes. Do you want me to read that or?
Yeah, you can read it.
It was RWN 362 and RWN 362.
Okay. Oh, were those at the Clay Pond entrance or the Burkale Road? Sorry.
Those were at the Burkale Road entrance side, I believe it was, right? Or was it the Clay Pond? I'm not. Let me take a look at that again.
I'll bring that.
Nope, I'm sorry. These are on the Clay Pond entrance side.
Fine, no, thank you. Sorry, I took them away too fast. Of course, and they'll just. Is it up here too?
It should be at the very back of the red line.
Oh, it's not. Well, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked on State's Exhibit 158. Can you look at this image and tell me what that depicts?
It depicts the villages of Arrowhead along with the Burkale Road and the Clay Pond Road.
Mm-hmm.
And then it shows the Flint Lake Apartments and 8 acres and kind of goes across where the road would go over George Grissom to go over to the airport area.
You testified that you're familiar with kind of how things got developed there. Can you look at that picture and tell approximately what time period it's from, based on what houses exist or don't exist?
Yes. The houses on the 8 acre section next to Flint Lake were being built in 2020.
Okay.
So that picture, there's no homes in that picture being shown. So that was prior to anything being built on there. So that would have been early part of 2020.
Okay. Yeah, this time the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 158 into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State's Exhibit 158 admitted in that objection.
Connor, may I have the witness step down to kind of point out some things on the.
On this about my microphone with court can pick up the testimony.
Okay, do you mind stepping down?
Nope.
Oh, you never moved on to something, jury?
All
I'm going to stand over here. Let you stand there.
They're gonna more.
Okay, So tell the jury what we're kind of looking at here.
Okay, so this would be the clay pond. This is where the pictures were
Okay.
provided. Over here, this other loop around would be, this is Burkale Road. So that there's this way in and out, and there's that way in and out. That's the only drivable roads. All of this in the middle here is the villages of Arrowhead.
Okay. And can you show me where Flint Lake Apartments are located?
Flint Lake Apartments are this pod right here and that pod right there.
Okay. And then this area here, what is this?
We always refer to that as the 8 acres, because it's an 8 acre parcel. And that was purchased and then was being developed at that time.
Okay, that's back in 2020.
Yes.
What about some of these areas here?
These are all wooded areas. As you can see back here, there's a little bit of commercial, but this was all kind of wooded area back in those regions. As is over here, there's a bunch of wooded area off of Burkale, and there's some ponds down there that Horry County Police gets to come out to. All people's kids like to play and mess around back there.
Okay. Well, what about this? What is this?
That's the Intercoastal Waterway.
So it looks like you're more about the Intercoastal Waterway, Clay Pond, Burkow, and then some wooded areas around there. And I think you testified to this, but I just want to be clear. Where were the license plate readers that you bought?
Right here. There, that entrance and exit. The license plate readers read everything coming in and everything going out, as well as the images coming in and the images going out.
Of course, I know. No further pursuit of this. You can have a seat and answer any questions, Mr. Britton.
Okay.
Mr. Martin, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, sir.
Good. My name's Tom Britton.
Nice to meet you.
Everything you testified to really is about the layout and the equipment that you have, right?
Yes.
You didn't see anything live, you just look at film and get them to film.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were you living there on 20th?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anything? Any shots?
No, but it's not uncommon in our neighborhood. Between Burkale and those in the Clay Pond area there and the wooded areas, there's gunshots quite often.
How about in that parking lot where you got pictures of them and the vehicles? That ain't a wooded area.
What pictures and what?
You give them pictures of them coming and going,
Yeah, that's at the entrance, the exit and entrance to Clay Pond.
and you got houses there, huh?
There's houses at the end of that, yes.
So they could hear the gunshot. Do you live there?
I do, yeah, I live in our,
that second?
no, I live on the Burkale section side of it.
But you didn't give them pictures of them going out in the woods anywhere, right?
No,
The area well lit, and
the community itself,
yeah,
the neighborhood had streetlights going down the main road, not where the construction was going on at that time.
where you gave them a footage of vehicle use, right?
Yes,
That was well lit area.
it's lit. I wouldn't say well.
Well, you could put a camera out there and see the cars, right?
Yes, they're night vision.
Briefing. I believe defense counsel asked you about hearing gunshots.
Yes,
Your response was you hear them frequently.
we do hear gunshots in there frequently, and some people mistake. Between being Burkale and Clay Pond and the wooded areas on both sections, there's a lot of people, as probably most of us in Horry County, you hear shots. But also at the time, the airport uses some shot frequencies to scare off predators. So you would hear them quite often because the airport from that area is only, I guess, a mile or a mile and a half as the crow flies. So we do hear it. I mean, and I'll just use myself as an example. Just a few weeks ago, I shot a copperhead in my backyard.
Did police show up at your house after you shot the cover?
They didn't, fortunately, but it was with 22 bird shot. But so it's not an uncommon thing. As the HOA president, we never really received calls on gunshots, but we would receive complaints like at a board meeting. Why are we hearing gunshots, or why do we hear the noise? And we are.
What did you do about it if you got those complaints?
We would just discuss, what our findings have been through the years, and I was there long enough to be able to know, they're usually coming from one of those other areas, or somebody shooting off fireworks that people think might be a gunshot.
So I'm just to be clear, when you say people complain, did they call you at home and tell you they were hearing gunshots?
No, it would be at like a board meeting or an issue like that.
Yeah. Do you mind if stepping off again? I just want to clarify something about the lighting that was.
Okay.
Thank you. We put up 158. Okay, before we do that, let's talk about, you were just saying, You've got some wooded areas, you said were there gunshots that you heard in those areas?
Yeah, see all this wooded area here?
Mhm.
That was all undeveloped. In fact, that, the guy who owned that hunted and shot there quite often.
Okay,
So that was that area. And then over here off of Flint Lake, was wooded area, and there's a pond area down here that we call Crystal Lake. And it's an Army Corps pond that they put along the waterways. There's always people back there shooting and messing around. So that's why it's not uncommon in the community to do that.
so that happens all the time.
It does.
Okay, so we pointed out this area, I think you called it the 8 acres.
Yes.
That was being developed in 2020, am I correct? Okay, is this area well lit?
It was not,
Lighted?
it was not lit at all at that point.
Okay.
There was no lighting in that section. Lighting did not come until the houses were all but completed and the infrastructure was put in.
Do you recall around what time this house was completed?
The first people to move in were late 2020.
Okay.
And early going into 2021. And the last house in the corner here was not completed until 2024.
Okay, so it's being developed.
Yes, I think it's 23 homes total that were built in that area.
Okay, no further questions. Oh, wait, sorry, just repeat.
You had said about the lighting.
Oh, the bid sales actually about the lighting up here where the cars enter.
Yes.
So what was the lighting like there?
We have a street light in the middle of this here. There's only one, I believe, that is from this stretch here to that stretch there.
Okay.
There's one street light. But the card readers and so forth are infrared.
Okay, so you're going, so from there to there, about how far?
From this entrance to that entrance is roughly a half mile, and roughly from this entrance to this entrance is about a half mile.
Thank you. No further questions.
Stand right there. I'd like to ask you one or two questions.
No, I said no response.
Counter she's brought in new elements.
You should have raised an objection. All right, you may say that.
It would be a good place, will be a little like.
Lunch, again, we have lunch coming for you. I don't know if it's here yet or not, but that's when your time to eat. Please leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case even among yourselves. Hope you have a good lunch, and we'll bring you back probably 1:30. All right, thanks very much.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Chad Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
Where do you work?
I work at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED. Specifically, I work in the firearms department at SLED's Forensic Services Laboratory in Columbia.
Can you just tell me briefly, what is SLED?
SLED is an assisting agency for state agencies that require additional manpower. We also operate a full-service forensics laboratory, so agencies throughout the state bring us evidence to be analyzed, examined, mostly for court purposes.
How long have you worked at SLED?
This November will be 17 years.
What's your current assignment?
I'm a firearms examiner, and it was a forensic scientist position.
And have you been at that position the entire time you've been at SLED?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your educational background?
Well, I attended Clemson University, where I earned a bachelor's of science degree in biological sciences, and I worked for Clemson for several years before coming on board at SLED. When I started my training program at SLED, it's last several years. It involves extensive reading and studying. There are multiple examinations and tests given during that time. I also attended various classes and seminars, toured several firearms manufacturing facilities, and then later I helped the other examiners prepare their casework. At the end of the training, I received a comprehensive multi-part examination, which I successfully completed, and then I began to receive my own casework.
In addition to that exam that you passed at the completion of your training, do you also take regular proficiency exams?
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you take those?
We're on a cycle, so every year we take a certain discipline of our field.
And have you ever failed any of those proficiency exams?
Not that I know of.
So tell me, what does the forensic scientist in the firearms department do?
Well, our main responsibility is the examination of firearms, ammunition, and ammunition components, such as bullets and cartridge cases. The main goal is to try to identify if a particular bullet or cartridge case was fired by a specific firearm. We also do serial number restorations on firearms that have their serial numbers obliterated. I also assist with the destruction of firearms that agencies throughout the state bring us to be destroyed.
Okay, let's turn our attention specifically to bullets. What are the different parts of a bullet column?
Well, if you're referring to what a cartridge is called, a cartridge, you start with a cartridge. A cartridge is an unfired round of ammunition. A lot of people just call it a bullet, but you see all of it on television, but technically that's not correct. We're big on terminology in our department. So if you start with an unfired round of ammunition, it's basically made of several components. You have the cartridge case, which is basically the container for all the other parts. The gunpowder goes inside the cartridge case. At the top of the cartridge case is open, with a bullet, which is the actual projectile that's seated at the top of the cartridge case. At the bottom would be the primer area. The primer is what's struck by the firing pin of the firearm, which basically causes a controlled tiny explosion, and that ignites the gunpowder, and then volume of gas builds up, and that's basically what forces the bullet down the barrel.
What are the two broad categories of handguns?
The two most common would be a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol.
Okay, and can you briefly describe the difference in those two types of handguns?
A revolver, if you've seen any of the old Western type movies, that's typically what they use. It has what's called a cylinder. The cylinder has holes drilled through it, which are called chambers. So the cartridges go in the chamber, and then when you fire, that cylinder rotates, so it revolves. That's why I call it a revolver. So every shot is one cartridge in its own chamber. Semi-automatic pistol uses what's called a magazine, which is basically a separate component. The cartridges go in the magazine, loaded into the firearm, and then you have to chamber around. Usually you pull back on a slide, release it, let go, and that chamber's the topmost cartridge in the magazine into the chamber, and it's ready for firing. So every pull of the trigger for semi-automatic means one round is fired. So it's basically a machine that it cycles as you're firing, pull one, trigger pull, that fires a cartridge, bullet goes down the barrel, cartridge cases, typically if the firearm is working correctly, extracted and ejected out of the firearm, then cycle is repeated for every pull of the trigger.
You said a second ago that one of your duties and responsibilities is firearm identification. What exactly is that?
Firearms identification is a field of forensic science.
This is your third one.
To determine if a specific ammunition component. It's called a comparison microscope. Each examiner through it, and you can compare two samples simultaneously. You can compare a bullet with a bullet, and a cartridge case with a cartridge case, and you're looking for the markings that are on those items that were created during the firing process. So the various components of the firearm can, when they come in contact with a bullet or cartridge case, basically leave tool marks behind on those items. So those tool marks is what we're looking at to try to determine if it's fired by a particular firearm.
Good flash.
Approximately how many examinations have you performed in the fields of firearms identification?
Well, each case can have multiple examinations. So taking that consideration, it would be thousands of actual examinations.
Have you ever testified as an expert in that field before?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
116 times, and that's with state and federal.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of firearms identification.
No, Right, I find this witness to be an expert in the field of firearm identification. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you some instructions on expert testimony when the charge on the law. But all you need to know at this point in time is that typically a witness can only testify as to his or her personal observations, what they saw, what they heard, what they tasted, things of that nature. There is an exception for witnesses who are qualified as experts, which means that in addition to his personal observations,
I just want them to bring back that Southwestern salad they used to have.
Thank you. Can you tell me in very general terms how you conduct your examination?
So depending on what types of evidence we get projectiles, bullets, we would basically, with all the evidence, we photograph it when we receive it, make sure everything what we're supposed to get is what was received. And then we go into the examination process, photograph the evidence, start taking notes on our worksheets, noting conditions of evidence. With the bullets, first thing we try to do is determine what sort of caliber those bullets may be. That's basically determined by mostly measuring the diameter of the bullet, if it's in good enough shape, weighing the bullet, and basically it's just overall characteristics come into play to try to help determine what caliber it may be. With cartridge cases, it's basically the same thing, but the calibers would be listed on the cartridge case most of the time. If we have a firearm, then we test fire the firearm, make sure it's functioning correctly, and we can compare test samples
Ooh,
from when
that
we test fire it to
wonderful.
evidence cartridge cases or evidence bullets, and that's how we make our determinations.
What kind of equipment do you use to perform that examination?
Comparison microscope it would be what each examiner uses.
What types of conclusions are you able to draw?
So we have 4 basic types of conclusions. We have a positive, which means that it's basically a match. If you have a cartridge case or a bullet, it was fired by that particular firearm. We have a negative, which would mean it was not fired by that particular firearm. Then we have an unsuitable, which means that basically the evidence itself, the cartridge case or bullet, is too damaged or there's not enough markings on it suitable for identification. And then we have an inconclusive, which means it may be fired by the same firearm or potentially not fired by the same firearm. There's just not enough markings there to determine
What
whether
did
it
I
was or not.
say?
Does SLED have a method of tracking the movement of items and evidence from submission until the items are returned to the submitting agency?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that document
One
contain the name of all individuals
more.
who handled item evidence?
One.
Correct.
Was such a chain kept in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Go lay down. Oop, it's on your back. Mike, it's on your back. Here. It's on your back. Bye.
Madam President,
You dropped it. It's in front
I'm going to approach what's been marked as State Exhibit number 141. Is that a copy of the SLED chain of evidence form for this case?
It appears to be.
Now you guys go away and let me concentrate on this
it's
trial.
got South Carolina law enforcement at the top, chain of custody, the lab number, it's got case number, prepared for release,
One more.
and it's got everyone
Oh.
listed when the evidence is transferred.
Does that lab number match the lab number for the items of evidence you examined in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that document kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state is seeking to admit Exhibit 141 in evidence.
Yes, sir.
I don't believe it's relevant based on the earlier conversation we had about weapons.
What's the relevant?
It's bullets. They examined the bullets from the autopsy that were retrieved from the victim, Your Honor.
All right, I'll admit State Exhibit 141 over defendant's objection.
Thank you. So we just
You've
talked
done
about lab number
four.
L20-17755. Were you asked to examine some items?
Or
for that
more.
lab?
I've lost
Yes, ma'am.
count.
When you completed your examination, did you put those results in a report?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a
Yes,
report that you
yeah.
refer to me?
I do.
Just ask that you refer to it if you didn't turn it over to you. Okay, were you given some projectiles to examine?
I was.
Come here. Come here. You want to sit in my lap?
I'm approaching with what's been previously admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 139.
Sit in my
Are
lap?
those the items that you examined?
What? I'll hold you. Are you
Yes, ma'am. These
That's
are
why you're scared?
projectiles.
Is that what it
Some of
is?
them I can tell were fire bullets. Some of them were just pieces of lead. I can't tell if they were a bullet or not.
Can you tell that those are the ones you examined there?
Yes, ma'am. They're in the same packaging as when I sealed it up. The original packaging, the items in there, and my seal date and initials.
Okay, now let's turn to the fired projectiles from the autopsy. So what, if anything, were you able to conclude about them? Let's start with sled item 40.
No.
Sled item 40 is a piece of lead. Basically, again, I can't tell if it was part of a bullet or part of something else. Didn't have any marks of value on it. So it's unsuitable for identification with another item of evidence. That's basically all I could tell from that item.
Did the submitting agency indicate where that item was taken from?
It did, on the description of the item, it did have a location
What was that location?
from victim's brain.
Would a bullet fired through a human skull suffer damage?
Yes, ma'am, it could. Whenever a bullet hits something, depending on what that object is, it could fragment, it could deform. It just depends on what it hits.
Is sled item 40 consistent with the damage that could occur if a bullet is fired through a human skull?
Well, it could. Again, I can't tell if it's a bullet or not, but it would be consistent with.
Let's look at items, sled items 37, 38, 39, and 41. Are those the other four items you were asked to examine?
Yes, ma'am. Those I could tell were fired bullets. There was enough material left on them, and I could tell were actually fired bullets.
Okay, could you tell what caliber they were?
Yes, ma'am. Based on their observable physical characteristics, again, construction, the weight, diameter, they're most consistent with being loaded into 22 long rifle caliber cartridges.
Okay. Now, I'm a layperson. You said
No
long rifle.
way.
Does that mean that those cartridges could only be fired by a rifle?
No, ma'am. Long rifle just denotes the designation or the name of that specific cartridge. Any firearm chambered for 22 rounds
Go!
can fire those cartridges.
Were you able to tell whether those fired bullets were fired from the same gun?
The results of those conclusions were inconclusive, basically due to damage and not enough markings, corresponding markings on those items. So it would be inconclusive. Can't tell if they were fired by the same gun or by more than one firearm.
Okay. Did the submitting agency indicated where those items were taken from?
They did.
And can you just tell me just go through each one?
Item 37 is listed as being from victim's chest. Item 38 listed as from victim's leg. 39 from victim's right pelvis. 41 from sacral area of victim.
Okay. Now you said you couldn't tell if they were fired by the same gun, but based on the rifling you examined, were you able to generate a list of firearms that could have fired the bullets you examined?
It's in my case file. We can generate a potential list of firearms that could have fired those bullets based on its characteristics. The list was extensive. It had a lot of makes and models on there. So I just included it in my case file and did not report it due to the length of that list.
Okay. Eric, the witness can testify regarding whether or not this making manufacturer of gun could have fired the bullets that he found. Thank you. I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67. Can you examine that box first?
Yes, ma'am.
That's just a box.
It is a box.
And can you tell what kind of firearm that box goes to?
This appears to be a factory container, factory packaging for a Ruger pistol.
Okay. And can you tell based on the make and model of that firearm that that's a box for, whether or not that firearm could have fired the bullets that you examined?
Well, listed on the box itself, it does say caliber 22 long rifle, and Ruger was on the list of those potential manufacturers.
Okay, thank you. Please answer any questions of the defense right now.
Good afternoon.
Your job, you're always testifying for the state, right?
No, ma'am, or no, sir. Sometimes I'll testify, whoever needs my testimony, federal court, solicitor's office, defense, perhaps.
And in this case, after using all your procedures, the microscope, your training, you didn't determine any gun that was a murder weapon.
Correct. We did not have the firearm that matched that firearm, or was fired, our bullets.
So all the stuff you did proved that those weapons weren't murder weapons.
Objection, Your Honor. May we go?
Well, I missed it.
Firearms that could have fired the bullets you examined.
It's in my case file, federal court, solicitor's office, defense, perhaps.
And in this case, after using all your procedures, it was a murder weapon.
Correct. We did not have the firearm that matched that firearm, or was fired, our bullets.
So all the stuff you did proved that those weapons weren't murder weapons.
Objection, Your Honor. May we go?
So you think we'll get a verdict today then, Judy? Okay, I don't know why they jumped on that so fast unless it was something that was in limine. They weren't supposed to.
You identified no murder weapon.
Correct.
All right, be ready.
Stop it. You're making me mad. Knock it off. You've had enough cookies.
All right, you may step down. He's good.
Nothing.
All right, he's pretty good.
Your Honor, maybe just see if our next proposed witness is here. Is that perhaps his act? Right, okay, so.
Yes, it's the coroner.
Oh, they're dog treats. They're not real cookies. They can eat cookies, just as long as there's no chocolate in it. You guys eat cookies all the time when mommy makes peanut butter cookies, don't you? I haven't made any in a long time, though. And snickerdoodles. You guys love snickerdoodles, don't you? I haven't made snickerdoodles. I got stuff in there to make protein snickerdoodles. You guys like the protein snickerdoodles, don't you? They're yummy. They got honey in them. Mm-hmm.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear to the evidence about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Yeah, they're good.
Please state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
My name is Rebecca Phillips, Phillips.
Sergeant Phillips, where do you work?
I currently work at the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you worked at Horry County Police?
Come December will be 25 years.
What's your current assignment there?
My current assignment is with the hiring and recruiting unit, so I'm a recruiter.
Okay. How long have you had that position?
Approximately 2 years.
What was your assignment before you got your current position?
I was assigned to the crime scene unit for 5.5 years.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities in the crime scene unit?
I started out as a senior detective, answering, going to crime scenes, being on call.
Last one.
Collecting evidence, documenting the scene, and taking items to SLED.
When you, at the end of your tenure in crime scene, were you the sergeant in that department?
I was.
And what were some of your duties as the sergeant?
As a sergeant, I supervised individuals that were also on call. I would respond with them to answer the call outs, help them process the scenes, document the scenes.
No more.
What sort of special training did you receive in order to work in crime scene investigations?
And
I've taken various classes and been to various schools to include
Mommy doesn't
crime scene processing,
crime
scene management,
Go lay down.
Fingerprint analysis, palm analysis, and a lot of my training was on the job training.
Okay. So did you respond to a whole lot of crime scenes?
Yes.
Okay. How are cases assigned to crime scene investigators?
So we are assigned a week at a time to be on call, and it just happened to be whoever's on call gets that scene.
Okay. Were you assigned to investigate into an investigation to what was originally a missing persons investigation into the disappearance of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was asked to respond and assist by Sergeant Heather Wilson, and we responded to the location with the case agent in order to assist.
Okay, you said the location. What location did you respond to?
Flint Lake Apartments, apartment D640.
What was the significance of that location?
That was the victim Greg Rice's apartment.
Do you recall, and you may have said this, approximately what date did you respond there?
October 16th, 2020.
At that time, was this still a missing persons investigation or a homicide investigation?
It was still a missing persons.
Okay. Is that apartment list located in Myrtle Beach, section Horry County?
It is.
Did any other crime scene personnel respond with you that day?
Yes. Heather Wilson and Stephen Daly.
What about investigators? Did any investigators assist you that day?
Detectives were Detective Susie, Skellett, Edwards, and Daly. Yeah.
What information did you have prior to your search?
That the victim had been missing, was reported missing. Last time they were seen was on October 2nd.
Okay. Do you know if this was the first time that apartment was searched?
It was searched by the detectives prior to us getting there at a previous date.
Okay.
It was not the first time.
What specifically, what items were you told to look for? What were you looking for when you searched that apartment?
Any items of evidentiary value that could give us an idea to see where, or to give us an idea where the victim would be. He was still missing.
Okay. What about the condition of the apartment itself? Were you looking at that?
Yes.
And what did you note about that?
It was, when we do our investigations, we take pictures on the outside and the inside prior to our search. And where we enter the apartment, we notate and photograph the door and the door frame and the locking mechanism, and to see if there was any forced entry, and there was none.
Okay. Were you also looking for items of electronic evidence?
Yes.
Why was that?
Just to see if the victim was communicating with anybody prior to him going missing.
Okay. Let's get back to your arrival at this location, the victim's apartment. Can you just describe what it was? What did it look like?
It's an apartment complex, multi-unit or multi-building. His particular unit was a 2-story, but the apartments were a single story. It was a 2-bedroom, kitchen, living room. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go way down. Go way down.
Do you have a standard procedure that you follow when you begin processing a scene?
Yes.
What's the first thing you do?
We document with photography. I usually try to get a cross-street photograph or a sign.
Madam President, I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76. Will you look at these?
Belle
These are
Marie.
photographs that I took that day of the search warrant of the victim's apartment. And the first photograph is the sign that is posted at the front before you go in.
And are these photographs fair and accurate? They look like what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state seeking to introduce 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 in the evidence and publish them to the jury.
Without objection. United States Exhibit 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 are given in evidence.
Read 72, please.
Go to bed.
Okay, this is the first picture, and you just described it.
Yes.
What does this show?
That is just the sign when you first go into the apartment complex.
Okay, can we have a 73, please? What's this one?
That is the front of the unit 640.
Okay.
And the front porch is to the right. The victim's unit is the front porch on the right.
So is that door you see there the victim's door, the door to the unit?
No,
Okay, so let's go to 74. Okay, how about this one?
that is the front of his unit, and it appears like the door is open.
Is that the door that goes?
Yes.
into? Okay. And can you see a little front porch area there too?
Yes.
Let's have 75. What is this?
That is just the side of the unit.
And then 76.
That is the locking or the door frame of the unit, Unit D.
And why did you take a picture of that?
That is just to document that there was no forced entry.
Can you talk to me
The interior, the kitchen and the laundry room area, and you go straight in is where the master bedroom is in the back, and then there's another bedroom on the left in the bathrooms.
what about the condition of the apartment? What did it look like?
The apartment was cluttered, relatively clean. There was still trash in the trash can.
Did you see any signs of drug use?
No,
Did you see any signs of a struggle that you could tell?
no,
While you were there, did you search the master bedroom?
yes.
And what, if any, thing did you locate there?
The master bedroom?
I'm sorry. No. This, well, I can short it up and say it. Did you locate a number of items in the apartment that you see?
Yes.
After you finished searching and collecting items, did you do anything else to process that apartment?
I did. So we use a chemical called LCV, leucocrystal violet. It's a chemical that when it reacts or sprayed on blood and blood fluid, it will turn purple. So that chemical attaches to the hemoglobin in the blood.
Okay. And in this case, did you find a color change anywhere in Greg Rice's apartment?
No.
What did that mean to you?
It meant and suggested that there was no crime of any altercation where bloodletting had occurred.
Okay. Did you at that point have any reason to look for a crime scene beyond the bounds of the apartment or the immediate area outside?
No.
Do you recall when you learned the location of the crime scene where the murder occurred?
December of 2024.
And how long after the date you went out there was that?
4 years.
Does the passage of more than 4 years affect whether or not you're able to process the crime scene?
It does, the location, the number of years,
Go watch Doggy
from
TV.
rain to other people to vehicles can all disturb a crime scene.
Did you also execute or help execute a search warrant into a 2014 Honda Civic that belonged to Greg Rice?
I did.
When did you do that?
October 19th.
And did you seize anything from that car?
Now go watch Doggy
Why was
TV.
nothing seized?
It did not appear that any altercation had occurred in the vehicle, and at that time, we did not believe the vehicle was involved.
Now go watch Doggy
I'm going to
TV.
direct your attention to October 23rd, 2000.
Go watch Doggy
Did you
TV.
participate and execute a search warrant on Meagan Jackson's residence on that day?
I did.
And at that time, was this a homicide investigation or a missing persons investigation?
At that time, it's still a missing persons investigation.
And what was the address of that residence?
River 218. Is that-
And did you collect
Sorry.
anything relevant that day?
We collected digital media just to see if there was anything that could give us an idea or an investigative lead to where the victim had gone.
Moving forward to October 27th, 2020, did you execute a search warrant on a 2008 Honda Odyssey van that was also driven by Meagan Jackson?
I did.
Had you seen that car?
Yes.
Why had you seen it before?
The vehicle had been used multiple times for body transport, and as part of the normal job that Meagan Jackson and I would end up at crime scenes, and she would be there to transport the body.
Did she also load the body?
No,
into the van?
I'm done.
Yes.
That's it. No more.
Did the
None.
fact that that van was used,
No more.
was used for the purpose of
Lower
transporting
down.
bodies affect your ability to process that van?
Yes, with the amount of bodies and just the utilization of that van and various reasons why people end up deceased, there is the possibility of lots of mixtures of DNA, blood, bodily fluids in that van.
So was that particularly challenging?
Yes,
Okay, did you also execute a search warrant on Christopher Dontell's work car, a 2017 silver Ford Explorer?
I did.
Did you recognize that car?
Yes.
And how did you recognize that car?
He would be the deputy coroner that would respond to the same cases that I was working.
Okay. Can you tell me what the interior of that car looked like when you examined it?
It was very cluttered. There were car seats, leftover food containers. It appeared in the back hatch that items that he used for work were just thrown back there, no organization.
Okay. You mentioned LCD that you used earlier. Did you use any similar substance to look for evidence in that vehicle?
We did, and we used Blue Star, which is also commonly known as luminol. In low light situations, we can use that to spray on an area, and it will
Blue
fluoresce
Star and luminol were
for
two
a very
different
short
things.
time, and that can provide us an area to possibly take a swab from.
Did any of those areas yield a positive reaction?
It did.
And of those areas, did any of those yield any information relevant to this case?
I don't believe so.
At some point, and I believe we've already established that this was, at the time you examined these items, Greg Rice's body had not been found. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that Gregory Rice's body had been found?
I did.
And at that point, did you also learn that that Explorer had been used to transport the victim's body to the dump site?
Yes, I was advised.
Okay. Did you try to conduct an additional search of that vehicle at that time?
We did.
And were you able to do that?
We were not.
Why was that?
It had already been cleaned and released and sold, I believe, by the county.
By the
Horry
coroner.
County. Or, yes, by the coroner's office.
Okay. All right. I know you did a lot of things here. So moving
Sorry.
forward to November 12, 2020, did you execute a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home in Myrtle Beach?
We did. I did.
Well, can you tell me approximately where that's located?
I call it the back gate area. It's also the entrance to Market Commons.
And at the time on that day, had Gregory Rice's body been found?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you search the funeral home at that time?
We were attempting to find a crime scene at that time.
Said I would hold you if you wanted me to. Do you want me to hold?
Sorry,
No,
ma'am.
you're looking at my hand.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. 86,
No,
87,
but I'll hold
88,
you
89,
here
and
because
90.
it's raining.
Do you recognize these photographs?
Come here. Come up here. Come here.
Yes,
Okay,
those
then
are
fine.
the photographs that I took that day at the funeral home.
Okay. And are these photographs fair and accurate? Do they look like what it actually looked like that day in real life?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state 600, 86, 87, 88, and 90 in the evidence.
86, 87, 88.
89 and 90. Yes.
Is that good? United States Exhibits 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90 are admitted into evidence without objection.
We have 86, please. And published on. Okay. Okay, so you described when you went to Greg Rice's apartment that you began by taking over all photos. Is that?
Yes.
You do the same procedure every time?
Yes.
So what is this picture?
So that is the front of the funeral home.
Okay, let's go to 87.
That is the south end of the funeral home, and it shows the roll top door and the stack of the
I
crematorium.
just picked one that said
What
dog
date?
pee and turned it on.
That is just another rear.
She's not watching it. She's
view
right
of
here.
the funeral home showing the back door.
And 89.
That is the north side of the funeral home,
said
another
no.
rooftop garage door.
You got way more than you should have.
And while you were out there, did you notice anything relevant to this investigation in the exterior of that building?
Yes,
Did you photograph and collect it?
yes.
What did you notice?
There was a zip tie, black and colored zip tie on the ground.
All right, this, I'm gonna show you, can we have 90, please? Okay, is this a photograph of the zip tie you found there?
Yes,
Did you collect that zip tie?
I did.
And I've just handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91. Is that zip tie you found there?
Yes.
How can you tell?
It has my initials on.
Your Honor, at this time, the State's Exhibit 91 is evidence and published to the jury.
You did, nothing. States Exhibit 91 admitted into evidence.
No, you didn't tell me about it, Flo.
After completing these overall photos and collecting the zip tie, did you move to the interior of that building?
I did.
Can you describe what it looks like when you first walk in there?
When you first walk in, there's a ramp that they use to bring the bodies in and out. And when you go through the back door, there's another ramp to the garage that contains 2 coolers to place bodies in different stages or processing through the funeral home. And straight through, you have a kitchen, you have all the business offices in the front of the funeral home, a kitchen, some viewing rooms and a chapel. And to the left, through the back door, you have a little holding room, then the embalming room where they process the bodies, and then further to the left, another ramp, and that's where the crematorium is.
Okay. Did you mention coolers? I believe you did.
Mhm. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did you take a picture of those items?
I did.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102, 105, and 96. Let's start with 102 and 105. Are those photographs you took?
Yes, they are.
I think they're an accurate representation of what it actually looks like.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state seeks to introduce 102 and 105 in evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection? No. States Exhibits 102 and 105 admitted into evidence without objection.
We have 102, please. What are we looking at in this photo?
That is a view of 2 coolers that are used to hold bodies.
So the bodies just go inside and close the door?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at 105, please. Okay, what is this picture?
That is a view of a stack of cardboard boxes that they use to store some of the bodies in for various reasons.
Okay, do you have to put them together first?
You have to fold them like a normal box.
And then to the left there, what is that you can see?
That's the cooler on the right.
Okay, is that the same cooler? Can we go back to 102, please? Just, I think you can see the boxes in 102.
Yes, to the right.
Okay, so there they are.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Did you also locate some items of relevance at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home other than the zip tie?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 96. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that is a photograph.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you actually saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is exhibit 96 and evidence published in the jury.
Objection.
Is the one I just,
United States Exhibit 96, admitted into evidence without objection.
and 96 and published in the jury.
All right.
Okay, why did you take this picture?
That is a picture in the embalming room of some sheets that were folded up in the cabinet.
And did anything strike you about those sheets?
Yes, the one you see there, marked item 20 is a white sheet with a blue thread.
Why was that? Why did that catch your attention?
It is similar to the one that was recovered with the victim.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 132.
Oh.
Is that the sheet? Did you collect that sheet first of all?
Yes, my initials and the date, and that is the sheet.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would like to admit Exhibit 132 evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, sir. I don't believe it's being used and accepted as a marriage with any other apparel, clothing, blanket, sheets. It's not up to the witnesses.
John's going to publish it.
Why do they always do that? I mean, why? They always wrap them in something that you can find other matches to.
Particular challenges you face in processing the funeral?
Yes, the same challenges, the way that the building is utilized through the process of multiple deceased people for various reasons.
Okay, I'm going to turn your attention to November 17, 2020. Did you on that day process items of evidence that have previously been seized?
I did.
Okay, when you process items, do you take photos of them?
I do.
Your Honor, on 106, we get based on previous objection to the box. Other than that, we have no objection to 107.
All right. What is 102? That's what prior witness testified to.
Yes, sir.
All right, State's Exhibit 106 admitted into evidence over defendant's objection. State's Exhibit 107 admitted into evidence without objection.
Okay, I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's 106.
That is my photograph
Okay, what's
in the lab.
Can we put 106? May we publish these to the jury?
Yes.
106 up on the TV. And we've seen this. Do you know where that item was seized from?
Meagan Jackson's house.
And were you able to locate a serial number on that box that goes with a gun?
Yes.
Just to be clear, was there a gun in that box?
No.
And based on the serial number, did law enforcement, were you able to perform a trace on that gun?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
We sign it into what's called e-trace, which is through the ATF. And we notate the information on the box, but we notate that it was a box only. And it provides or can provide the purchaser or owner information.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 107. Is that a certified copy of that trace performed on that gun?
It is.
Okay. And if you don't mind, who does it show is the purchaser of that gun?
Gregory Vincent Rice.
And were you able to perform a search to determine if that gun had ever been reported stolen?
Yes.
Was it ever reported stolen?
No.
And again, where was it found?
Meagan Jackson's house, residence.
In addition to everything else we talked about, you did quite a lot, were you also tasked with taking certain items of evidence to SLED, the State Law Enforcement Division?
I was.
And what does that entail? How do you do that?
We decide what we feel needs to go to SLED, and we request further processing. I will sign out the items from evidence, place them in my vehicle, and immediately travel to SLED in Columbia to be turned over to their evidence division.
Okay, and are those items, when you take them to SLED, in your sole custody and control?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you quickly what's been previously admitted as evidence as 141. There's some orange tabs on here because you did a lot of stuff. Do you mind just looking at that and verifying that you actually transported those items to SLED?
Solicitor, I do not see my name on this one.
It's just the orange ones. I'm sorry, there's a lot.
Submitted by. Oh, that's returned. Okay, yeah, submitted by. I'm sorry. Yeah, submitted by me.
Sorry.
I was looking for the signature.
Only one can talk at a time because the board can't kick you.
Sorry.
So my name is in there, submitted by. Looking for the signature, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. Thank you, Sergeant Phillips. Please answer any questions that events may have.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. You were just talking about Chauffeur Pitt and the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home.
Yes, sir.
When were you out there, looking at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
The 17th, I believe,
Oh,
October
what year?
2020.
Okay. So at that time, were you investigating it as a possible scene of the crime?
I was.
And you've introduced that object that you took from there, and gone over and told us that's exhausted, and you don't have anything else that you collected there.
I did collect other items, but they are not the items that are submitted to court at this time.
Okay. So these are the only ones that have been put into evidence, right?
All of the items are submitted to evidence.
Have you investigated another crime scene in connection with this issue?
No.
Okay. You investigated a missing person and Mr. Rice. Apartment, is that correct?
Correct.
But you didn't do any investigation after the good crime scene change. You heard about that, didn't you?
Yes,
Okay. So you didn't go out to that area and conduct any kind of search in December of 2024?
no, I was not assigned to crime scene at the time.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that DNA lasts a long time?
It depends on where it's left, what it's left on, and the weather.
Well, they dug up bodies that still have it, right?
I'm not a DNA expert.
Because that goes over John.
I think, did you report, was there a toothbrush that you collected?
There was.
And you submitted that to SLED?
I did.
All right, maybe approach.
Took it, personally delivered to Rick. We don't have to answer, right? She said no. We can read it all back. I have something.
If the report says that I submitted it and I took it to SLED, then I did.
Was Dudley involved in this?
She is the supervisor over evidence. Not sure.
She go with you to SLED?
No.
You all ready to approach again?
All right.
Gentlemen, I have a matter of law, I need to take that with the attorney, so I'm going to excuse you back in the jury room for just a few minutes. And I'll tell you why we do this. It's not just trying to hide anything from you or keep anything from you. But as I told you in the opening charges, you and you alone decide the facts of this case. And you decide those facts based upon testimony of witnesses and any other exhibits that are introduced into evidence. I decide the law. Well, there's an issue of law that has come up. When I discuss the law with the attorneys, it often requires us to reference factual issues. But what I say and what the attorneys say is not evidence. So we don't want you to be influenced by anything that we say when we discuss the law. We don't want that to influence your decision as to what the facts are. And that's why we excuse you back in the jury room. In any event, it'll give you a little break, leave your notepads in the jury box, do not discuss the case, and we'll bring you back out at this point.
Your Honor, and I am, if I am incorrect on this, because I am the last person that would ever even jump up to any kind of conclusion on this kind of thing. But if I am correct in hearing what Captain Phillips said, all evidence or all items they collect are sent to SLED. I believe that was spread. I believe she testified to that. If that is true, then that means that the toothbrush that she listed would have also gone to SLED. She was submitted it. We then had a little quick discussion. He asked if the toothbrush went to SLED. He asked if Tori Dudley took the toothbrush to SLED. Captain Phillips said, no, man, we don't have to answer that. She said no. We can read it all back. I have something on my phone that says otherwise. And that's the problem. Well, the problem is I really do not wish to hear that out in public. And the fact that I don't want to make accusations because I know this person to be a very good person. And I think this is just a slip up, but I want to make sure it is noted because I have been.
Well, I haven't seen your phone. You're going to have to address it. If you want to put it in the record, you're going to have to, for the court to address it, it's going to have to be put in the record
Mayor,
May I?
may I have a brief moment of indulgence?
Yes, you can take whatever time you need, but I can't address anything that's not part of the record. in this
Your Honor, I believe I can clear this.
No.
I understand. Your Honor, may I approach? Your Honor? I'll be happy.
I'm not gonna be looking at any phones or anything.
Yes, sir.
like that.
The chain is not here.
I understand.
But he's saying,
I'm saying that that's not the problem.
But this chain matches what he's saying, and that's not what the witness testified to. What I asked the witness
I heard
was.
what she testified to.
Yeah, Your Honor, and
Now, he's saying, are you saying what's on your phone is what they have put in?
it's the same thing,
Is
right?
that it?
If we were to believe what the testimony has been said so far, Your Honor, then she says that she collected all of the evidence and sent it, took it, personally delivered to,
Please read it back when
Read
I
it back,
asked her what
'cause
she said.
Hold it. On your phone, is that what she has?
Are you talking the toothbrush?
Now, when I say what she has, so we have a clear record, what is that? That states exhibit what?
This is State's Exhibit 141. Item 1 on the sled chain of custody is one heat seal pouch containing a toothbrush of Gregory Rice alternative standard. It was submitted by Lori Dudley of the Horry County Police Department. When I questioned this witness, I handed her this document, which has a number of orange tabs on it. I said, please look at the tab items. You took a lot of items to sled. Will you verify that you took those items to sled? And that's what she did. She never testified that she took a toothbrush to sled or that she took every item of evidence collected in this case to sled. That would be absurd. She said the tab
I heard
items,
her, I understood that she said she took the items to sled.
certain items of evidence.
she said toothbrush.
She said toothbrush.
So we got a problem.
Well, I mean, you
Did
can
she
bring.
said that she submitted, I'm
We
sorry, I'm
can
not
read
trying to
it
talk
back.
over your honor. She said she submitted the items into evidence, not that she took them to sled. And I think you should read it back because that's what I heard.
All right, let's put back what she just testified to under, cross-examination. Now, Mr. Britton. When he came back up, they took a little break. And
Is after I asked the approach.
Tommy Britton and Case Britton talked, so start right there.
I think in your report, was there a toothbrush that you collected?
There was.
And you submitted that to SLED?
I did.
Kind of a toothbrush.
All right, that's fine. She said she submitted it to SLED.
Well,
And it's actually because he doesn't say that at all.
well, your honor,
Well, what are you asking me to do? I mean, we're in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
And you can bring out any discrepancy.
Yes, sir.
On cross-examination.
And Your Honor, the reason I wanted to approach this office was because it's not my office. And unfortunately, I'm trying to abide by what we need to do here so we can keep on page. But that information came solely to me. I do not believe that it is been sent to me in any kind of way to me. But the problem for me, Your Honor, personally, is I have a complaint filed against me already in this case, prior. I don't know how to address that without bringing up everything, because everything that gets done is gonna be scrutinized for me for later. Now, that has nothing to do with any bearing on this case. But I got some information that if I don't bear out, or at least figure out what the chain of custody has to do with it, I don't feel very.
I still don't understand what you're asking me to do. Mr.
We're not
Director.
admitting the toothbrush.
Can I explain it?
I'm talking to Mr. Director right
Sorry,
now.
Governor.
Please quit interrupting, okay?
Okay, I'm
All right. I still don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Judge Culberson, I believe that they are trying to introduce some evidence in a backwards way.
Let's back up.
Yes, sir.
Let's start off. I'll let you explain. But starting off, what are you asking me to do? Suppress evidence,
Yes, sir.
strike the testimony,
Yes, sir.
dismiss the case, or what?
Suppress evidence, strike the testimony, and dismiss the case.
All right, and that's based upon what?
Information of an improper chain of custody based on a belief text I have that Ms. Dudley delivered the toothbrush to SLED, and that Captain Phillips is now testifying and just did that she delivered the toothbrush to SLED. This case has been filled with, the crime scene went here, this is here. I haven't had a strain of evidence connecting except that it looks like they're having an affair. Now we're gonna have somebody testify that she delivered a toothbrush, but she didn't. And she's an officer of the law.
All right, I'm denying your motion.
Yes, sir.
Still in cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
You've got the exhibit with the chain of custody. She just testified that she delivered it. You can cross-examine with the chain of custody to show any discrepancies in her testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in?
No, sir.
Anything from the defense? All right, let's bring the jury in.
What do you rely on to determine?
That is all. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Phillips. I'm gonna hand you the tape. I'd like to stand up there beside you in the category.
Oh, that's fine.
Governor Moore, page with exhibit 141. All right, we just heard testimony. I believe the defense asked you specifically about a toothbrush.
Yes, I collected a toothbrush
And where did you collect that toothbrush?
from the victim's residence to use as an alternate standard.
Okay, I believe the defense also asked you some questions about items you took to SLED. Can you
Yes.
tell me, did you take the toothbrush to SLED? It's SLED item 1.
No, Lori Dudley took it to SLED and put it in the lockers there.
So Mr. Britton just asked you, do you have a personal, so first of all, let's start out. I just questioned you. You did a whole lot of stuff in this case. Is that correct?
I did.
Did you collect, How many items of evidence do you think you collected?
Hundreds.
And do you have a specific recollection of collecting each item of evidence?
I do not.
What do you rely on to determine whether you collected an item of evidence?
My reports in the chain,
Okay. Why do police departments keep chain of custody?
just to say where the evidence goes and that nobody has tampered with it.
Does it also identify each person who may have participated or touched each item of evidence?
Yes,
Do you have an independent recollection of collecting each item of evidence?
not each item, but I utilize my placard numbers and photographs.
Do you have an independent recollection of transporting each and every item of evidence you collect to SLED when you transport it?
No,
How do you recall when you transfer something to SLED?
I use their chain.
When I questioned you earlier and asked you to look at the orange tab items, are the orange tab items the items you submitted to SLED?
Yes,
And I believe that you had a difficult time kind of determining that because it's,
I didn't see my name right away.
okay. Is that a voluminous document?
Yes,
And then the defense asked you specifically if you took SLED item 1, the toothbrush to SLED, and what did you say?
I said I had, but I submitted it not transport. So I collected it, and when we say submitted it to SLED, I request it. But for their verbiage, they use submit.
Okay, so if there's a difference between your recollection and the chain of custody, which one is correct?
The chain.
And when you were answering the questions put to you by the defense, did they hand you that chain to look at?
No.
No further questions.
All right, the next step.
Oh, you want to make this witness be released from our subpoena?
You got-
No, yeah.
All right, she's free to go.
Second break, real quick, just run the rest of it.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take another 10-minute break. We'll bring you back in just a minute. You can note that it's in the jury box.
No, sir.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 10-minute break and we'll come back.
Raise your right hand and then place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I solemnly swear.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name is Tarian Hodges, Taurean. And last name Hodges, Hodges.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hodges. Where do you work?
My office is located 201 Chartwell Court, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina 29588.
And what is your business called?
Inland Premier Implant and Cosmetic Dentistry.
What's the nature of your business?
I'm a dentist.
Does your practice maintain dental records for its patients?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those records kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the owner of that business, are you a custodian of those records?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the victim in this case, Gregory Rice, a patient of Premier Implants?
Yes, ma'am.
Patient, sorry. Directing your attention to early November 2020, were you asked to provide Greg Rice's dental records to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you or someone in your office provide those records to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Without objection.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. Will you take a look at that, please? Are those the records you provide for Gregory Rice to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to introduce Exhibit 13 into evidence.
Objection.
Without objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 13 admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Dr. Hodges. We have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you may sit down.
You may be released, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Please release it from the system.
Pretty good, thank you. State, can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Ken Marcus.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
My name's Ken Marcus, and my last name is Marcus.
There you are. Thank you. Sergeant Marcus, where do you work?
I work with the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you been there?
18 years now.
What is your current assignment?
My current assignment is working with our criminal intelligence unit. I'm an analyst, the supervising analyst for that unit.
Do you have any other assignments?
I'm also a task force officer with the United States Secret Service's Cyber Fraud Task Force.
How long have you been a supervisor of the criminal intelligence unit?
Only a year now.
What does the criminal intelligence unit do?
So our unit will assist other investigators in corroborating information that they have learned during an investigation or help generate new leads through analyzing digital records, social media records, cell phone records, things along those lines, or digital evidence recovered from devices like cell phones, DVRs, computers, vehicles, anything that controls an electronic component.
You said you've been the supervisor for just about a year. How long has the unit been in existence?
The unit's only been in existence for a year.
So you've been the only supervisor so far?
So far, yes.
Prior to the unit being established, did you do the same type of work, just not in a specialized unit?
Yes. So I've analyzed social media records, geolocation data, cell records since 2019, and I've done digital forensic works, actually pulling information from devices and examining it since 2021.
So what type of training and experience have you had in the field of digital forensics and analysis?
So I have gone through approximately 126 hours as far as analyzing cellular records, social media records through various different companies. And I've also attended about 80 hours worth of digital forensic courses. I'm sorry, 120 hours of digital forensic courses for various different devices, both from private companies and the United States Secret Service.
Let me get into a couple of specific kind of topics. Do cell phone companies keep records of which phones use which towers?
Yes.
And I guess I should start with, do cell phones use towers to connect to the cellular network?
Yes. So a mobile phone is nothing more than a fancy radio. You go to send a text message, make a phone call, browse Facebook, use data, and it sends a signal from the phone to a tower that is operated by your provider, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, whomever it is. The provider will route the information where it needs to go. For instance, if you make a phone call to another person inside the courtroom, it'll go from your phone to the tower to the provider to the next provider, and then to the person that you're looking for.
And you said that cell phone companies do keep track of which towers different cell phones use. Why do they do that?
For billing purposes, so they can bill you appropriately for the amount of use that you use, and for engineering data so that they can ensure their network is working correctly and is covering areas that their customers are in.
Will cell phone companies provide that information to law enforcement if presented with a search warrant or other court order?
Yes.
What about information about specific users? Do cell phone companies maintain records related to each specific phone number?
They will keep subscriber information for the person who's renting the number or that service from their towers.
Do you regularly analyze cellular phone records and extractions in the course of your duties?
I do.
And approximately how many sets of such records have you analyzed?
So since 2019, I've analyzed approximately 575 sets of cell phone records assigned across 166 cases with the police department.
And approximately how many electronic devices have you examined? If you can tell us.
I was about to say, if I'm not at 1,000 devices since 2021, I'm close to it.
Are you familiar with the term geolocation data?
Yes.
What is it?
Geolocation data is information that is collected by cell phones, social media companies, sometimes cellular network providers that help establish where a device was during a particular period of time. The most commonly known one that we all may be familiar with is the Global Positioning System, or GPS. If anybody had to put in the address for the courtroom today and use it, they've used geolocation data.
So approximately how many times have you used geolocation data?
I cannot count how many times I've had to use GPS since I was 18, 19 years old.
Okay. Have you ever testified regarding cellular records and geolocation data?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
So I've testified at least 5 times in 15th Circuit General Sessions Court and once in 15th Circuit Family Court.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the 15th Circuit?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a program called Celebrate?
I am.
Can you tell us what that is?
So Celebrate is one of a more common forensic tool used to access information in a digital device. For instance, a cell phone. We can use the tool to make a copy of the information in the device, download it, and then parse it out into a form that we can easily read and analyze the data that's inside.
When you say parse, that's like a fancy word. That's just meaning it makes it readable?
Yes, we're converting what the data is stored in computer code on the phone. It's turned into words on a screen for us.
And are you trained and experienced to use the Celebrate program?
Yes.
How long have you been using it?
I've been using it since 2022.
Since, I'm sorry.
2022.
Okay, and does Celebrate offer any type of certifications?
Yes. Currently, I hold my certified Celebrate operator and physical analyzer license, and recently recerted it in 2024.
What does it take to obtain those certifications?
That is a 40-hour class through Celebrate where you're learning how to use the tool, the type of information that you'll download, type of information that you can analyze, and then they test you at the end of it to make sure that you actually retain the information they taught you.
And I believe you said you just recertified?
Recertified in 2024. We have to recertify every 2 years to keep our license current and to keep up with the changes in technology.
And I imagine you passed that certification?
Yes.
Did you use Celebrate to extract data in this case?
I used Magnet's Gray Key, which is another forensic tool commonly used with Celebrate to image devices.
Are you able to extract data from every device, from every phone outside?
No.
What affects whether you can extract information?
So most phones store your data encrypted, and for you to extract that information and be able to parse it out or use it, you have to have the PIN code or the encryption keys for the data on the phone. Depending on the type of phone, the support that's out there, the current security patch for the software that's the phone is using, several other factors, we may only be able to get a portion of the data or none of the data. It just kind of depends on the make and model of the phone.
If you are able to extract data from a phone, does either Celebrate or Magnet Gray Key alter the data that it's extracting from the phone?
No.
Are you familiar with the term user data?
Yes.
What is it?
So user data are artifacts or particular items on a phone that kind of identify who's using the phone, who owns the phone, the accounts that are programmed into it. That type of information could be health data on your Apple device. It could be your iCloud email address. You could have your name, your phone number, an emergency contact programmed into a phone, your Facebook account. Things along those lines are what we consider user data.
Does Celebrate or Magnet Gray Key alter any of the user data when you extract data?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, we would offer Sergeant Marcus as an expert in digital forensic cellular record and geolocation analysis.
All right, any challenges, questions, or objections?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I did. All right.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, sir.
Good. Thank you for being here. Just want to make sure I got some timeline right. So you started in 2021 in digital forensics, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so murder that we're here to discuss today occurred on October 2nd, 2020, is that right?
Correct.
You also were telling us that you started your exploration or learning about Celebrate, that was in 2022?
No, my use of Celebrate started in 2021. My use of cellular record or analyzing cellular records started in 2019.
Okay, yeah, but I thought you testified that you started to utilize the program Celebrate in 2022.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And so what I have for you guys is records from Celebrate. You said you used Celebrate in this case?
No, I did use Celebrate in this case.
Okay. You did use Celebrate.
I did use Celebrate in this case. That's
okay. Can you describe, I heard about what sounds to me like education you acquired since becoming an officer. What was your formal education?
I've got the highest formal education I have is an associate's degree.
Okay, and where did you do that?
Or Georgetown Tech.
And what was the major?
Just in general criminal justice.
Criminal justice. Okay. All right. So your Celebrate certification, didn't that? Can I have you? Thanks. Let's just make sure we're clear on the Celebrate certification. That's about how you use the data, right?
It's the proper use of the tool to download, image the data, and then to look through and explore the data that's actually being parsed out so that you can sift through it and separate the different items. For instance, text messages will end up being in one category so you can easily find them. Images will be in another. Device logs will be in a third, and so on.
Okay, so explain to me the science, the methodology behind the extraction.
That I can't, because that particular information is proprietary. Celebrate doesn't explain to us how they download the information from the phone.
That's right. So you are purporting to be an expert in something that requires you to use specialized knowledge to download something, but they don't even tell you the mechanism or how you do that, correct?
That's correct. They do not explain to us how they do that.
So if you don't have the methodology or how you do something, then you can't be an expert in it, can you, sir?
They explained to us the process that we need to go through to use the tool, to download the data, and to analyze that data. The specific coding that they use to access the phone, bypass certain security functions, they don't explain that to us.
And you would agree with me that you are, just while we're, did you do what kind of extraction did you do here? Was it a physical or logical extraction?
For which device?
For Meagan Jackson's phones.
So Meagan Jackson's phones, I did not download the data from.
You did not download the data from Meagan Jackson?
No, Lieutenant Ben Wells, Sheriff's Office downloaded that information. I used the information to analyze and corroborate other information that I particularly obtained through search warrant and then analyzed for this investigation.
Okay, would you be able to tell me which phones you use Cellbrite or comparative platform for?
There were a number of devices that were collected during this investigation. Initially had not been processed because we did not have the support at the time to process them. And I processed them recently once we obtained the tools and the support to be able to do so. Several USB drives. There was, I believe, a download for, it was a list of about 15 to 20 items. And unfortunately, I don't have all of those in front of me. So I'd hate to misspeak and tell you an item that I didn't, but there was a number of them that were done.
Okay. Could you just identify for me that you might remember being involved with?
I believe there was a device for Erica Dontell. There was an iPad or two that were collected from Gregory Rice's house or from one of the scenes from the search. Unfortunately, I don't learn a lot about where the devices were collected, just they turned the items in for processing with the appropriate legal authority, and I download those devices and then look at that data.
Okay. And you didn't, so when you say, because I want to make sure I'm getting the right terminology myself, extract versus download, just, so when you say you downloaded, when you said just use the word downloaded, is that the same as extract or is that something different?
So it's a very similar term. Sometimes I'll say image, sometimes I'll say download, sometimes I'll say extraction. It's all the same thing. We're taking a copy of the data that's on the device so that we can analyze it. It's not removing the data from the device. It's just making a copy of it.
Okay. And again, how are you doing that? What is the methodology for that removal? Okay.
It depends on the particular device and support. We have several forensic tools we have the ability to use. For instance, I used Gray Key on a few of these devices and Cellbrite UFID on several others. Depending on if it's an Apple or Android, one of the companies may have more support for one than the other. So depending on what level of support they have, what's the highest level of a image or extraction, the amount of data we can obtain, we'll use that particular forensic tool so that we can obtain as much data as possible.
As we sit here today, are you familiar with Toll, Sutikino, and Iqbal Bustami?
Not
any of their work?
Are those people?
Those are people.
No, I am not.
Okay. So you haven't read the capabilities of Cellbrite Universal Forensics Extraction Device and Mobile Device Forensics?
I'm not familiar with that article or.
Okay. You would agree with me, you're familiar, aren't you, with the criticisms of Cellbrite and the Cellbrite software?
Not familiar with the criticisms. Can you be more specific?
Sure. Inaccuracy is criticism, sir.
Not familiar with it, no, sir.
Okay. Have you taken the time to do any of your own independent study of Cellbrite and similar platforms?
No.
Don't you think if you're going to be an expert in it, that you ought to have that knowledge?
In using Cellbrite or knowing exactly how it works?
In knowing what its recognized flaws are.
In its recognized flaws, during our training, we're explained what we should be looking for as the extraction or as the imaging occurs and as the parsing occurs. And we're provided indicators if certain things are not working correctly.
And you stated, and one of the criticisms is, and you stated it, but is that they will not teach you the methodology about how to utilize the software itself.
No, the specific method that they use, the specific coding that they use to access the phone is considered proprietary, and they do not share that with us.
And in this case, although it doesn't sound like maybe you're not even the witness I need to speak to in terms of Meagan Jackson's phone, but what steps did you take after you did any of the extractions that you may have done in this case to verify this, to make sure that they were actually accurate extractions?
So the information that I did use from the extractions from Meagan Jackson's phone, I was able to validate I used geolocation data for starters. And the information that I obtained from her phone, I was able to validate with both video surveillance that was obtained and cellular records.
And so I think you misunderstand me. I'm not asking about, I apologize if I didn't ask a good question. What I mean is, you've got a set of material from either the extraction or the download. But did you take that to another system and run that same extraction and compare the two for any discrepancies?
No, what we ended up doing is using a separate set of data to validate that data. So there's several different ways you can validate information when you're downloading or extracting something, imaging something from a phone. You can use a separate tool to try and validate that information. You can pull up the device itself and see if the device is displaying the same information that you downloaded. You can look through the computer code, read the binary, and see if it's saying exactly what it should be displaying on the phone or the image. Or you can use a completely separate independent piece of data to validate it. For instance, if I've got a geolocation data from a phone that says that you're at a particular gas station and at a particular date and time, and I go to that same gas station, pull up digital video, and I have a video that shows you standing there with your phone in your hand, that video has validated the location information pulled from the phone.
And that's specific to location. But what about things, these are massive, right? These are massive bits of data that come out. It's not just GPS location. These are text messages, images, right? This is a full panel of information from these things, correct, sir?
Correct.
And one of the things that you could look to see is, are there any duplicate messages, right? And that telltale sign of there being an inaccuracy with the download. You want that, sir?
I would not agree with that statement.
Okay. Did you tell me you did a logical or physical extraction data for the devices that you did do?
Well, that would depend on the particular device. Again, I don't have that list in front of me. The majority of them, I believe, they were full file system extractions.
Okay, and do you categorize that as being physical or logical?
So that would be just under the physical range.
Okay.
Logical would be at the bottom range, or the least amount of information that you could get. A physical extraction would be the most, an exact bit for bit copy of the entire area of storage on a phone or a device.
And you would agree with me that if you ran that physical extraction, that because it's, as you said, a little more complete, you should still be able to recover deleted items.
So when we do obtain a full file system from a device,
Sure.
that does contain that unallocated space or space where deleted items could be stored, yes.
So I just want to make sure it's clear, you didn't cross-validate any of the extractions that you did do in this case with X-ray, Meagan Jackson, or oxygen forensics?
None of the extractions that I did in this case, I validated with another tool. That's correct.
And just so it's clear, as we sit here today, you can't really tell me which phones or electronic devices you were involved in the extraction of, but you did roll out those of Meagan Jackson.
Yes, I did not extract any of the devices or the devices that was possessed by Meagan Jackson at the time of this incident.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't like to make an argument about this possible. All right. Yes, sir. What you've heard from Detective Marcus?
Sergeant
Marcus. What you've heard from Sergeant Marcus is he does not have the methodology. The science behind being an expert is to have the methodology. It's literally in the rule. As you have identified earlier, when they put up an expert that we do not contest qualifications to, they're here to be able to explain the science behind something. And he has just testified under oath that the science behind what he's attempting to perform, the company will not provide it to him. So he does not have that science. He has no ownership of that science. He has also testified that he himself did not do any extracting of Meagan Jackson's phones. He can't tell you which ones he did extract or do extractions from, and he didn't cross-validate those with other similar platforms. And so there's no way for his testimony to be deemed reliable, Your Honor, in terms of any kind of digital forensic extraction.
I find this witness to be an expert over defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, let's get to this case. Were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
Yes.
And so before we get into the forensic work that you did, are you familiar with the term NAMUS?
Yes, I am.
And that's NAMUS. Can you tell the jury what NAMUS is?
NAMUS is a program that's sponsored by the DOJ for missing and unidentified people. It's a networking platform. It's online. It allows officers, medical examiners, hospitals, even the public to network with each other across the country. We can take a person who's listed as missing or someone who unfortunately is deceased and we have no idea who they are, enter them into the system, and hopefully get information to help us identify them or return them home.
And I apologize if I missed this, what type of information can you put into NAMUS?
So demographic information about people, their name, address, where they were last seen, clothing, contact information for family are all items we can put in there, circumstances about their disappearance. We can even go as far as entering in dental records, listing contacts for familiar DNA if we need to go that route to help identify someone.
Did you enter Greg Rice into NAMUS for this case?
Yes, I did.
What information did you enter for him?
I ended up entering his demographics, some case details about his disappearance, a photograph of him, and dental records that were obtained during this investigation.
I am showing you states, it's already been admitted, Your Honor, States Exhibit 13. Are those the dental records that you received and used to enter Greg Rice in NAMUS?
Yes.
why is it important to get, for instance, dental records?
Like I mentioned before, unfortunately, sometimes when people go missing, they've end up deceased in different places of the country. Someone may recover someone's body, and one of the ways that we're able to identify someone is through dental records.
Switching gears a little bit, the jury's already heard that Greg Rice went missing on October 2nd of 2020. When did you first become aware of where he was killed?
Late October, early November.
Not where he was found, where he was killed.
Oh, most recently, very recently.
Okay. Where was he killed?
That would be along was in the village of Arrowheads in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County.
Okay. So now let me get into your forensic work a little bit. As part of your involvement, did you try to corroborate other information that the team of investigators had learned?
Yes.
So what types of information did you review or use to corroborate those items?
So I used cellular records. Those are those records that are generated by cell phones, stored by a network provider. I used records from digital downloads from cell phones. I also used digital surveillance photos and videos that were recovered at different places, as well as still shots from a automatic license plate reader.
I am, Your Honor, if I may approach with admitted exhibits 5, 7, 8, and 9. If you could just look at those and tell me if those are some of the phone records that you used.
Yes, they are.
Did you in fact initial each of the either discs or thumb drives?
I did.
Next, showing you admitted states exhibits 23 through 34. Excuse me. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
And what specifically are those exhibits?
Those are photographs from a license plate reader system.
And you mentioned that you reviewed surveillance footage, so I'm going to approach with admitted exhibits 14, 14A, 14B, 14C, 15, 16, and 17. You can tell me if you also reviewed those.
I do.
And all of those items relate to the Abuelo's restaurant?
Yes, those are still shots and video from the Abuelo's restaurant.
And then, did you, approaching the admitted states exhibits 21 and 22, did you review surveillance video provided by Just Ask Cal located in the Lowe's Food Plaza?
I did.
And also some clips from that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those exhibits what you reviewed?
Yes.
Did you also review?
Please, witness,
Did you also review surveillance video from River's Edge community?
Yes.
Showing you previously admitted exhibits 136 and 138.
Yes, I recognize those.
And you reviewed these prior to your analysis.
Correct.
And then previously admitted exhibits 44, 45, 46, and 47.
Yes, I'm familiar with these. These are still shots from I believe it was a trail camera owned by the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources.
And just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear.
Yes, sorry.
And where was the trail camera located?
That was in the wildlife preserve on the north side of International Drive. I believe it's called the Lewis Bay.
Lewis Bay Heritage Preserve.
That sounds right.
That's what I call it. Were you familiar with where the victim lived when he was alive?
Yes.
Where was that?
Flint Lake Apartments in the village of Arrowhead.
Did you have access to and review stills from license plate readers from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, they have two license plate readers, one at the entrance to from Barclay Road and the other one at the entrance off of Burkell Road.
I'm sorry, what were the entrances?
Clay Pond, I apologize. Clay Pond and Burkell Road are the two.
I'm showing you previously admitted States Exhibit 10 and 11. Are those the LPR stills that you reviewed?
Yes, they are.
Did you review data extractions performed by Lieutenant Ben Wells?
I did.
Showing you States Exhibit. May I approach Your Honor with this?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching States Exhibit 145. Do you recognize that phone?
This is one of the devices that I examined and downloaded.
Okay, and can you tell to whom it belonged?
I believe this device belonged to, I believe, one of the Dontells, either Erica Dontell or Christopher Dontell.
Would it help to open any part of that?
No, unfortunately, I don't believe the information on the owner would be listed on
Just
this
make sure you
envelope.
keep your voice up. So that
I'm sorry, I said I don't believe the owner information would be listed on this envelope. It is a device that I examined because my initials are on the back, and this is the labeling that I add to a device that I examine. Erica Dontell, I believe.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Exhibit 145 be admitted.
Objection.
To the device itself, Mr. Ingram.
All right, States Exhibit 145, right?
Yes, Your Honor, 145.
145 is admitted as evidence without objection.
So I believe you just testified that you performed a data extraction on Exhibit 145.
Correct.
Did you did you provide that extraction to the solicitor's office?
Yes, I did.
Is that entire correct? Your Honor.
Yes.
Through the objectives, this is thousands and thousands and thousands of pages. They something introduced to this witness. This is a cell extraction. It is incredibly voluminous. It's looking at object and putting in an entire extraction. There's no telling how much information in there is inappropriate, not relevant, massively prejudicial potentially. I mean, there's no way you even know it all there, so much going on. It can't possibly be utilized, place of evidence and fullness. No issue with them if they want to show what portions of the extraction they want to use or give some general idea, but to put into evidence an entire extraction. This could go back years. I mean, it's not perfect.
How's it identified?
Your Honor, it is States Exhibit 95.
States Exhibit 95 is admitted into evidence over the defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did I show this to you? Sorry, I'm losing track. Was that the extraction that you did?
Yes, it is.
Did you also obtain both Google and geofence records, or did you review Google and geofence records in this case?
I reviewed Google records that we obtained through a geofence warrant.
Okay, so I'm showing you admitted states exhibits 142 and 150.
Mr. Ashley, you catch whose, that was, I'm sorry. So you guys can catch whose device that was.
It's not contained to a specific device. It's Google records and geolocation.
This particular exhibit is the data.
And you're looking at 142?
142 is the data that I obtained during the Google Geofence warrant or search. And then 150 contains the records for two Google accounts and any Google account that's associated with a particular IMEI number, which would go back to the Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson.
Okay, where is that? So based on your review of all of this information, were you in fact able to corroborate a number of parts of the investigation?
Yes, I was.
And let me back up just for 1 minute. Prior to this investigation beginning, were you familiar with Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson?
Yes, I was.
How were you familiar with that?
During my time doing homicide investigations, Christopher Dontell showed up to, and Meagan Jackson both showed up to a number of scenes of mine that I worked.
And as you were doing your analysis, they were the identified suspects in this case?
Yes.
And your Honor, this is exhibit 143, a copy which I provided to defense on Monday.
Your Honor, my understanding was this was discussed with the demonstrative evidence, that was, just to make your identification.
I'm showing you that so that you can identify that it was presentation. Also, but if you can take a look at this and tell me if this, did I ask you, did you prepare a presentation summarizing your findings?
Yes, I did.
Is that thumb drive, does that thumb drive contain a copy of that presentation?
Yes, it does.
Did you review it prior to testifying today?
I did.
Did you in fact initial that? Do you call it a thumb drive or a jump drive?
Thumb drive, jump drive, USB drive, it's many names.
Did you initial that jump drive?
I did.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the presentation that you
Reviewed.
created? Your Honor, I would at this time ask to publish the presentation.
Or did you put it as
Well, I like to admit it as an exhibit.
that's number 143?
143, Your Honor, yes.
You object?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, you might recall, before we started the trial, we had a conversation about this very piece of information. I objected to it because I had not gotten it prior to trial. It was presented, given to me on Friday, and I was told to give demonstrative evidence only, not for admission. So she is not entitled to admit, Your Honor, of course, private will.
I'm sorry, did Your Honor want me to respond?
Yes.
Well, I believe that the context of that argument, Your Honor, did say that this would be allowed to be shown to the jury.
All right.
I have no problem, if Your Honor, if their objection is that they don't want it to go back to the jury when they deliberate, that's fine.
Okay, I recall it now. I'll allow it.
Yeah, and I was just, again, I know what it said, but I'll just restate for my client's benefit that this is just simply some summary of it, Your Honor. It's not, I don't think it's perfect, it shouldn't even show it, but I just want to object on it.
It is demonstrative.
It is demonstrative, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
That's right. Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if we just need 1 moment, we're going to get the laptop set up. And with the court's permission, Detective Marcus will step off the stand just so that he can pause and stop the PowerPoint and explain what has
As long as he is by a microphone where the court can hear that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I do have one more component to my objection, which I didn't know prior to trial and now. During the board here, he very clearly said he was not involved in the extraction of Meagan Jackson's phone. You heard that. This presentation involves an exceptional amount of evidence that would have been received from the extraction of Meagan Jackson's phone. It would be improper for him to be testifying about the extraction of which he was not involved.
Who ruled that?
Thank you, Your Honor. Don't worry about that. You can stand right here.
Or maybe do a little moving around myself so that I can.
Can you hear me okay?
Speak louder.
Oh.
Pretend you're yelling.
Yeah, hold for a second.
Do you want to put it over here?
All right.
He's just got to navigate to the file, Your Honor.
Here's what he's navigating, so that I'm not interrupting their entire presentation. Can I just have a standing objection to any slide? There's a number of which involves Meagan Jackson's data. Would you like me? I'll make it as we go. I just don't want to be frustrating the court or really the court.
I'll let you have an objection to the entire exhibit. So that'll be on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, very nice title page. Are you familiar with cell towers?
Yes, like I explained earlier, the way cellular network works, your provider owns a number of towers they have placed all across their coverage area. All throughout Horry County, these towers exist. You may have seen a couple of them. This is an example of two that are in Horry County. If anybody's familiar with the Bay Road area, that is one of those two off of Bay Road in my hometown, Ferguson. Cellular towers receive and send signals to cell phones, and this allows that data to be processed from the phone into the tower through the network and get to where it needs to go.
And then are cell towers, when a phone is using a cell tower, is it divided in any way?
Yes, so as you can see on the screen, this little triangle piece at the top, not all towers look like this, the majority of them do, but those are the array of antennas. Now, when we look at cellular records and look at a particular connection that a phone makes on a 2D map, when we're analyzing those records, it'll look like this. The tower is located in the center of the map right here, or as in this one, and the general direction of the phone during that connection is in the direction of this shaded area. We'll have a wedge. Most towers are separated into what they call 3 sectors. You can have more, you can have less. It kind of depends on the coverage area, but typically you have 3.
Can I stop you there for 1 second? When you are talking about the shaded area, are you asserting that a phone is within just the colored section, or are you referring more to what I do in the arms of the sector?
No, it's the arms of the sector. So the shaded area is just a graphic aid to show that the phone is in that general direction. The shaded area does not depict that the phone is actually in that spot, or does it depict the entire coverage of the tower, just that to help show that it's in that general direction from the tower.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term per call measurement data?
Yes. So per call measurement data is the distance from the tower that the phone is at the time of the connection. That is measured by the amount of time it takes for the signal to travel from the tower to the phone and back, or from the phone to the tower and back. Sometimes we can get this with our records as well, and it gives us an idea, again, much more precise, or it gives us a better idea of where a phone is at during this particular period of time. On a map, you'll see the center of the tower, the 2 arms that for that particular sector, or that set of antennas that are being used, the general direction that that phone was in, and then somewhere along this arc in this particular graphic right here is where that phone is actually at that point in time of this time.
And you talked a little bit about geolocation data. I'm sorry, I'm standing behind you. I'm just trying to say that everyone can see. You're talking about geolocation data. Do you have a slide to represent that?
So geolocation data, again, like I said, the most typical example of it is derived from GPS. Will appear like this. You'll get a particular location and a level of accuracy. And that level of accuracy is measured by a distance. So this particular graphic here shows a geolocation data or a hit from a particular device, unassociated with this case, just an example. But this circle is a 35-meter diameter. So the phone, in this instance, is located inside that circle.
All right, let's move on to the specifics of this case. What numbers did you focus on?
So for this particular case, I focused on one number for that belonged to Gregory Rice, one that belonged to Meagan Jackson, and then 2 that belonged to Christopher Dontell.
I see that you have different colors up on the slide. What do those carry throughout the presentation?
Yes. So anytime that we're talking about phone records, geolocation data that's associated with Gregory Rice, it's in display in blue, the graphic will be in blue. Anytime we're talking about the device that is associated with Meagan Jackson, and show up in purple. And then anytime we're talking about location information or device information regarding Chris Dontell, either one of his phone numbers will pop up in red.
And I see like a little blurb under each number. Did you validate that these numbers were in fact associated with those particular individuals?
Yes, so once the records were returned from the provider, in this instance, all of them were Verizon. Verizon has each individual subscribed to that account. So for instance, the number belonging to Meagan Jackson here that ends in 4742, Verizon said their bill goes to Meagan Jackson. Meagan Jackson is the subscriber for this number.
And so when you began trying to corroborate parts of the investigation or aid the investigation, did you begin by focusing on victim Greg Rice?
Yes, so this originally came out as a missing persons complaint. And anytime we start looking into a missing persons complaint, we always look at what they were doing around the time that they were last seen, their last contact, when we're looking at records like this. The investigation learned that around 5 p.m. on October 2nd, the day of his disappearance, he should have been home. And these cell phone records that I reviewed between 5 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. corroborate that. You can see here that the tower that is being used is servicing the area that Greg Rice's residence is. This is where Flint Lake Apartments is at, if you're not familiar with it, and the villages of Arrowhead. These distancing lines are the distance from the tower to the phone during that period of time. Now, there is a level of margin of accuracy with that particular distancing line, but these are consistent with that device being in the area of his residence during this time. And this is an overlay of 58 tower connections. So there's 58 data connections that were going on during this time showing this.
What might cause a data connection?
If you were browsing Facebook, if you were pulled up a web browser and looked at something, any social media, you could have the weather app running in the background of your phone. You don't have to directly use your phone, but have something running on your phone that connects to the internet for information. That would cause a data connection.
Now I see your time period there ends at 9:45. Did something happen at 9:45?
Yes, so one of the other things that we look at is who people were talking with during this period of time when they were last seen, or around the time of what we believe is their disappearance. At 9:45 p.m., Mr. Rice received an incoming phone call from the number associated with Meagan Jackson. This graph depicts the tower that's being used by Gregory Rice's phone at the time of this connection, and this connection was approximately 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Was there were there any additional contacts in this general time frame between Greg Rice's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone?
There was one other connection, and that was at 9:58 p.m. This again is depicting the tower location for Gregory Rice's device. Again, you can see it's consistent with it being in the area of his residence. This occurs at 9:58 p.m. and it's only approximately 13 seconds in length.
Were you able to determine the last time that Greg Rice's phone connected to a tower?
Yes, and one of the things that we look at is where's that last activity. So that last activity for the phone associated with Greg Rice on the cellular network was at 11:06 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. This particular graph is showing a tower that is actually now servicing the area. This is Highway 17, this is International Drive, so this is the upper end of River Oaks, the bottom end of that wildlife preserve, and there's the Lowe's food parking lot and all those businesses right through there.
And again, is there any way to tell, or does the fact that there was a data connection there mean that someone was actively manipulating the phone, or could it be one of those apps that's running in the background?
There's no way to tell. It could have been someone using the phone, it could have been just a push notification on the weather app, or you received a message through Facebook, something along those lines. It could be inactive in the background, or activity in the background.
Once you were able to determine where Greg Rice's phone finally pinged, what other things did you do to corroborate that?
So this information was passed on to investigators. Canvas was done at that area. And during that canvas, a video surveillance was obtained from the Just Ask How store, which is located next to the Lowe's Food in that plaza right there at the International Drive. When I reviewed this video, the two cars that are pulling into the parking lot resembled the two vehicles that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson used on a regular basis through the course of work. Yes, it is.
When you reviewed this clip at any time, did you see Gregory Rice or anyone other than Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell?
No, I was able to see that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell got out of their vehicles, respective vehicles, but did not see anybody else that I recognized. And this is at 11:08 p.m. right now. It's displaying on the video. The video is actually 10 minutes past. But the correct time is 11:08 p.m.
It started approximately a minute ago, right?
Correct.
Now, you said as this is playing out, you said that you were aware of the fact that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson were suspects in the case. Did you, once you sort of established the last bit of Gregory Rice's life, did you then turn to the defendants?
Yes, it did. So we use cellular records to help corroborate information regarding the defendants and their whereabouts on that particular day as well. This particular graph shows a cell phone connection for both Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone. The tower, they're both using the same tower right here located in the center of these two wedges. The red represents the connection in the side of the tower that the phone for Christopher Dontell's is using, and the purple represents the records for Meagan Jackson.
And if you already explained this, please forgive me, but why would a phone connect with a particular sector of a tower?
It shows the side of the tower that the phone's on during the time of the connection.
And related to that, how does a cell phone pick which particular tower to connect to?
So the cell phone, or cell phones in general, are constantly looking to see what towers they can receive signals from. And when you go to use that phone, they pick the tower with the strongest signal.
Did you use some of the other evidence that you reviewed to verify this phone data location?
Yes, so anytime that we're looking at this information, we always try to verify and validate the accuracy of these records. In this particular instance, we'll go back to this slide for a second. This phone connection occurs at 6:20 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. And it services, the tower that's being used services the River's Edge community. This is Highway 90, and this is the other end of International Drive. These are still shots from the surveillance video at the River's Edge entry gate. And these videos depict Meagan Jackson's vehicle leaving the gate at 6:16 p.m. and the vehicle for Christopher Dontell at 6:20 p.m.
You also indicated that you had access to some still photos from a game camera from the cursor.
Yes. So we also use these still photos to help corroborate the accuracy of those cell phone records. At 6:26 p.m., these two vehicles were observed driving into the preserve, which is just down the street from the intersection of Highway 90 and International Drive, right there where the River's Edge community is at. Both of these photos depict Meagan Jackson, or a vehicle similar to Meagan Jackson's and similar to Christopher Dontell's, entering this intersection inside the preserve, and then at 6:40, those vehicles leaving the preserve.
Let me just stop there for a second. Are you familiar with this location? So like River's Edge to the preserve?
Yes.
So does the elapse of time from the River's Edge surveillance photos match with approximately how long it might take to get to the preserve?
Yes, it would. It's not maybe a mile or two.
Okay. Was there further validation?
So at 6:40 p.m., which is when these two vehicles are captured leaving the preserve, there's also another network connection, cellular network connection between Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone. This is using a tower that is a very large, tall tower right there off of International Drive outside of the preserve. And it is servicing the area where this camera was at the time that those pictures were taken.
When the jury heard testimony before about the timeline, I believe the next sort of point was Abuelos.
Yes, so moving forward in time a little bit, at 6:59, between 6:59 and 7:15 p.m., we've got some information that shows that these devices are now being used in the area of the Coastal Grand Mall, Myrtle Beach Airport, Robert Chris and Harrison Boulevard area. This particular graph depicts cellular connection between Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone at 6:59 p.m. This is the tower being used by Christopher Dontell's phone. This is the tower being used by Meagan Jackson's phone. And at 7:09 p.m., right here, it's a little difficult to see, but right underneath this pin that says Abuelos, this purple information, this is actually geolocation information from Meagan Jackson's cell phone, showing that devices in the area of the Abuelos restaurant.
And so the geolocation data gives you a little bit more of a specific location of the phone, whereas the tower data is giving you the sector.
Yes, so the tower data gives you the general area that the phone is in at the time of the connection. But this geolocation data is very specific. It's right there at the restaurant.
Did you use any surveillance video or other means to validate this information?
So again, during the canvas for security footage during this investigation, footage was pulled from Abuelos. This is a clip of that video that occurs at 7:06 p.m. It depicts Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson walking into the restaurant. Christopher Dontell being in the blue sweater and Miss Jackson being in the black.
Was there further validation done from surveillance at Abuelos?
So at 7:09 p.m., I mentioned that there's geolocation data pulled from Meagan Jackson's device that showed she was at the Abuelo's, or the device was at the Abuelo's restaurant. This particular slide is a snippet from, or a still shot from the security footage at Abuelo's. And right here in this red circle is Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson sitting. It appears Meagan Jackson is manipulating the device in her hands like a cell phone. That corresponds with the time that her geolocation data from her phone shows that the phone is at Abuelo's.
Did you have information about when they left Abuelo's?
Reviewing that security footage from Abuelo's, the footage shows that they walked out of Abuelo's at 7:57 p.m.
What was the next point that you looked at?
So again, looking at all of this data together, the very next thing in the timeline of all this information was 2 geolocation hits from Meagan Jackson's cell phone, pulled from her cell phone, that placed the device in the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. And this was at 9:14 p.m. on October 2nd, 2020. And looking forward into cell phone records, the line, at 9:45 p.m., when I mentioned earlier that Gregory Rice received a phone call from the number associated with Meagan Jackson. Here is a graph that shows that connection, this time displaying where Meagan Jackson's device is at the time of the connection. Meagan Jackson's phone is using a tower that services the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home at 9:45 p.m.
And again, Greg's phone is still same visual as before. It is using the tower that would cover the area of his apartment.
Correct.
You mentioned a second phone call between Meagan Jackson and Greg Rice.
Yes, so we looked at that second phone call, now that we had both sets of records. And during that second phone call, the shorter one at 9:58 p.m., you can see that both phones are using the same tower, same sector, and it's the area that services the residents of Greg Rice.
Of course, indulgence for one moment. Thank you. Did you also, I think, well, you already identified that you reviewed LPR stills from the Arrowhead community?
Yes, ma'am, I did. So at 10 p.m., the license plate reader at the entrance to the village of Arrowhead, the one right there at Clay Pond and Arrowhead Boulevard, captures the image of Meagan, the van used by Meagan Jackson regularly for work, pulling into the neighborhood.
If you can, were you able to tell whether Greg Rice's device moved at all around the time of that second? And if I'm jumping ahead, you just tell me I'm jumping ahead. I'm jumping ahead. So did you also look to the LPR still of the van associated with Meagan Jackson leaving Arrowhead?
Yes, it did. So just to show where this LPR is at, this is the village of Arrowhead, I'm sorry, the Flint Lake apartment complex right here. The LPR is at the entrance to Arrowhead Boulevard and Clay Pond Road.
And before you, this is animated, right?
This is not.
No, because before you go on, I want to ask you a question related to the 2 Arrowhead stills.
Okay.
You said that they entered, the van entered at 10 o'clock.
Enters at 10 o'clock and then leaves at 10:06 p.m.
Based on that time period that the van was in the Arrowhead community, did you perform any sort of little real life experiments?
I did drive the distance between the license plate reader to Greg Rice's residence and back to see if that stretch of road could be traversed during that time frame.
What did you find?
That it was easy for the vehicle to traverse that time frame and back out with a few moments there.
And so then if you can, okay. Was there cell site location information for Meagan Jackson and Gregory Rice during this relevant time period?
Yes, so once we identified some of these records and overlaid them, this is what we ended up finding. So you're going to see, this is an overlay of tower hits. And this is an animated slide, so you're going to see certain things as it goes. These are connections by Gregory Rice's phone. It's popping up right here. There's that overlay of Meagan Jackson's phone. And you just saw the 2 Village of Arrowhead hits as the vehicle came in and then exited the community. And that keeps doing that when I press it. What you're going to see is at 10:05 p.m. is the very first movement that we see from Greg Rice's phone. It is actually moves towers, and you'll see right here in a moment. The tower hit is actually servicing the area where the LPR is at. And that was at 10:05 p.m. A few seconds before 10:06 when that hits. Now you're seeing the records showing moving their way down or south, away from the Arrowhead community, and into the area where the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, the neighborhood's right here at the end of Coventry, Palmetto Pointer Ave. Here at 10:16 p.m., here are two geolocation hits from Meagan Jackson's device showing that that phone is again in the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, right where Greg Rice's cell phone records were consistent with. And again, 10:18 p.m., here's the tower that's being used by Greg Rice's phone. Here's the distancing data that's line that cuts through the center of the shaded area. And it's crossing right across the area where Myrtle Beach Funeral Home is at.
Okay, and I'm going to stop you again. Maybe go back one second. What was the time when Greg Rice's phone switched towers?
It was at 10:05, I believe it was 10:05:55 p.m.
Would that tower change only register if the phone is making a connection of some sort?
Yes.
What does the change in tower suggest to you?
That the device is moving and it's no longer at the area that was in previously.
Okay. Having gone through sort of the intersection of Meagan Jackson and Gregory Rice, did you also then look at information related to Christopher Dontell?
Yes.
Is there a slide on it?
There is. It's continuing on through. So the records will continue to hit, consistently servicing the area of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home until about 10:34 p.m.
So meaning Greg Rice's phone is connecting to that tower?
Correct. And then at 10:36 p.m. is when we start to see the first movement from that area of Greg Rice's phone. And you can see the shorter arc right across here, now further back from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. This is 10:36 p.m. Moving forward in time, now we're seeing the device traveling away from that area previously. And just to show, here's the tower for Greg Rice's phone. Here are distancing arcs at 10:36, 10:40 p.m. And this little green dot that's in the center here is a license plate reader hit for the van for Meagan Jackson's name. Traveling northbound now on 17. You can see the records are growing further away. There's a tower change there. This is 10:41, 10:42 p.m. Almost 10th Avenue North in Myrtle Beach. The records are traveling southbound again. There's a license plate reader hit. That little green dot just popped up. Again, with Meagan Jackson's van now going southbound on 17. And still consistently in the area of these records for Gregory Rice. License plate reader hit eastbound on Farrell Parkway, which is the intersection right before the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Another tower connection for Gregory Rice's home, and then westbound license plate reader hit moments later. This is now 10:54 p.m. Tower connections for the Gregory Rice phone still show the device generally moving in the northeastern direction. And at 11:02 p.m., this red wedge you see in the upper right-hand corner, that is the first connection we've gotten this time frame for Christopher Dontell's device.
What would cause a device to stop connecting with the tower?
If the phone was destroyed, powered off, disconnected from the cellular network, placed in some type of bag or container that would block those signals, that would cause the device to stop. Here are the records at 11:07 p.m., which was the last connection for Gregory Rice's device. So this graph is depicting 11:06 p.m. Here's the last tower that Gregory Rice's device connects to, and this is 11:05 p.m. and then 11:07 p.m., showing that these two devices, Meagan Jackson's and Christopher Dontell's, are in that same area, serviced by the tower where Gregory Rice's device was last connected to the same area.
Does the service provider affect tower selection by the cell phone?
No. No, the selection is done by the phone as long as it belongs to that device. So an AT&T phone connect to an AT&T tower, a Verizon phone connect to a Verizon tower, and the phone picks which tower to connect to based off the strongest signal that's connected.
And this is.
So just as Cal video again at
We don't need to.
11:07.
And that was the clip that just showed the van and the Explorer and the defendants.
Yes, and the clip continues to show that nobody else is in that little area with the car, and that the defendant gets in both defendants move from one vehicle to another and leave.
Did you look at geolocation data from Meagan Jackson after that last connection of Gregory Rice's gun?
Yes, so at 11:12, there's a geolocation hit for Meagan Jackson's device in the area of the Lowe's parking lot, which is right here, and then another one at 11:32 in the area for residents.
And you've given us quite a bit of geolocation data for Meagan Jackson. What affects whether or not you were able to get geolocation data for a particular device?
Whether or not certain functions on a device are turned on to collect that information, and a lot of that information will only stay on a device for a period of time. So for us to be able to get that from the device, we have to do it within a certain time.
So after geolocation data placing the device back at Meagan Jackson's residence, what was the next sort of relevant point or corroboration?
So at 12:14 a.m., the Just As Cal video shows the vehicle that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell previously left in has returned to the parking lot, which they are both in the Honda van right here. They both exit this vehicle and get inside of the Ford Explorer, which is Christopher Dontell's vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, first of all.
Yeah. And then, were there any LPR hits for Christopher Dontell's Ford Explorer?
Yes, so after the Ford Explorer leaves the parking lot, there are several points of data showing the vehicle traveling southbound on 17. Here's the first one where it hits the license plate reader coming off of Grissom Parkway and on 17 and south, and that is at 12:21 a.m. There is another license plate reader hit at 12:33 a.m. showing eastbound Grand Parkway. Goes to the bottom side of the scrap on that. And then at 12:38 a.m., geolocation data from Meagan Jackson's phone again shows that her device is at the Myrtle Beach funeral.
Did that geolocation data show the presence of anyone else?
Yes, so during the search for other devices in certain areas during this investigation, through Google geofence search warrant, I was able to identify another device in the area of Myrtle Beach funeral at that time. A device associated with Joanne Cusick, the wife of Paul Cusick, was also captured at Myrtle Beach funeral at 12:40 a.m. So this graphic right here depicts Meagan Jackson's geolocation data from her phone at 12:38, and then the larger circle is the geolocation data for the device associated with Joanne Cusick.
And who is she?
She is the wife of Paul Cusick, a trading bomber who does work for Myrtle Beach funeral.
What was the next? Okay.
So moving forward in time, at 1:06 a.m., there's one more LPR hit for Christopher Dontell's car traveling northbound on 17 bypass heading away from the Myrtle Beach funeral home. And then at 1:17 a.m., the video at Just As Cal's captures his vehicle pulling back into the parking lot, both of them exiting the vehicle, getting back into the van, Meagan Jackson's van, and leaving the parking lot.
Does the Explorer stay at the Lowe's parking lot?
Yes, the Explorer does stay at the Lowe's parking lot. And this is approximately a 2-minute video clip as well.
Okay.
At 1:37 a.m., Meagan Jackson's device, her iOS geolocation information is showing that her device is now back at her residence on October 13th.
At some point, did you learn that Greg Rice's body had been found?
Yes, so Gregory Rice's body had been found on November 8th, 2020, in the water of the Little Pee Dee River, right there on the Ford County line, right off of Highway 378. This is a map of that area. To make it a little better depiction of where this is at, here's the 378 highway going across the Little Pee Dee River. This is a picture, a crime scene photograph taken by our department, showing the tarp that Gregory Rice's body was found in up against trees in the Pee Dee River right there in that area that I just previously showed. These are pictures of the tarp and extender block and ratchet straps that were used to hold Gregory Rice's body in the water, taken again by our crime scene department. And this is another photograph of the ratchet strap and cinder block used to hold the tarp in the water.
Were you able to use other information to corroborate who had purchased these items?
Yes, so investigators had, through the investigation, we learned all these items were purchased at Lowe's hardware store. During a search to find out if there were any tickets with just these items on it, on October 3rd, 2020, at almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the day after Greg Rice's disappearance, all of these items were purchased by Christopher Dontell at the Lowe's hardware store in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. These are snippets from the Lowe's hardware video depicting Christopher Dontell with all of those items in his shopping cart. You can see on the one to the right, he is on his cell phone, or appears that he's on his cell phone. Here's an enlarged image, so you can see the cinder blocks, ratchet straps, and tarp in his cart. And at the time that these images were captured by the surveillance video, there's a phone call between Christopher Dontell and another number at 2:46 p.m. while he's at the Lowe's hardware store. This particular tower is located right here between 10th and 21st Avenue, and you can see that the connection is in the general direction of where the Lowe's hardware store is at.
Did you have information that allowed you to track Christopher Dontell movements or any communications with Meagan Jackson on October 3rd into October 4th?
So looking at the records that we received, we did between 11:15 p.m. on October 3rd and 1:35 a.m. on October 4th. At 11:27 p.m. on October 3rd, there's a connection between Meagan Jackson's phone and Christopher Dontell's phone. Both are using the tower services in their neighborhood. At 11:59 p.m., you can see another connection between Meagan Jackson's device and Christopher Dontell's device. Meagan Jackson is using her phone is using the tower services for neighborhood. Christopher Dontell's device is now using the tower that services that same area where the Lowe's food parking lot is. More importantly, where this LPR is located at, which his car crosses right at midnight. So moments after this phone connection starts. Moving forward in time a little bit, we had an LPR hit at 12:30 a.m. It's going northbound on Highway 17 away from the Myrtle Beach funeral home, which is approximately 30 minutes after the first hit I just showed you a second ago. At 12:59 p.m., a.m., so now we're October 4th, right at 1 o'clock in the morning, you have this car, or Christopher Dontell's car, hitting a license plate reader right here at Conway, heading westbound on 501. Cell phone records from a device associated with Christopher Dontell shows a connection at 1:10 in the morning, placing him in the area, or close to the area where the victim's body was found later on in time. And then at 1:30 a.m., Christopher Dontell's car is hitting a license plate reader in Conway, coming back eastbound on 501, back towards the Myrtle Beach area. And there is a cell phone connection between Christopher Dontell's phone and Meagan Jackson's phone at 1:32 a.m. That's it.
Thank you. And you can have a seat. There was some testimony about license plates. Were you able to determine who the license plates belong to?
Yes, one of the plates that were just depicted in that presentation is owned by Orange County government, and it's the vehicle that Christopher Dontell used at work. The other license plate is owned by Charles Benjamin, who is the employer and Meagan Jackson at the time, and the owner of Friend Staff Transport.
I have nothing further at this time. Can I ask you questions or no questions?
Your Honor, I either request a break today or a break for cross-examine expert comment. It's 4:40, and
All right, let's see the adjournment.
Are we done for the day? Yep.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your
Hey guys, can you hear me now? Please tell me you can hear me now. in the world happened over here? I laid something on my laptop and it hit the P key, and I'm negative 597 characters. Okay, so it's 3:45. We made it through 2 days. 2 days of testimony on that trial, guys. Wow. So let's see. I wonder what it just says. We'll be right back on Court TV for Karen Reed. I don't know if they're going to stay past 4 or not. I mean, if they're going to stay a couple more hours, we can get more trial done. Yeah, everything worked so good today. And then no sound. And then I noticed that on the screen, the little corner where I am on the screen, it just was like buffering. And then I looked over at my laptop and I was frozen. And I was like, what is going on? I was like, it was doing so much better today. And I was like, what's worse? Like, seriously, what's worse? I don't know. Because I kept talking to you guys and I was like, even after I knew you guys couldn't hear me, and I was like, oh crap, they can't hear me. And then I would type. But some things you just can't translate to type. It would just be like spur of the moment. They'd say something and something would come out of my mouth, you know? And I'm like, oh, I want my mic back. Oh, Peter is going live about the verdict slip issue at 4. I guess, does that mean that they're going home and we're not having anything else today, or?
For Sean Diddy Combs, joining us now from New York with the latest from today's testimony.
Oh, I don't care about Diddy.
Producer Emanuela Grinberg. Emanuela,
I
thank you as
don't care
always for
about
bringing us
Diddy.
all-
I do not care about Diddy. What is this? Let's watch this. It's only 2 minutes long.
In Karen Reed's second murder trial. This is a live look there at the Norfolk Superior Courthouse in Dedham, where we are on verdict. We find Boston Tribe News reporter Ryan Breslin. And Ryan, you were in that crowd you made this morning.
Yeah, that's right, Cale. And they wanted a change to the verdict slip, but that was denied. I want to show you what the crowd of supporters looks like here. Remember, these supporters, they are just waiting around to hear a verdict. They have lives. They are waiting here on the sidewalk, trying to find out what this jury will decide. Now, when it comes to that verdict slip, they wanted more boxes to be added to include a not guilty verdict for the lesser included charges of involuntary manslaughter, negligent motor vehicle homicide while operating under the influence, and straight operating under
Maybe it is better. Maybe it is better that I'm muted and you can watch it without glitches like this. This is only a 2-minute long clip and we've crashed once already.
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form.
Oh, for crying out loud. Come on, StreamYard.
Same verdict form explains that the jury themselves want to confuse that again, and apparently.
Now, as Karen Reed left the court, the jury will do the right thing. Reed and her team, they don't plan to return to the courthouse until they receive a note from the jury or they are told that it could take. She faces second-degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene of a fatal crash. Another live look outside of Norfolk Superior Court. We will, of course, be here throughout the day and until a verdict is reached in this retrial. For now, live in Dedham, Ryan Breslin, 3 local station, Boston 25 News.
We know you'll stay on top of it, Ryan. Thank you. If there is a verdict in this case or a question from the jury, we will bring it to you live on air and on the Boston 25 News app. Download it now and.
Okay, well. Okay, guys. I guess we'll go ahead and Did you lay on the back of your head a lot when you were a baby, Wiggles? She doesn't care. She does not care, Judy, at all. She's like, who said it last week? I don't remember if it was Just Because or Idaho Wiggles, but I think it was one of them said her job is just to convict the girl. Just convict the girl, not to worry about if it gets overturned on appeal or not. Okay. Well, we have dwindled down to 3. Although I think StreamYard lies to me sometimes about how many people are watching. Because I think I count more than that. No, there might just be 3 of us. I don't know. Anyway. I'm going to let you guys go. And we will do this again tomorrow. So we've got through day 1 and 2 minus opening statements. But at this time, that's probably moot. Because we're deep in the case now. So tomorrow, we will try to zoom through day 3 and 4. I don't know if we'll get caught up to live, though. Because I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow afternoon. So I have to leave at 2:30. Ugh. Verdict. Watch, that's when a verdict will come. Y'all, dang. I know I don't have to tell y'all this, but if the verdict comes, feel free to watch it if I'm with the doctor, and I'll just have to watch it later. And of course, I'll stream it, even though it'll be delayed if it happens while I'm at the doctor's. I so want to cancel this appointment tomorrow. Should I cancel it? It's just a follow-up appointment. Actually, I think I'm going to cancel it. I think I'm going to change it to next Tuesday. If I can. I'm going to try to cancel it. Okay, guys. I'm going to go. I will see you tomorrow. Be kind to people. Love your family. And Jesus loves you. And so do I. Bye, guys.